All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thinker St. James here alongside my good friend Chase Parton. This is MMA on Film, and it brings me great pleasure to welcome you to our review of 1988's Bloodsport. Chase, how are you, brother?
I am really good. Obviously, if you guys were here last night. You know that we are pulling a double one out here. So we are doing good, and I'm very excited to talk about this one. I'm having a really good time, and it's been burning me, to talk about this film. I'm excited.
Absolutely. Same here. I am very much looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this one. Obviously, an iconic film. This is a little bit different than the films that we've reviewed before in the tone and type of film and all these kinds of things. So, very excited for this one. Of course, if you are new to MMA on Film, we review films and media that is related to mixed martial arts in some way. Let us know what you want for us to do on the series coming up here. Like, comment, subscribe to all the YouTube stuff if you enjoy what we are doing with this series. And of course, yamashow.com for all of your Yama merch. That being said, Chase, do you want to just jump right into this thing? I'm excited. I'm ready to go.
I am very excited, but I want to just first, we'll shout out our two friends that are here right now, Bleeding Edge and Hydra. Of course, this film, I think we're ready. Actually, now I think we're ready. Yeah.
I love it. Thank you guys for hanging out with us for this one, of
Oh, actually,
course.
no, I remember.
Yes.
So you guys make sure you drop your recommendations for the next movies. I know you said that, but the point is, Bloomis is our guy, and he had recommended this movie. This was way long ago for us to go ahead and review this, so it is wrong for us not to mention that he gave us the recommendation. It took us more than 3 months, guys. I had one comment ago. It was 3 months from Bloomis, but I know he had been recommended from before that comment. We we will lock into it eventually. It just takes a little time. Obviously, we got a lot going on. So drop the recommendations and just know it's going on a list and we will eventually get to them.
Absolutely. And the list just keeps growing and growing, and we want to do it all. So definitely let us know. We'll keep orders. People have things that they want that are more pressing. We've got a couple of films that are going to be new releases that we're going to be going over. We want to do everything that you guys want to see. So definitely let us know.
Absolutely. But
All right.
now we can get into it.
I was
Yes.
going to say, with that all being said, this is Bloodsport. Bloodsport is a 1988 martial arts film directed by Newt Arnold and written by Christopher Cosby, Mel Friedman, and Sheldon Lettich. Chase, what did you know about the film Bloodsport coming into this viewing?
I did not know anything, honestly. I had never seen it. I mean, I had seen clips and references, of course, but I didn't really know this movie specifically was those clips, kind of deal. Bloodsport was the clips that I had seen before. I just knew Jean-Claude Van Damme is just kind of one of those action stars that people I they just I don't know, like, I didn't really know of him growing up, like, I was an Arnold and a Stallone kinda kid, but this guy just slipped through the cracks, and I'm kind of upset now that I see the movie, to be fair.
Well, I think that Bloodsport is kind of one of those movies that became such a cultural touch point after it like gained popularity because it bombed on initial release. It was not very popular when it first got released. It had to grow a fan base over time. And then once it had that, it just kind of became ubiquitous. It's just like even if you'd never seen it, you recognized certain imagery from it, maybe a line or two, these kinds of things. So that was actually my experience with it. I had seen parts of it throughout my youth in pieces here and there. It'd be on the TV at somebody's house, that kind of thing. Dad would be watching it in the living room while I'm playing with the kid kind of thing. So I was familiar with it, but I'd never seen the whole thing as a kid. I was always aware of it just culturally is kind of how I would say, I don't really think that I had seen many other Jean-Claude Van Damme films as well. So that's kind of like what you're saying. It's like, I don't think that he was one that was like a a huge icon as much as those other people that you mentioned were in my life growing up with action films. And then I finally, it actually took a while. Like I always sort of knew the gist of it, but never like went deeper than that. I was just kind of like aware, and that was about it. It took a while for me to actually sit down and watch the whole thing. It was only about a year ago that I decided to watch Bloodsport in its entirety, full through. So this was my second full on viewing of it for this MMA on film.
What I think is interesting is you had told me, that you recommend watching these movies a second time, watching them a second time after you take notes, just kind of, rebrief yourself and, you start picking up on stuff. What I would like to say is this movie, I totally understand why it was something that did not do good initially, but grew on people over time is because that second watch, you they have a lot of dots that just were already there, and then they don't really get connected, but like the characters have always been there, kind of deal. You see a lot of characters, and the second watch really does like I think this movie does kind of shine when you can watch it a couple times and like it is the same movie and there's not crazy amounts happening, but it's fun and entertaining, and I think it's good, man. I like it.
That's a big reason why I'm very interested to hear your thoughts in general throughout all of this, is because it's a different era and style of film than what you get made nowadays. I mean, like it is a very simple story. The characters are somewhat one dimensional, I would say. There's really not many twists and turns throughout this, but the core of what you get out of it is something that you can latch onto so strongly that it's like even if you don't think it's that great, you can rewatch it over and over. This is a movie that I could just have on in the background at all times if I wanted to, like just have it on repeat, just playing, and you just kind of catch it at any moment, and you're right back into it.
Yeah, no, I had a really good time with this. I'm very happy that Bloomis recommended this. I would love to say that Bloomis is cooking with the recommendations. He had obviously recommended Warrior, and then now we're on to this one. And this was definitely more of an entertaining experience than that one, I would love to admit.
Absolutely. And I'm sure that there are plenty of things to comment on. So without further ado, let's get into the review here. So this thing starts off, Bloodsport, with the Canon logo. This was released by Canon Group. Canon is a big name, or was a big name, in the B movie and horror world. So it was awesome to see this associated with the classic. Canon is responsible for releasing a lot of the now late Chuck Norris's biggest films. So RIP to the legend Chuck Norris. And thank you, Canon Group, for those films and this film.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can definitely see there was a demographic they were making films for. So shout out because here we are. Now we're giving more light on them. What is it? 60 years later, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean it's in the ballpark for sure, and yeah, Canon is responsible for a lot of those. You're exactly right. They found a niche. They were, like I said, big in the B movie realm, in that world, and it's like there was obviously a demand for it. They filled the demand, and we got classics out of it. So good deal there. So Asian music stings, sets the scene as we see a lot of buildings. The one thing I noticed from this establishing shot, building sized Marlboro ad. I don't know if you picked up on that, but there's a building that's down into the bottom of the screen, and it is a Marlboro ad that is just the entire side of a building, smoking product placement in an action film. This is the 80s.
The note that I had initially, I'm going to read it out loud. You guys are going to know instantly how little I know about this film. You're talking about, cue the music. I'm sitting here saying, here's an opening shot of New York City. So that was wrong. So that was funny. I'm glad you guys got to hear that.
And the great thing about MMA on film is in our notes realizing the things that we will have answers to later on.
Yes, that's what I love about the second watch of this, man. Jesus.
Yeah, I guess the Asian music sting didn't catch it, but that's okay. That's all right. So I actually said that's funny that you say that, though, because I have in my notes, is this Chinatown or an actual Chinese town? So how about that? Because
Right.
the next shot that we see is an actual like city street, and it's Asian lettering on all the signs. So you don't necessarily know. We are becoming immersed in the world here.
No, absolutely. Parentheses, New York, Chinatown. It's actually what I had here. So
We will find out later on, which one of those things it is, and it'll become very apparent throughout the course of the film. So, Jean-Claude Van Damme, credit over two very dope-looking temple doors being opened, and two guards who definitely don't look like temple guards, yet both wearing all denim. So in a way they're kind of in uniform coming out of the big doors there.
This is again a second watch does justice when you get to these big red doors. I actually love just like the way that it looks. You'll find out just how far down this place is later, but this is a good shot that upon second watch you're like, ah, okay, this isn't just some random arena that I've been looking at. Like what, because when you're watching this for the first time, it's like you're just watching people like clean it and just like put it all together, of course. And there's a little montage that we're going to get into where you see more of it, of course. But the big red doors is really what I think is the main part here.
Oh,
We never see
absolutely.
them open, I don't think. I think they're just always open. Like it's kind of
Yeah, yeah, either that or it's like just right at the end of them opening. Either way, but the two guards come out, guards, quote unquote. But that's the funny thing to me. If they are guards, the only uniform that would let you know that is the fact they are both in the Canadian tuxedo. They are wearing denim on denim, flanking the door. And I was like, maybe you want to spruce that up a little bit, but maybe they're trying to make it a little more incognito. I don't know. Either way, you got two guys in denim, and they are on either sides of the door. But the door looks very dope, and it certainly gives you the impression that something bigger is coming.
yeah, absolutely. And you get a lot of anyway, so the scene opens up where you just get a quick montage. You get a lot of people showcasing skills is what I would say you get here. So you get a Korean man, and the reason I know he's Korean, he's got a bandana that says it's got the flag. It doesn't say it. It's just the flag of Korea. It basically does say Korea. I'm sorry, but
Right.
Korean man kicking ice and elbowing. He's actually doing some major work here on these big old ice blocks. Where did they get those? I have no idea how they made big old ice blocks like that. You also get a white man, English guy, just breaking boards. He's doing like jumping knees through these boards. It's pretty impressive, when you wonder what he's training for, of course. This one, the next one, is the real interesting one. Now, I have it down as African guy. I obviously don't know if this is what he was, but whatever the case may be, he was climbing trees and grabbing stuff. I don't know how this related to martial arts, but hey, I will let you guys know the callback, it's paid off. So
Well, I mean, that guy and several minor details here. You got to understand, people. This is a movie straight out of the 80s. Times were a little bit different. There are going to be a couple of things that are questionable by today's standards, perhaps. This character is certainly one of them that you're referencing there, Chase. Yes, this is an African gentleman, presumably, who has the characteristics and what we will come to find the fighting style of a monkey. And
I
I'm putting that out there just to say, I mean, right? I mean, that's
I
I'm
called him
not
Tarzan because I was gonna put monkey like fighting style, but we'll just go with Tarzan. I think is because that's kind of what I got from it.
fair enough, but I do think that they're trying to imitate like a monkey style, which I think is like like a kung fu variation. So I mean, I guess like it's hard to say without it just being yes, this is blatant racism. But
To be fair, even if it was blatant racism, the monkey fighting style, we will talk about it later. It was decently portrayed, I guess. I mean,
oh, I
we'll
can't
get
wait to
into
talk
it.
about it when we get to that. Absolutely. Yeah, that's one of the more entertaining parts here. But yeah, I mean, look, you have crane style, manta style, monkey style. This guy, again, if you interpret it as you will, but we're presenting the facts as they are. But so yes, we start off. We do have a couple of shots of the inside. Like you said, this is a montage, so a couple of things are getting hit at us very quickly. That this film does that a lot. I mean, we talk about this montage, several montages in this movie, so just be prepared for like rapid fire information for a couple of those. But what I said about the inside of the venue before we get into like the more populated version, it's being set up and stuff. This is the goated fighting view venue right here. I said, we watch RWS at Roger Domner Stadium. This is the proto of that because could you imagine seeing an actual fight in this environment? This is so perfect.
No, I love it. I would love to be there with the money in hand, being able to gamble with those guys because they're into it, and I could be front and center, and sitting next to, FBI agents and people across from any other lands, whatever you want to say.
I say I'll tip the hand on it. There is a very large percentage of this movie that is dedicated to shots of people gambling and reaction shots of the female love interest. Those are
Yeah.
two things you're going to be hearing a lot of going throughout all of this. But that's for a while here. We get Bloodsport. We get the very plain logo reveal, Bloodsport in red, same font as all the other credits. Very minimalist vibes there with that. And then it's people setting up all this stuff. As you said, you've got this is Bolo Young, the man with the Korean flag on his headband. He's a well-known actor in these kung fu movies, these martial arts films. He is goated. He is jacked as fuck, and he is kicking and breaking blocks of ice with his feet and elbows and stuff. This dude is going at it and making them explode. That's crazy. Then, as you said, also the guy, the white dude breaking the boards. The thing about that was really funny to me was his little helper guy. Did you notice him?
The
He's
butler.
Yes, he's got like a butler or somebody who's just there to kind of like be like, ah, yes, you're very good at breaking boards with your knees. Exactly. So I thought that was really fun. And yeah, this is just a multi-person montage that continues. A shout out to the awesome score for this. The music in this film is iconic for sure, and we'll get to some of the music as we go through. But yeah, we got all of these different various styles, and of course, this the man with the monkey style in the tree breaking coconuts. It doesn't get much more interesting than that, I suppose.
No, no, that one is really good. There's one that I like even more, but we're not there yet because there's some more stuff going on.
Well,
We get
one last thing though,
oh, go
real
ahead.
quick. Sorry, one last thing with the dude in the tree, the monkey dude. He, it is what I got to be accurate with how I'm describing this. The thing that was crazy though is that did you notice he jumps in one direction and then clearly comes in on the other direction? That this is one of these continuity issues that this film has several of. But he runs, he jumps. It cuts to him with his hands flying outward in the direction that he ran, and then he's dropping in on the branch clearly from a different direction. So it's like why couldn't you make those line up? It's the first
I
part of the movie. It's one of the first things you see.
that actually goes to a point that I'm glad you brought up because again, this was my first viewing experience of this movie. I was really thrown off when I was like, oh, okay, this is breaking ice, breaking boards. Why is he climbing a tree? What was that about? Why does he look like anyway, go on. But anyway, so it gets even better because
Yes.
you get more fighting. Yeah, I think there's actually specifically fighting around a bonfire. This one is really fun. So you get like these like white guys who are like they look like hobos. They're like praising like one. It's kind of weird. Like it was a weird setup for a fight, but the dude was whooping butt. So either way, people were cheering.
Yeah, I
And
wanted to
then
say it was
go ahead.
capoeira that one, but like, or it was the Brazilians, but it's like you're right. Some of them looked white. They had torches. It was very strange. Yeah, I said capoeira question mark kicks made it look kind of plausible, maybe.
That guy, we'll talk about him later because yes, I think it's key to note that they're trying to portray specific fight styles for some of the main people that are in the tournament that we will
Right.
find out. A lot of other people are just random kung fu versus random karate versus kick guy versus punch guy.
Yeah, like NPC action
Hey,
movie martial arts. Yeah.
yes. So I did have in the notes that this is a crazy intro because they're just throwing everything at you, but you do get a sense as like, if of course I know this is a fighting movie. It's like, okay, these are guys from all over the world. Like they're training. You get that very quickly. Like they actually did a very good job of establishing what's going on. Who is it? It's everybody across the world, different styles, different training methods. And then we keep going, of course.
Well, yeah,
And
and I was going to say that you're right. This is one of that point right there is kind of an overarching point as to why I think that this is a quality film in general. Because the criticism is this is a very plain story. However, it does not have to be ridiculously complex if it is presented in a digestible and understandable and satisfying way. And just what you're saying, I think, does that. Because yeah, you're like imagine again. You got to also keep this in historical context. Imagine this is all pre UFC. This is all pre MMA to like a modern sensibility. So this is like your exposure to all of these styles potentially if you're the average film goer who's not a martial arts fan or a person who is interested in that world like a subscriber of Black Belt magazine kind of thing. You're getting this for the first time, so it's like it is a lot of information to be thrown at you, but it makes a lot of sense for what you're going to get going forward.
yeah, absolutely. So we're getting a lot of these fighting styles thrown at you, and then we get it's not it breaks the montage. Of course, we get more of the montage, but we break the montage to somebody hitting a heavy bag, and this is where I was like, okay, here's your traditional boxer, and I would love to say I was very wrong about that. So we'll go ahead and introduce. I believe they introduce him right here. He says his name. Yes, I don't think I had it
Yes.
in the notes, but
This is Jackson. This is
yes.
Ray Jackson is the name of the character. You might know this performer if you're a little bit of the age. This is the same dude. His name is Donald Gibb, the actor. He is most iconically known as Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds. So if you hear me referring to him as Ogre throughout any of this, that's the reason why. Because yes, Ray Jackson is his name. Jackson, they refer to him often, but I will always consider him Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds. So again, it'll probably slip in there every once in a while. But yes, he's beating the heavy bag.
Yeah, so and then some guy walks up behind him and he's like, "Hey, are you training for the Kumite or something?" Like, he says something along the lines, and then he goes like, "I heard you can get killed in the Kumite." And then Jackson drops the bar, "Only if you do it wrong." He's confident, he's cocky, of course, and then we break back to the end of the montage, which is this is the funniest part. This is my favorite character of the side, the not the NPCs, of course, but like the side main martial arts. You have the giant Asian man who just picks up sacks and throws them on people. Like no fighting style, just ginormous and just
Large villager dude in loincloth hoists a very large sack that looks like a looks like the home run sandbag from Super Smash Brothers Melee, and he throws it into a couple of other guys, then laughs at them. Like, he was like, what, dude, like, thanks, man. Like, I said in question mark, is this training? It's
yeah.
like, it doesn't even really track. But one thing I wanted to mention with Jackson's intro as well, as you said, the guy comes up, are you going to Hong Kong? You can die in the Kumite. Yeah, only if you fuck up. He punches the heavy bag. This is a very noticeable thing in this film that if you dwell on it, you're going to have a bad time, or you'll at least laugh at it and maybe find some joy in it. But the dubbing is kung fu style dubbing, but they are speaking English in the movie, which makes it almost more eerie and uncanny. It makes it almost harder to follow along because, like, in like a common martial arts film, and Hong Kong one where they're speaking another language, you kind of understand that the mouth is not going to match up. In this, you expect the mouth to match up, but the audio and the dialogue always sounds just slightly off, and then you see their mouth move in different ways sometimes. So it's an odd juxtaposition of that.
I definitely have it in the notes, not right here because this scene's a little too quick, of course, but I notice it this scene after. Yeah, there's dubbing all over. There's a lot of parts, and I'll bring it up just as a general note when it comes to this as well. There's a lot of parts that are inside the actual tournament where the fighters themselves have no sound. Like you can see them yelling and like saying stuff, but there's no sound. You can only hear the crowd, and I kind of like it as an atmospheric choice that like, oh, they're supposed to be so loud you can't hear the people in there, but you just got to get over that. There's so many different issues here, kind of deal.
That you nailed it though. There's dubbing everywhere. It's
Yes.
like you just kind of like imagine a dude with a paintbrush, just like flicking dubbing all over the scene. It's like, is it here? Should it be here? Is it there? The entire movie is done because that's how they used to do it for those types of films. It would be the entire movie would just be completely dubbed over, as opposed to going back and ADRing specific sections. So that's what they did here, and it certainly fits that aesthetic of that type of film. But it is very noticeable, especially because they're speaking English.
But what I will say, again, general point, it doesn't throw you off. The movie is entertaining enough that none of this matters because it's a stupid fucking movie, guys. You just like, I don't know. You got
That's
to
a you're
imagine they don't even speak the language anymore. So
brother. You're exactly right. All of these things melt away. They all become part of the fun of it. It's like that's again why I think that this succeeds as a fun and worthwhile experience is because all of them together create their own world building, so to speak, that immerses you in it. The things that are goofy, you laugh along with. The things that are compelling, you're compelled by. Like it hits all of the beats if you let it.
yeah,
So
absolutely. So, yeah, the big Asian man throws the big old bag of stuff on the two dudes, and then they sweep off the mat. That's the ending shot here. Is like they're closing the door, sweeping the mat. We're getting ready for fights, and I love that it's like after the big Asian man, they had to break it for Jackson, and then come back to the big Asian man, and it's like, all right, that's about it on the training session. You got everything on there. You got the man climbing the tree, you got the man who can throw, who the big boulders kind of deal. It's like there you go.
this is all of the martial arts styles that they could find in 1988. They took them all, they every corner of the planet that they were able to reach into, they grabbed it, they put it into a montage, and now you're set to go. So we're ready. We're locked in. Like you said, I love the end of the intro with him sweeping the mat. I think that it's a great way to like everything, the setup of the venue juxtaposed with this. I have to say, like, I mean, criticism, you could criticize this movie for having as many montages as it does have, because we'll talk about other ones that are coming up, but at least in the intro one specifically, I think that it does a very effective job of giving you everything that you need to know to get this part of the world building done and then move it on into the next section here. So I like this. I'm very happy with how this looks.
Absolutely. And then so we open up the next scene. If you're ready, we're ready to move on.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm ready.
So we open up the next scene, and you get to see Jean Claude Van Damme using the speed bag, right? And I know you guys, you're like, oh, the thing that Eddie Hearn was just using in the Twitter video that he was calling out Dana White. Yeah, that one, except he was using his feet, guys. And you know what's crazy is there are a lot, and I'll bring it up right off rip because I'm going to bring it up a couple times. There are plenty of things in this movie that I looked at and I said, come on, I could potentially pull off something close to that. I was wrong a couple different times. I tried some things. We'll talk about them. But yeah,
Well, if you tried to do some of the things that we're going to talk about John Claude Van Damme doing in this film, then I feel very bad for your groin, basically, because yeah, John Claude Van Damme showing off the insane flexibility that he has. That is going to be a touch point in this film multiple times. But yes, he's hitting the heavy bag, he's hitting the speed bag with high kicks, and he's upset that his kicks are getting interrupted by some random military dweeb.
yes, absolutely. And actually, I want to give more credit here. It's not just the flexibility; it is the balance. You guys to land the kicks and just to keep like doing it's hard, dude. That dude is a G. I'm not gonna lie. I give
Oh,
him major props for this.
absolutely. I mean that, yeah, and as we get towards the end, like when things really start ramping up, that becomes very apparent. There's a couple of moves that he pulls off that are very impressive.
Well, and that's another general point that I'm glad I want to make right off rip because as soon as you see him, you should understand. Like if you've ever tried to throw a kick, and listen, somebody who does, not really, but like that guy, he is fucking impressive. And I want to give him props because this is real. Like it's not like you can't fake this stuff, especially back in the 80s. Like, how would you even? He had to come out here with an idea that like I gotta fucking pull off the goatest martial arts moves ever. Not one of them could look like they're sloppy. He pulls off like perfection of these moves and a lot of the shots. And that's like the point of the characters. Like he's so good at what he does. Like he's perfect. Like and it looks really fucking clean a lot of the times.
Well, he has to be that perfect because they set his character up to be Mr. Perfect throughout all of this film. And this scene actually starts getting you the impression of that. So, what we're leading into here, the military guy is interrupting him because the colonel wants to see him. The colonel knows that Jean Claude Van Damme is going to Hong Kong. And, we don't know exactly why that is, aside from the bits and pieces that we've gotten up until this point. But he says, okay, I'll go talk to the colonel, whatever. I got to take a shower first. And the guy's like, all right, I got to wait though. And then he does this one move that makes me laugh every time that I see it, where he does one more high kick before he goes to take the shower. And then he just like a little pirouette at the very end of it. He kind of like, whoop, and then he's off to the shower. But so military guy is going to be waiting for him to take this shower. And then they're going to talk to the colonel. But no, apparently not. Military guy's like, hey, what's taking so long? And he looks in the shower. Jean Claude Van Damme is gone. He has escaped. He's off to Hong Kong because he needs to Kumite.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will talk about how quickly he is able to travel in this when he gets here, of course. But yeah, so
Yeah,
he walks into my man and he's like, "Yo, where are you at?" He was trying to walk in on him on the shower first off. That's invasion of privacy. Like you got
true.
to figure out another way to do that. But yes, so he walks in there, doesn't see him like he's supposed to be, and then he takes off on foot across the military base. He runs like a good maybe mile, guards are doing some stuff. My dad wanted to comment on the background of this one. I didn't catch it at first, but like the background of the military base just like was nothing. It was just like some hills, like it was just whatever. So
Yeah, they just found like a big enough campus style space that could look enough like a military building or something.
yeah, so and then he finally gets to the building that he needs to be. He runs inside, runs upstairs, and he tells the colonel, general, whatever these titles are. There's so many people in charge. I don't know what the names are, but he tells his boss. He's like, "Yo, I don't know where he's at. I can't find him." And this guy talking is where I noticed the dubbing really bad because he comes in there and he's talking, but the words are not fucking his kind of deal.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and this is also kind of what I was leading up to with like the Mr. Perfect thing, because the military guy, the colonel or whatever, the John Claude Van Damme is nowhere to be found. The military dweeb guy is, like you said, full sprint across the campus to go get to the colonel, let him know that Dukes is gone. And the colonel's like, we need Frank Dukes. He is so important to the military intelligence, blah, blah, blah. Like, you better go. You get two guys on the case over here, and I better not see you until he is next to you again. And what I will be asking throughout all of this film that we will never get an answer to is, why the fuck is this guy so goddamn important?
That was my question. I was gonna ask if you even knew. Like, what is his position here? Is he literally, because I have him wrote down when I said he tells the boss that he can't find Cap. That's the way I wrote it. I'm like, is he is he like their Captain America? Like seriously, is he just their super soldier that they got kind of deal?
Quite literally what they are making him out to be. And I think I'm going to be able to enlighten you after we get to the trivia section as to some of the reasons why this is set up the way that it is. But you just got to go with it. Frank Dukes is the most important person on the planet as far he is a military asset over here to the United States military. He's got an accent. You don't even know what it is. I mean, this is an indistinct European accent, but he is a military asset for the United States of America and the most important one that they have.
Why is it a film? Maybe this is a different era from the one, Stallone and Arnold. Why is having an indescriptive accent an action movie star staple kind of
Oh,
deal?
brother,
Val
I said
Kilmer is another one too, maybe?
Naval's American, but I mean, either way, though, what I say about that, I do have that later on in the notes that this is a bygone era of action films in general. The action star who is jacked as fuck from another country in America just saving the world on our behalf like that we don't get that anymore, and I think that it is an unfortunate evolution of culture that is really denying us greatness, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, but either way, so this is where we get the first portion of Frank being able to teleport. So
Correct.
he ends up on the front door of some Asian lady's house. He knocks, Asian lady walks him inside. It's actually kind of weird. It's like, yo, is this like his like ex or something? Like what's going on here? She walks him inside holding his hand, and it's obviously peaceful and it's very sincere. She's like an older, wise woman, but you still don't know who is this Asian lady to him. Like what's going on here? So
Exactly, absolutely. He's in street clothes. He goes up to some house. He knocks on the door. Kind Asian lady opens it. Obviously, they know each other. She says, "He'll be so happy to see you. I'll tell him that you're here." Then a slow zoom in on this badass katana on a stand. I said, Chase sees this and just thinks, "Hell yeah."
dude, I absolutely did say hell yeah, but and this is where I noticed I was like, Bloomis gets me. This is my movie, brother. This was made for me. And this is the exact same shit that I do too, because he stared off at that sword. And this is where you have the first flashback. And I love it. I have the same thing. I see things, I see the sword, and it's like, man, I would just love to be pillaging a field right now with that. Anyway, it's love to see him have a flashback when he stares off at the sword. And he's a young kid, there's two kids breaking into a house, they're looking inside at this. They're like, look at that sword, which this is really funny because they use the same house and they establish two different things, and they just use the same like area of the house. You don't see anything more of the house. You just see the window, you see where the sword is, and you potentially see a little bit of the background of it, but that's
and
it.
and everything exactly the same. I mean, this house has not changed a speck of dust in as many years as this flashback is taking place to.
Yes, absolutely. And so the kids break into the house and they're like, "Come on, are you scared, Frank?" And he's like, "I'm not scared." And this kid who's acting out as young Frank is awful.
Oh,
He's
the worst.
absolutely the worst. Absolutely.
Not only is he just a terrible actor, but he looks nothing like Jean-Claude Van Damme. So it really begs the question why they chose this kid to be young Frank.
And they have to have him try to do somewhat of the accent too, which is even more brutal. But I'm not trying to rag on him specifically because this movie is full of bad acting. There's horrible acting amongst this, but it's like not
Horrible
horrible
acting.
enough.
Yeah,
It's
right.
endearing.
Well, that's exactly it. It's horrible acting, horrible dialogue, and again, you go with it, and you just have the best time. Like it all clicks if you let it happen. I mean, it really, in a lot of ways, like it's the similar note to what I said about Roadhouse. You know what I mean? It's like you can get hung up on the details and be like a stick in the mud if you want to be, but like you're the one that's missing out if you do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so they get caught, right? And John is, they drop the sword and run. John picks Jean-Claude, sorry, Frank. He picks up the sword and he's putting it back, and then some little fucking brat walks up and kicks him right in the stomach, hits him with the hiya, and he's like, "Oh," doubled over, fall on the ground and shit.
I said that while admiring the sword, a young Asian boy comes up and kicks Frank in the stomach. Is karate the best base for home protection?
Yeah, no, I love this one. It was absolutely crazy. And then the dad walks up behind him and he's like, "Ah, good job, son. I didn't protect the house. You had it.
Yeah, for real. Good job, attack son. Like he's a little pit bull, that kid. But yeah, yeah, right. Frank is so enamored with the sword that he just kind of allows himself to get snuck up on, and the kid, does that. Dad is watching over, and Dad helps Frank up and explains that you can't just get the katana sword by stealing; you have to earn it.
Yeah, and the Japanese man, I forget his name. We learn it in a whatever, but Mr. Miyagi here. Sorry.
Tanaka is the name, but yes,
Tanaka. I will not go Mr. Miyagi the entire time. Tanaka is maybe the second worst actor in this. I'm not gonna lie. Has no expression, and maybe that's part of the character. Like he's
right.
just so neutral, kind of deal. But
Yeah, it's
he
stoic, I guess, is what you would say.
yeah, but he just talks. Like he has nothing else. Like he doesn't move, no mannerisms, just talks anyway. So he tells him that it's a very special sword that you must earn, right? And then I didn't catch this on the first one because I looked away and I started typing, but on the second watch, you catch him and he slices the bill off of young Frank Duke's hat. And he hits him with the "you didn't flinch," and this is actually how he says it. It's pretty funny. I want to go back to the point about him doing it, but he says, "You didn't flinch. You got warrior spirit." So he says
Yeah,
just like that. But also, he didn't even hit him with an attack that you have time to flinch. Like if somebody just swipes your hat, it's like, what the fuck just happened? Like there's no
for sure.
flinching
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it really, like, to me, was I put a bunch of question marks after that note because I was like, how does that signal the fighting spirit? This is just a general note to me. I have never understood why flinching was the thing that is a tell of a person not being, like, hard. Because to me, it's like if you're a flinch, to me, is like I'm getting ready to strike you back. So like I've never really gotten that as like the masculine element of that. But like here, really doubly don't understand it because like it's like, yeah, how does not flinching to a sword being flying at your face, like, are you supposed to tank the sword damage if it's going to hit you?
Yes, you were just supposed to get your head chopped off. Like
Apparently so, and that's what a real man would do. So
absolutely.
yeah,
And
absolutely, indeed.
yeah, so he hits him with the "you aren't gonna call the cops on me," and he's like, "No, we're gonna make a deal. I think you can train my son, basically."
Well,
So
and this is where again, 80s film. This is back when things were a little bit more innocent in that regard because I was like, nowadays, older man making a deal with a kid who broke into the house, and then what's going to happen coming up in the next scene when he goes to meet Frank's parents and kick the story to them as to like, hey, I'm going to be like taking your son to come and learn the martial science, he calls it. I'm like, this has some weird overtones in current lens. You know what I mean? If you look through the current eye at this, you could infer some things that are not what are actually going on in this story.
yeah, I said so he says deal question mark, and then I said Asian man's now talking to the parents. It's kind of weird, but we'll go with it in this world.
You got to go with it. And really, I liked the Asian dude's explanation because he really appealed to the shared immigrant story. He's like, you came over here to do, I think, what, like grow wine or grow vineyards kind of thing. I came over here to work in a fish hatchery. We both have the spirit of I guess entrepreneurship, whatever. He had a whole little spiel that was like really selling it to these parents. And I was like, if he wanted to fuck this kid, I mean, he'd be in it. I
Yeah,
mean, he's doing the job.
yeah, he's doing a lot. He's doing way better than anybody should be at selling the idea that your kid's gonna live with me now.
I said that I'm very glad that the rest of this scene did not take place on an island.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesus, no pizza involved.
Yeah, indeed. So anyway, I mean, on the up and up, this dude is kicking the story to him, and they're going with it. Now Frank is getting his ever loving ass kicked in training. I mean, this is just like the most brutal training of all time. Frank just on this mat, constantly being beaten first by the son and then by the father.
That's what's crazy is like this is the most brutal portion of his life. He's getting beat up by an 11-year-old every single day, and then not only beaten up, but getting mentally degraded by being called a round eye by this kid.
Oh
Jesus
yes.
Christ.
Gotta love it. Yeah, why don't you quit? Round eye, says the little racist Asian son. It's like, good lord, this dude is being flip flopped all over on a giant oversized mattress out in the middle of the backyard, and this kid is really trying to break him. And I'm like, dude, credit to him, I guess, because there'll be a line, we'll come back to this later on, that like kind of explains, it's a good like catch-all way to explain all of like why everybody's motive, like what everybody's motivation for being involved in this stuff is. Well, I'll say it when we get to it, but like this is the scene here where you're like, where is the value? Like, do you really need the sword that bad? Like, was the sword that cool?
Yeah, no, the sword probably was that cool, dude. I mean, to be fair, I could take 2 days of this and I'd be like, maybe not." But the sword for him, dude, he obviously is more dedicated than me. So yes, we see the kid, he's definitely whooping his ass, making him quit, calling him racial slurs, and then, and then he's like, "Dude, why are you doing this? Like what is the reasoning for this?" And he's like, Shut your face. You're here to train my son. You don't fucking ask questions." And I was sitting here thinking like, God, like father, like son, these guys are fucking assholes, man. Old Japanese men and kids,
Yeah,
Gosh.
absolutely. I mean, Frank is like, if you just want me to be a punching bag, that's not going to happen over here. So it's like, the older Asian dude is like, okay, I guess I got to like actually like train him a little bit more. And then it cuts to Frank coming to the rescue of the son, like out in like a school setting. He's getting his ass kicked by a couple of like, school bully kind of kids. So Frank helps him up. Obviously Frank is looking past this little very racist Asian boy's racist ways. So it's like they form a little bit more of a bond. And then the son, kind of at random, just says to Frank, "Someday I'll fight in the Kumite and make my father proud." And it's like, I mean, you could have said thank you. That also could have been a thing that you said in that instance.
You realize how low the budget is when you see this shot of these kids because it is dead ass just on like the side of the street or whatever. There's just a little road. You got three little kids in the background. You got a kid on the ground, and then you got him picking him up. And how slowly it's acted out is like they don't have any cues to it. It's like, "Hey, thanks, man. I'm gonna be in the Kumite." It's like it's like, all right.
That's actually one of the things that makes it so entertaining is sometimes the choppiness of the way things are delivered. We'll talk about it a little bit later on. There's something that the female lead says later on down the line. The delivery is just fucking hilarious. There's a bunch of hilarious deliveries, but that's certainly among them for sure.
And then so this is where the flashback inside of the flashback ends. We go back to the original flashback now, and we are at the wake of the young son. Obviously these 13-year-old bullies had gotten to him. They had just ruined his fucking life, and he's no longer with us. So we are now here with Frank and the Japanese man, and we are just waiting to see what is next. There's no more training, is what he's telling Mr. Frank here, but there's so much more to teach, is what he's telling me. That and then now the Japanese man is talking about a family that he had also out over in Japan. He lost his family in Hiroshima, is what I have down. Is that what he actually says?
Oh yeah, well this is like you said, this is a cut that almost is like we're getting exposition dumps like in random spurts at this point. So yes, this is another kind of like abrupt one, but yeah, we're sitting in front of a shrine and we find out it's to the son. The son at some point passes away. Dad says there's no more training. He came to America because the war took his first family. They died in Hiroshima. So again, we're getting rapid fire
Yeah.
information here. Now that his son is dead, the training has to stop. But Frank is not having that. He says, "Teach me. I want to learn. I need, I'm trying to honor you with this. No, you're not Japanese. You are not a Tanaka." But then Frank lays out the case for mixed martial arts. He says, quote, "It was you who told me to use any technique that works, to never limit myself to one style, and to keep an open mind," he says. And I was like, yo, he really just hit the Mark Kerr on us real quick.
No, absolutely. I loved it. And what I also would like to say about the story about his family back in Hiroshima is like that could have just not been in the movie. The movie could have just been an hour and 29 minutes. It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's one of those things where it's like you choose certain things, other things, this and that. I guess you needed to have a reason for Frank to be the one to go to the Kumite instead of the son. But yeah, you're right that specific detail was like a little superfluous, but whatever. Again, building the relationship, I guess, also building the idea that this dude has now taken L after L, so to speak, in his life. It's like, now I'm just going to give up. But Frank is like, no, I'm going to carry on for you, even if you've already gone through all this adversity, I guess.
I, I
Sells it,
like
sells it twice.
I like how he gives up so easy. So, no, you're not Japanese. He's like, but martial arts. He's like, all right, let's go.
I
Fuck it.
mean, dude, you know, the last great hope, the great white hope, quite literally right now. So, you know, we're back to training again, and Frank is getting tossed repeatedly. This old man has all the answers. Frank has none of them. He's on his back so much you'd think that he was training jujitsu, or that that might be something that he should get into. But nope, it is all striking, and it's a lot of Frank not getting it.
Well, this one is actually a fun one because and we gotta get into it one more time because I think it's a crucial note to make because, again, I've never seen this movie until now. So, yes, he's getting thrown around a lot, and this is where I actually had the note. Did this guy come first or did Mr. Miyagi come first? Obviously, Mr. Miyagi was, like, a more pivotal point in, like, the story, like, Mr. Miyagi, like, but, like, this guy was this movie made before Karate Kid? Do we know this?
That's a good question. I do not know which came first. I would have to look up the time frame for Karate Kid, but
Maybe the
similar
Asian
territory.
mentor. Maybe the
Right.
Asian mentor is just, like, a very common trope at this around this time.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, you know, he calls him his shidoshi. That's, you know, his word for a master, basically, and that's you know, that's it is. I mean, that's common throughout all martial arts in general, right? You know, the professor, the teacher, the one who you are learning from, and this is Frank's version of that.
Hell yeah. So yes, he's getting flipped a lot. You're right. He's learning a lot of judo, but not the good portions of it, just the getting the ass whipped part of it. And then he's getting hit with sticks. This is another fun part. He has the kendo sticks and he's just smacking him about. He's dual wielding them, by the way. He's going akimbo. It's crazy.
This dude just hitting him with sticks so often and with such force. You know, yeah, just tossing around, hitting with the sticks. He's dodging him blindfolded for a minute. Wouldn't it would have been great if he had tossed him blindfolded as well, but he didn't do that. It does the toss of him from a seated position right after that. So it's like he's just getting his ass whipped in all various different ways. And we're also setting up this superhuman element that Frank has, which is the ability to sense things coming at him that we really don't even necessarily see all that much aside from this from the old man. But like, this is going to be very pivotal to the story later on.
Well, I actually really like this montage because again, upon the second watch, I think it's very key that if you pay attention and then when you lock in, you see all the training that he's doing, it does apply throughout the movie. Like all the moves that you see him do, he does in the tournament kind of deal. And I actually do believe I remember seeing the mentor doing some blindfolded stuff.
Well,
So I think
that's what
he
I was.
did teach it to him. Yes.
That's what I mean. Yeah, this is the only portion that we really see him like kind of establish that he also has this power. But we're gonna come very quickly over here to the portion where Frank is practicing blindfolded now himself, and this again is establishing this, like I said, pretty much superhuman ability because like you know, you got to go with it in an action movie like this, but it is very far of a stretch to think that even the most highly honed and trained individual is going to be able to do the blindfolded things that Frank and the master do in this film.
Yeah, and then this is another part where you get to see how crazy Jean-Claude Van Damme is with the kicks. He's absolutely insane. And then this is just a fun montage. You get cool music going on. You get a lot of cheesy stuff, but the storytelling's here. It's simple, but it's on point.
This is also the portion where you see bro catch a fish with his bare hand.
Yes, absolutely. He's teaching him how to catch a fish with the
Correct.
bare hand. So he's obviously passing down all of these skills, like we were talking about. And then yes, here we go, the blindfold attack. Yes, so that was in here. And then this part comes back later. I didn't really take much note of it. I just thought it was just a way for him to show off again his flexibility. But it does come back later. He does the splits. And then he catches the sticks. This is part of the montage here. He's doing a lot of crazy stuff. And then this was the best part. This is again back to the Japanese mentor just making him do random shit. He's like, "You're gonna make me tea, but blindfolded."
This is what I was getting to when it comes to like the blindfolded stuff, because this is the one where it's like it kind of gets a little bit over the top, but again, you got to go with it. So they're inside. It is it's Frank, it's the old man and the wife, and Frank is blindfolded. The Mr. and the Mrs. are sitting at the table. Frank places a teacup. He places a couple of teacups. He brings a tray around the table, sits down all blindfolded. Then Tanaka tries to karate chop him in the throat, but Frank anticipates it and catches the arm midair. Then the missus finds this heartwarming. She kind of gives like a look like, oh, and Mr. Tanaka's like, huh? You see? He's really getting it over here. And I'm like, how? Fucking how? This is not possible.
Yeah. I love the comment here. Japanese lady is proud. She's so proud that he was able to teach somebody else this, you know? Like,
I'm just so glad that I have my fill-in son who is taking to the martial arts so well that my husband can chop him in the throat but not do it.
this next portion that we're going to get to, because we get a little break in the montage here in a second, but first we have to see meditation while he's getting slammed with a stick inside of his ribs and his back. So Jean-Claude is obviously just in his meditation mode. He's just cheeing it up, you know, he's doing a lot of his yeah, but he's getting smashed with a stick in his abdomen.
Yes. Well, so I mean, this is I like seeing that because conditioning. I mean,
Mhm.
a for realism in that regard. This is the old man saying that you meditate until you see and feel nothing except your own energy, then nothing can distract you. So it's like it's conditioning, and then it's also like a mental conditioning as well.
And then I want to tell you the physical conditioning that he went through after this scene immediately. He is getting, well, you see him straining, and you're like, God, he's doing some crazy workout. What is he doing? No, he's being pulled from one tree by another tree that has tied him to it with a pulley system where he is able to adjust the tightness, which is the Japanese master, that is, mind you. So you have our hero tied up on each limb like some Roman torture device, and he's being pulled apart slowly, and then he's able to lock it in and bring it back, and then he yanks the tree from he yanks it out of like the ground or something. Like, it's actually superhuman is a great word for it, because you don't really think about it in the sense of like what you're watching. This is a goofy movie, of course, but yes, did he uproot the tree? This is crazy.
Yeah, it just exploded the cleat, is what it was on that for sure. Yeah, I said cut to one of the more baffling shots in the film. Frank is strung up by all four limbs being stretched out like a medieval torture device, as you say, arms and legs out like a nutcracker on a Christmas tree ornament, is what I said. You know, the ones you pull the string on the bottom and the legs and arms go out. That's what he looked like at this point. So he's in a lot of pain. He harnesses his energy, and suddenly he's completely calm. I think that's really what like the big note from it is that like he's in tremendous pain, obviously, full splits going on, but he harnesses the chi, the energy, whatever you want to call it. And then, yeah, he breaks the cleats trying to, suspend himself. He hoists himself up to do that, breaks it. And then he looks at the old man like, now what? Now
Yeah.
the student has become the teacher over here. You can't hold my four limbs down anymore.
No, this one is absolutely funny too, because this is again the point where you have to realize, like, to get this shot, you have a human who has to act this out for sure. Like, so they had to suspend him for real on like that, and then the fact that this dude is maybe some fucking freak, bro, some freak fetish kind of guy. Like, bro, why would he want to get tied up like that for the film? He's like, they're like, how do we showcase you're so badass? He's like, well, you could tie me up. You could tie me up like that, dude.
Well,
You know,
bro,
like.
I'm telling you, I mean, like, I don't know where in the notes it comes up, but there is somewhere where I say Jean-Claude Van Damme really said, I can do the splits and it is my personality. Like, this is doing the splits he does it like, I think 7 times throughout this film, he is hitting the splits. And I mean, to his credit, everybody knows him for it now, but this is his first major film, right? A little trivia I'll tip the hand on. This is his first starring role here. So, like, this is your exposure to this guy who is like able to do these ridiculous feats of split strength kind of deal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, why not use it to as much as you can? And sometimes that's how it manifests itself, I guess.
No, that's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, so after this scene, we get the sword. We get a sword, guys. We get knighted, basically. So he walks over, he's got the sword out, and then he hands the handle to him, and Jean Claude has officially gotten everything that he wanted, basically, you know.
Yeah.
And this is great, you know. I'm actually funny enough, Jean Claude looks like Anakin Skywalker in this scene. I thought that was a good point to make.
True. Yeah. Yeah. Good observation. But you're exactly right. I mean, the old man has seen enough. He's graduated the course, so to speak. He's taken the knowledge he needs. Frank gets his own katana. Said, "You're the man now, dog." And then finally, this very extended flashback comes to an end. So yeah, that you now know that through all of that adversity, Frank has passed the test. He stayed the course.
And then absolutely, you guys know that we are still in a flashback, but it's officially over now. We are done with the flashbacks. We are back in to where the Japanese man is laying in bed now. He's just not feeling well. So,
And let me tell you something, Chase, about this scene specifically. I don't know if you picked up on this, but Frank enters the old man's room. This old man is so perfectly tucked into this bed. Go back and take a look at it. Of course, when I do the edit, you'll see it on screen. But the way that this dude is tucked in, this is like as perfect a tucking in, like somebody had to come and like tuck it all around and like place the pillow. Like it looks like a staged photo of it, which, I mean, I guess it makes sense. He's been in bed for a while.
This is what Japanese women are capable of, you know? This is why you guys need to go out here and search for the right woman, because if you can't be tucked in that bed like that when you are all sick and dying or whatever was supposed to be portrayed in the scene, then you don't want her. You don't
Uh,
want her at all. He needs a Helix sleep pillow. There's our advertisement for the week. We need a promo out there. Let's do it.
Indeed, yeah. Sponsor, please. But you are absolutely correct. That's 100% big facts that you just said there. So yeah, Frank comes in and he says, "Are you awake?" And then, sarcastically, old man says, "Do you sleep with your eyes open?" And I'm like, "Yeah, lol, we get it." Sarcastic old man humor is cross cultural, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I love the demeanor, but yeah, it's really funny. So Jean, yes, he walks in. I'm sorry, Frank. Frank walks in here with a Japanese man is laying. Yep, and yeah, I love that funny little line that he drops is good. But the fact is that he looks the exact same as the flashbacks.
I was literally just going to say that he because that's the next thing he says. How are you feeling? And he's like, I feel old. I feel like
Oh,
an old man. And I'm like, he looks exactly the same age as he did when he started training Frank. He has not changed a hair on his head. I mean, this dude, they could have you couldn't have aged him up a little bit in any way. I mean, like, no, no,
yeah.
he's exactly the same. But I guess if he was old to begin with, now he's just older than old.
Yeah, but, Frank is heading to Hong Kong, "I'm gonna go honor you. I'm going for it," and then I believe, the old man says he's gonna need luck. "You're gonna need 100% luck, buddy."
Well, he says he drops this line that, again, if going back to our previous conversation about how him and Frank got linked up, he said, "I poured all of my knowledge into you," and I said, "I'm very glad that it was just knowledge that was poured into Frank at a young age there." But
Yeah.
but yeah, so I mean, he says, "When you fight, in the Kumite, my spirit fights with you. You're going to need it, because the Kumite is the real deal." So yeah, that's about it. Frank is off to the Kumite, to doing the travels. It's gonna be another a time travel situation. I did say though, I said that there is an alternate reality out there, Chase, an alternate world. This is a thinker movie idea. You can take this one for free. There's an alternate version of reality where this film has the son come back from the dead and he also enters the Kumite, and it's a new martial arts action horror film called The Zombite.
Oh, wow, interesting. No, but that actually would have been a good plot twist, rather than the zombified plot twist, of course, but him coming back would have been really interesting. I didn't even think that that was a possibility, but that would have been really cool for him to be,
Yeah, like not
one of the
actually dead.
villains.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, he could have just, for whatever reason, he wasn't actually dead. Yeah, interesting twist there too. But I like the zombie
13-year-olds
version.
fake their deaths, I mean, that's just a hard reality.
Absolutely. I mean, the plot twist of the century could have been right there. But either way, zombies aside, we do a jump cut to Hong Kong, and Frank is now on a double decker bus? Question mark. I said, bro is on the lam from the military, and I guess he just got on a plane. Maybe he traveled by ninja smoke.
No, absolutely. I love that he teleports. This is very well. It's funny because we'll talk about later that we see that he doesn't actually teleport. We see how he gets around, but
True.
he's on a bus right now, and then Jackson walks in. Jackson gets on the bus. He walks in. He sits down right behind himself, a babe, and he starts flirting on her. He flirts for the first girl that he sees. Sits right next to her, and he's like, "Hey, you want a real big boy kind of deal, something like that."
I also said that the two white guys in Hong Kong have found each other. I thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, so the great thing about this character of Jackson is that he straight up looks like out of a Bruce Springsteen music video. He's got the cut off sleeves and the jeans, and he's always carrying a beer. I said they just let him carry a beer on the bus in Hong Kong for whatever reason. And then it's the funniest thing is that they reference Bruce Springsteen later on in the film, and that was completely something that I didn't put two and two together on, but it tracks obviously. So yeah, you're right. He leans over the chair. He's like, "Hey, baby, you want to get with a real big man?" And this clearly does not work, but this is still actual '80s Riz in front of your face right here.
What I actually find interesting is I thought that they were setting for the way that Jackson and Frank interact in the future. the way that Frank is looking at Jackson when this happens, I thought that they were going to be rivals in this from this instance, but no, they seem to get along very well. So
Well, yeah, no, that is the craziest part because this girl is not responding to Jackson's advances. He drapes his leg over the chair. I said, this dude is being a legitimate pest to a random bus rider in public right now. As Frank is seeing this, we see how he's going to be reacting to another person doing something similar later in the film. So you're right. You would be right to assume that he would not be friends with this person, but Frank just lets it slide for whatever reason. But there's no time to think about helping this lady because we are at the East Lake Hotel. And they, it's the East Lake Hotel because they zoom in on it very slowly to establish it. And then that never comes back in the slightest. The name of the hotel, knowing that there is a hotel does, but first you have to know it's the East Lake Hotel. Very important that you do.
yeah, and we're getting asked about the Kumite. Where is it? I mean, we have a young, hot, whatever reporter, whatever you want to call her, the character, and she's in there questioning people. I know the Kumite goes on. I know people fight. There's different things that go on, and the guys that she's asking are like, yeah. The crazy stuff goes on and out here, it's just interesting. It's weird that you know about that because and then they get interrupted and they're like, hey, we gotta leave. And she's like, god damn, I never get the story around here.
Yeah, she's hunting for a scoop. So when we're introduced to this character, nice 80s fashion. This is again something that you would not see in current times, but we get the camera and it runs up this lady's leg, like kind of like you're sizing her up. That would, I guess, just not fly anymore because we're not supposed to ogle in that way. But we're going from leg up on this blonde lady. This is Leah Ayres is the name of this actress, and yes, she's questioning people in the bar. She's like, "You're here for the Kumite," and I'm like, "Excuse me, miss, did you assume my itinerary? Like, just because I'm dressed in a silk kimono, what are you inferring here? But yeah, she's talking to these pair of guys. She's asking them, like what's going on here with that, and they're not having any of this or whatever. So I just thought I was like, is she randomly asking people in this bar if they are fighting in the Kumite? Is she just going up to random people to try to get the story?
Yeah, no, she's definitely just questioning every single person that she knows or has ever seen that looks like they might potentially be in a gi. She's following. It's like they got a gi under that coat, and she just goes after them.
Yeah, absolutely. But these guys are onto it. They're not tipping the hand. She's trying to get that info out. She actually at one point says she's like, I could give you some information about your opponent, and I was like, Kumite is rigged at Cash Patel.
Well, and we'll talk about this later, of course. But so we go to Jackson, who's playing an arcade machine. I don't know if this is a popular game that I'm supposed to know, but he's playing some fighting game on the arcade machine. So
Karate Champ. The game is Karate Champ by Data East. Indeed, old school arcade machine game there. So karate in the film, karate in the game.
and I love this interaction because if we wouldn't have got the interaction on the bus, again, that just kind of seemed like we could have just had a scene of John or Frank showing up to the hotel or whatever. We didn't have to get the scene of them on the bus. Another one that feels like it ruined the way that the story ends up kind of deal because they get to the arcade machine and Frank walks by and he's eyeing it. He's like, man, that's a pretty good score. He's thinking in his mind like, man, I could beat that, of course. And Jackson reads his mind. He looks back and he's like, what, you think you could do better? Huh? You gonna offer some competition? And Frank's like, well, hell yeah, fuck, I'll play a fucking arcade machine, whatever. I ain't got nothing to do. And then I love this is the subtleness of sometimes a lot of the characters mumble underneath their breath right when the scene is like about to or like transition kind of deal.
Mhm.
So Frank pulls out the quarter and he's like, I don't want to take your money. And like, and then he puts his quarter in.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
funny.
Absolutely. And yeah, so right, he's they're this is a little like meet cute of these two characters here who are going to become fast friends, of course. But yeah, Frank, he's of course our hero, instantly a god gamer, just starches, bro. Just
Yes.
gets on the sticks and is immediately humbling this guy that he's playing with Jackson over here. He's like that, so that all happens, and then Jackson says, if you like real fighting, you can watch me fight at the Kumite. And at this point, Frank, Ogre, the old man, his son, a random white lady, and a pair of monks at the bar, and potentially everybody in the intro montage know about this tournament. This is the least secret fighting tournament on the planet.
Absolutely. Crazy stuff happens in Hong Kong, man. Different stuff is going on. But yeah, so he tells him that he's here for the kumite, and then you get to hear Frank's accent. I am also here for the kumite. Like perfect. Where does that even come from? Like I have no idea, but
Yeah.
love to hear it. And then they play again. Obviously, Frank whoops him again on the arcade machine, and Jackson's like, "Aren't you too old for fucking? Or aren't you too young for combat?" And then Frank hits him back with, "Aren't you too old for arcade machines or video games or some shit
Yeah.
like that?"
Are you a little old for video games? I said, damn, beat him and roasted him in the same sesh, bro.
Yeah, and then I actually do like this scene. Jackson established himself as a funny character kind of deal. I really
Right.
like this.
Yeah, no, I mean Jackson ends up being like a kind of, I guess, the comic relief to an extent, but like he serves multiple purposes within the story, and like he's likable and very fun in the film, which makes him somebody that is compelling in that regard. Because like you based on what you've seen out of him, he is just a big oafish kind of oversized guy, so you don't necessarily have the impression that he's going to fare very well in the fighting aspect. Maybe, I mean, like once you start seeing what the other people are doing, it becomes kind of clear, but like he still ends up serving a vital role to the overall story. So I think that the character works very well.
So then after this, we go back to the Asian lady's house, or with the sensei, and
Correct.
now we have FBI agents or whatever you want to say, investigators of some sort. They show up and they're questioning her like, "Yeah, where's Frank? We know he's been here. Where is he?" And she's like, My husband's been sick a really long time. Like, can you please leave? Like, I'm doing stuff. I'm tucking him in very nicely right now. Like,
Most definitely doing that. Absolutely. Yeah, no, we get a young Forrest Whitaker. That's one of these guys, and then another dude. I should have caught his name. I didn't put it in the notes, but it's Forrest Whitaker and an older guy. These are the two dudes knocking on the door. They're government agents of an unnamed department of some sort, and yes, they're questioning Miss Tanaka, asking her where Frank is. Is he going to Hong Kong? And I said that John Claude Van Damme has federal agents after him solely because of how important he is to the operation of the United States military. Please tell me why.
yeah, no, I need to know why he is in the military, but I also need to know why I am just so dumb, guys. And when you just said this, I sat here for a second thinking, wow, I'm gonna show my age really hard right here. I looked at the guy and I said, I know that guy's in a lot of other movies, isn't he? That black guy. Come on, I know that guy. I've seen him in stuff, right?
Yeah.
You telling me that was Forrest Whitaker up until now, I have no fucking idea, guys.
He was very young. It's one of his earlier roles, I would think.
Yeah, no, it
Right.
was actually the funny thing is now that you say this, it makes sense because I did think that he was doing a better job of the acting kind of deal. Like he was actually acting out an oath of a cop kind of deal.
For sure. Well, and that's the thing about with the dubbing and the editing and all of the things that we're talking about is it's like how much of it is actual bad acting versus how much of it is the all of those other things. Forrest Whitaker kind of defies it a little bit, but there's times where it's one thing, it's another thing, or it's both things. So you just again, you got to go with it.
I really liked when I rewatched this. There's a part of the two cop characters like relationship that is really key, and you notice this in this scene and then another scene. So after the Asian lady says, 2 days ago he paid respects, blah blah blah. Forrest Whitaker entered. He tries to press. He tries to keep going. Like, where is he? And like the other cop like cuts him off, and he's like, "Nope, all right, appreciate you. We'll come back later." And it's like you could tell that he wanted to do more, but his buddy cop was like, "We got to do something else." It happens in another scene later too, where he just completely overthrows his portion of the argument. And I think it's cool character. Like he's the young guy, he's got the veteran. You can't say what over him kind of deal.
Yeah, because I mean, like, for as basic a story as it is, there are little flecks of character development and those types of things. I think that there's actually some clever writing in here at times, as well. Like, we'll get to some of those points coming up, but something like that, sure, you acknowledge that. It's like fine. It's like it makes it an actual movie, which is why you can get behind it.
I'm actually glad that it came around to me being able to introduce this next scene because this one's really funny. So
Yes.
Jackson and Dukes get to the hotel and the desk clerk tells them Lynn wants to see them. And this is where we get the best character, I thought. This is one of my favorite characters because they're like, "Who's Lynn?" And then he pops up, "I'm Lynn." He's just right there. They did the fucking genie in a bottle shit. They summoned my guy Lynn because
Hell
he was
yeah.
there with no action. And he's like, "You're Jackson?" And he's like, Yeah, he's like, "You look like a Jackson." He's like, and you're and you're ducks." And he's
Right.
like, "No, no, 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 dukes." Yeah, and he's like,
Oh
"Oh,
yeah.
like put
Put
up your dukes."
put
Yeah.
up your dukes. Exactly. Yes. No, you are absolutely right. Mr. Lin is the shit. I love Mr. Lin. Yeah, and he's here. He's the guy that's going to be helping the North American fighters make their way around Hong Kong and then keep him out of trouble, which he might have a little bit of trouble with coming up later on. But yeah, this character is great. He's another kind of comedic relief, but also a side character that is helpful to the story and to the characters. Mr. Lin is awesome. Gotta love this guy.
This is our short round, of course. If you guys are Indiana Jones fans, this is the short round character that is he's gonna be our sidekick for a little bit.
Definitely that, and also, I don't know if you noticed, but Mr. Lin has swag.
No,
This dude's style is on point for '80s Asian dude. I liked it.
yeah, and it's funny because he obviously is very good at speaking English, so they gave him hella exposition to drop. Because this next scene is him just, like, walking around, and he's telling them, like, "Yeah, obviously, we got the shop over there, we got 2 people stabbed over there, but you guys gotta keep a low profile because, up there, that's where they have the" and he's just going on, he's just rambling anyway, so he takes them over to where they have this entrance way, and you don't know what they're hiding, of course, but you have a group of guys who look like, these guys could decently rough you up if you tried. But Lynn walks up and he tells them what the deal is. And then you get this iconic line, "Okay, USA."
Hell yeah, dude. Well, so just leading up to that, like you were saying, a lot of exposition coming out of Lynn. Important note. I don't know. It's just one of the things, at least for the story. If you care to get as deep into it as we are going, Lynn does say that the triad, which is like the mafia, is the one that is letting the kumite happen. I was like, mafia always coming through for fight fans. Got to appreciate it. And then this is all taking place inside of the walled city. So they're crossing an invisible line into the heart of mainland China, and they have to protect their nuts now. So that's, basically it's like you're going into the heart of all of this. And like what we're going to be coming up to right here, which is one of my favorite scenes in the entire movie, is like, it's a great way to, disassociate from the outside world and take you into this world that we're getting to. So yes, it starts off with that guy's face is so like distinct, man. The guy who says the OK USA, he's got like very pronounced features and a deep voice. The dubbing was very deep. OK USA, and they just
Yeah.
walk in. I said, aside from being a little run down, it's a pretty pleasant Hong Kong experience so far. Wouldn't exactly call it a tourist paradise like Lynn does, but they're everything's going so far so good. But here's where we start getting into a little bit more murky territory.
Yeah, so they walk into a tunnel, they follow a tunnel through the city and deeper it goes. Deeper and darker probably, I don't know. It obviously doesn't get darker on screen, but you're supposed to assume that you're getting deep into this pit. Like this scene goes on, guys. I actually really appreciate how long it goes on because you're supposed to realize like this is out of reach. You have to go so far away from this. Like it is a far walk, deeper and deeper. It's supposed to feel it. I love this feature. Really good choice to make it go on for so long, and then we arrive at those red doors, and I love that.
Exactly.
Again, back at the beginning, it's the red doors. You realize like that's where they're holding something in there, and you get here.
Yeah, and look, with this type of film, I'm not necessarily looking for the same artistic expression that you would be from like a film that is more thoughtfully artistic inherently. Like it's supposed to be like an art piece. But this is one of the more artistic elements of the film, and this is one of my favorite scenes of the film because yes, you basically you're going deeper and deeper into this corridor, and I'm like, this is a Resident Evil kind of POV shot. I'm like, we're playing PT from 2015 right now. Is the way that
Mhm.
it kind of felt. But I was like, I really love this scene. It's such a cool anticipation builder, and the way to separate the Kumite from the rest of the world. You're passing that really gorgeous shot to me of like all of those cables that are like draped over. It's like a kind of a cascading of like electricity cables or whatever. It looked like straight out of Alien. I was like, this is just it does a great job of just detaching you from the outside world, and now you are in this world. This is its own thing.
We will talk about this later for a different point, but the POV shots, I really appreciate that you're following you're in there, that's you. There's a different one that we'll talk about really close to the end of the movie, but I love feeling like you're just making your experience through this deep dark tunnel kind of deal. And then again, it finally comes to an end when you're at the red doors. And I love that
Yes.
portion of it.
Absolutely. No, I agree entirely. It really sets you up perfectly for all of that. Yeah, finally our dudes Frank and Jackson make it to the awesome doors. Same two dudes from the intro are still guarding them and enter the Kumite. Let's go
Yeah.
inside.
Yeah, we walk inside, of course, and everybody appears to be warming up. This is some Hunger Games shit. Everybody's looking at the talent, scouting out what they're going to bet on, who's going to be the ringer here. And everybody, placing bets probably is what I had in here. It's no probably. By the end of the movie, you would know that they are throwing money around and or at people who are getting finished. But either way, they check in, of course. They walk into the check-in desk to see if they can qualify, because Lynn lets them know that, like, yeah, you're going to come in here. They're going to make sure that you're fit enough, that you're capable, that you can show that you're able to handle yourself in there. And they're like, okay, cool, let's go prove it. So they walk up to the desk, and he claims to rep Tanaka, and they're like, he doesn't look like Tanaka, he's not Japanese. He's like, he was my sensei, the Japanese man was my guy, he taught me everything. And they're like, oh, really now? So go ahead, Thinker, introduce
Uh,
this part.
well, I was going to say, I mean, you're just assuming this man's race. Come on, guys. I mean, hello. If I say I'm Tanaka, I mean, granted, it's 1988, but if this was 2026, if I say I'm Tanaka, then, you got to take me at my word, do you not?
Look at
But
Lonnie Kavanaugh, guys. He's Chinese.
bingo, exactly. Also, my thing with this was that I was like, shouldn't they have known he was coming? Like, it's like they say, like, yeah, you don't look like Tanaka. It's like, well, is my name not on the thing? But either way, so we get, but so all of that, like you said, we got all these people hanging out before this portion here and everything. Yeah, you're going to qualify all that. There at one point in all of those people, the odds makers and everybody, there's this one pimp ass bookie who has like two chicks with him, and they're like pretending to care about what he's doing. I always love that in movies because I always wonder what that conversation is like. Like what he's like, take a look at this money line right here. Like this is how you really make the money. It's like I don't think that there's anything that women care less about than sports gambling. Like even if they like sports gambling is probably about the least thing that they would ever care about. So I always love little details like that. What are those conversations like?
I'll actually break news to you right now. Women do sports gamble a lot more than you would believe. That's a thing that goes on right now. But either way, the point
For
that I would
MMA,
make,
for fighting?
uh, any sport really, I don't know. But anyway, the
All right.
point that I would make here is, yes, I love the side characters that are around this arena, because there's another Asian guy. It might even be the same one that you're talking about, but there's like
Yeah.
the bookie kind of guy that
Yep.
he keeps track of all the money in there, and he's real funny. We'll give him parts later, but on the
Yeah.
second watch, I realized, like, oh, these aren't just a bunch of random Asian people. Like they all have, like, they genuinely do have their spots here. Like it's like if it's a real organized thing. Like this is the guy. Whenever you see him, he's the guy collecting money around here. So
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. So, you're getting a little taste of all of that, but then, like you said, we're coming up. You're not Tanaka. We've got Lynn back here again. Pipsqueak Lynn coming in. He's like, so what if Bruce Springsteen is Tanaka? But it's like, that. I mean, bro, it's Ogre is the one who's Bruce Springsteen out of the two of them. So I don't know. You're getting them a little bit mixed up over here, dude. It's Jackson that's Bruce Springsteen. But either way, anytime there is extended dialogue in this film, like I said, it's goofy as fuck with the dubbing. That's where I have it in the notes. But yes, if Tanaka is your teacher, then you have to show us the dim mock. And Jackson's like, what is a dim mac? It's the death touch. And this is one of the most iconic moments of the film, really. So you cut to stacks of bricks. There's 12 of them, I believe, or some along those lines, 3 stacks. And then they got a little smaller stack on the side over there. I said, it's time to dunk on 7-year-olds in the strip mall karate, sector of the world. These karate board breakers. We are about to show them how it's done. We got Frank. He says, Lynn, choose a brick. And so Lynn says, okay, what about this one? Instantly chooses the middle of the stack, aka the most obvious place for someone to strike. So it's like, where else would he have hit? But okay, he says, all right, we're gonna hit this one. This is just the setup, though. So before Frank strikes, he's about to hit it. He wields back, and then the guy behind him says, "No, bottom one." And it's like, okay, so now, I mean, how are you gonna break the bottom brick, dude?
yeah, no, this is a really good scene too, because yes, obviously, it's really funny for him to be like, all right, Lynn, pick one. And he's like, how about that one? And it's literally not like, it's just the one right in front of him kind of deal. It's really
Yeah.
funny. But then, so he raises back, and you get the hold up. No. bottom one. And then everybody in the crowd, everybody in the gym is like, oh, he must be doing something. And this is really funny too. We'll get back to this point, but so everybody's crowded around. You even see our Asian bookie guy. He walks in, he slides by Jackson. He
Yeah.
slides by him and he's like looking real close, you know. He's all invested. Love that side character.
So
But
yeah,
anyway,
the
picks the
entire
bottom one.
right, yeah, the entire rest of the people in the building gather around in unison as if someone had announced, "Hey guys, look at this," except literally no one said anything. They all just sort of know at the same time.
Well, the funny thing is they didn't care about the dim mock until he said which brick it was. You know, like he's like, all right, he's gonna do the dim mock, everybody, and they're like, all right, I'm
Eh,
practicing, and they're like, no, 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 he's gonna do it on the bottom brick, and they're like, all right, now I'm invested, brother. Now I'm fucking here. So anyway, yes, he does his thing, and he hits the brick, and what's funny is, so you see the top, middle, bottom brick, nothing happens, but the one underneath explodes, and what is awesome about this is I told you everybody gathered around. Everybody was ready to see him bust a move out. And he did it in an amazing fashion. He busted the bottom brick that was not even possible to hit through all the other ones. And nobody gave a shit. Nobody in the crowd gave a shit. They all just turned away and went back to the thing. Like you guys are the one that gathered around like it was some crazy feat. And he did the craziest thing you've ever seen. And nobody gave a shit. It was
well,
crazy to me.
I mean, the other competitors did give the look of like, oh shit, this guy might be a problem kind of thing. But you're right. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, when you see something, when he says explode, people, I mean, this brick literally combusts in a way that is like. Like an outward, it's like shotguns out. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like bam, an IED level of explosion on this brick. You got mystical, chimey music that swells up to let us know that this is something crazy that's about to happen. Palm strike hits it, and that thing just goes kablooey. So I mean, like, yeah. What I wanted to know was what would have happened if he had asked for the second to last brick instead. Could he have had timed the energy blast to go off at that level? But we don't need to know. Wispy beard and mustache are the two guys in the silk kimonos. These are the dudes
The commissions.
yeah, the commission guys. Basically, I said that Wispy beard and mustache is also a banger buddy cop TV show title, and these two could play those characters. But either way, they see what they needed to see out of the dim mock demonstration. The invitation is honored, but Bolo Young, who was our Korean guy, is waiting for from some elevated position to deliver one of the most iconic lines of this film. He says, "Very good, but brick not hit back." I said, "Cold, brother. That's cold."
Yeah, it was definitely good. I really like the way that they're bringing our Korean king. They're building him up. You know, we saw him at the beginning. He was the first fighter that we saw, kind of deal. And then here he is. You know, good job. It don't mean nothing yet. So that it was definitely good. And then so after this, we go back to the military base. The military base. You know, and we're showing pictures of dukes to the generals. You know, we're at the Korean military base. I'm not Korean. From fucking the
Uh,
Hong Kong.
yeah, Hong
Uh,
Kong. Yeah.
we're at the military base there. We're showing pictures of dukes to the generals, and like, hey, we're looking for this guy. You know, we need to find him right now, and we're not going to stop. You know, we're going to look for Frank Dukes because we're going to stop him from competing in the Kumite.
Brother, I know I've said it several times at this point, but this has just been like I can't not repeat it. I said we're at the military building here. This motherfucker Forrest Whitaker and his old buddy really flew all the way from America to Hong Kong to find Frank Dukes. What the fuck skills could this guy have to warrant this level of determination to retrieve one soldier who has skipped town for 3 days? Like
Yeah,
this is he's on furlough right now. But like it's just he is so important that they cannot risk him in this life or death competition. So Forrest Whitaker and Pal are on the hunt. They're at the military base. They're talking to the inspector. They say, Frank's here. He's fighting in the Kumite, and we're here to stop it. I said, A, secret fighting tournament. Remember, all just keep that in mind always. Secret fighting tournament. And I said, B, colonialism fucking with combat sports. This is colonialism. Even Trump wouldn't appreciate this.
I think this one is a pretty funny scene because like they're walking down a hallway and they're like trying to show him pictures and he doesn't give them any time of day. You know, he's like, yeah, you know, a lot of people are here. You know, he might be around. I'm not too sure. And they're like, no, we're gonna stop him from competing in the Kumite. And he's like, come to my office. We're going to talk about this real quick. Like you are going to not talk about that shit. You know, this is not what we do. But anyway, so they dropped the line like we all know what's going down. And then to your point, if everybody knows how are we still saying this is a secret? This is the
For
biggest
sure.
kept secret.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I guess that the implication is that the inspector is like on the take, I would assume, but they never really explicitly say that. So it's just you're exactly right. It's like, okay, well, step into my office and yeah, I guess I'll help you. They're like, you know where to find us, right? And he's like, yeah, yeah, sure.
This
Like
is yeah, this is the point where I realized, the cops are the best. These guys are the agents are the best actors right now. Like they are really they're actually putting in some work. I kind of liked it.
for
They're
sure.
showcasing that they're frustrated, like they're fucking losers kind of deal.
They're
But
their own little like buddy cop within the
yeah,
film kind of thing.
for sure. No, this one was definitely good. So after this, they end it with like, you know where to find us, and he's like, yeah, I know how to get a hold of you. And they're like,
Right,
you
right.
motherfucker. Anyway, so we
Yeah.
go back to the reporter lady, and she's in the hotel lobby. She's once again trying to get the scoop. She's looking at our friends, and they're in the headdress, and she's asking them like, what's going on in the Kumite? I need answers. And go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say she's getting aggressively hit on by a Saudi dude question mark. So I said, sadly, a for realism there perhaps. But I said the Saudi dude is actually Asian though. Maybe I think that there might be certain Asian cultures that wear that specific style of headdress. It's like the one that's it's got like the band around like the around the head, but it's like a cloth as well.
Mhm.
That kind of like gets held into place. Either way, she's getting hit on. The guy says, "You're coming back to my room for an interview," and she's like, "I ain't about that," And so like this guy is being a little bit aggressive with her. So obviously our hero Frank has to come to the rescue. She's not having it. So yeah, dude wields up. He's about to hit this lady off of some perceived disrespect that she's given to him. But Frank is coming in to stop it, even though this Saudi dude slowly winds up the hand. So it was pretty easy for Frank to catch this one. But he's like, he's one of his friends, as he catches the hand, says, "Oh, he's the American shithead who chicks with bricks," is what I said. No, no, tricks. He does tricks with bricks. It was a little hard to understand that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Frank grabs the hand, and I love this scene that's coming up here because he's like, "Look, are you up for? Do you gamble? Are you up for gambling?" And what I love here is like, would he be? Is looking at the headdress. I don't. Do they gamble in this religion? I don't know. But either way, he took a shot in the dark. You like to gamble, and he's like, what you got? And he's like, if I can grab this quarter out of your hand, I get the girl. And she hits him with the, what in the world do you think I am? Worth a quarter, huh? I am not no pretty little stuck up. And then she turns around to walk away. And no, that's not happening. No, you're playing the little game, woman. You are going to go home with either of the persons who leave with the quarter. So we get the quarter placed in our villain's hand here, and he's locked in. He's ready to this is gonna be easy for him. You silly American, ha 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 ha. And then Frank, you know, the way that you're supposed to see it is that nothing happens, right? You see him close his hand and nothing happens. But obviously we know that Frank is that's just that good. We saw him catch fish with his bare hands. So Frank hits him with I love this
Yeah,
little points to it. I guess I can't point with there we go. And
yeah.
it was really funny because he's laughing and he opens his hand and it's a different coin now. So he not only swiped the coin, but he traded the coin off, which is very, very good for this scene. And the girl, obviously, she was mad before, but she's smitten now. Obviously, she's into our boy Frank. I love to see it.
Yeah, so you're exactly right. Does the coin trick? He basically says, like Jackson at one point, it's like, hey, I guess we're gonna have to start the Kumite early here because they think they're gonna fight. But Frank very wisely says, if we fight, we're gonna get disqualified. So let's do it this way. Do you like to gamble? Does that thing? And yeah, this girl is looking at it like, I mean, you're gambling over me. It's like, Miss, you are being gambled over right now. You have to accept this. And ultimately she does. So yes, Frank pulls this very cool trick off with the coin. Replaces the coin with a different coin. I said it's Jean Cat Van Damme with the cat-like reflexes here. But so yeah, Jean-Claude Van Damme's human gamble pays off. He's walking with the blonde chick now, all smiley. We've cut to a different scene at this point. So they're now by the harbor here. They're just having like a little leisurely walk, and this is one of the more funny scenes to me, unintentionally, I would assume, because Jean-Claude Van Damme's aw shucks acting is very funny because Jean-Claude Van Damme is just frankly not a very great actor. He is about as okay of an actor as you get. Sometimes he over emotes in a very funny way, but right here he's over emoting in this all like kind of, oh, like one of these sort of like coy
Yeah.
sort of things. It's very funny to me. So, this is basic plot. This is where I was saying about like, basic plot, jacked foreign lead action films are truly missed in 2026. And it's moments like this that really like flesh those out, I would say.
Yeah, because, they're walking on the pier, and this scene is very funny because it just starts, they're just on the pier, nothing happens there. He gets the quarter, and then they're on the pier talking, and she still wants a story, "Why won't anybody tell me about the Kumite?" And he's like, "Look, I can't tell you nothing about the Kumite, like, I'm sorry, but, you look very good today, I don't know if you knew this." And I'm like, "Man, Mac Daddy for sure. Those legs do go all the way up, sir, I tell you."
That's yeah, because he had asked what the other guy said about the Kumite tour, and she was like, he told me I had nice legs, and he's like, well, he was right about that. I
Yeah.
was like, bam, you got it, brother. Good job. But yeah, so he goes into a little bit of the backstory about the secret underground fighting tournament. Again, secret underground fighting tournament, by the way, people. This is the line I wanted to point out though, because it's very quick, but it's I think it's kind of important. He says the Kumite is for the fighters. It's not for the people who read newspapers. She's wanting the story. She wants to write about it. He's saying it's for the fighters. It's not for them. And I was like, it's a great line because it really explains the mindset of the people who would willingly put themselves into this ridiculous situation for seemingly no reason. The person who illustrates this the most to me is Jackson. What is Jackson doing in the Kumite?
Yeah, I mean, he's just somebody who appreciates martial arts and he wants to showcase that he's the biggest and the baddest, and that's ego. Some
I
people
yeah,
are like that.
It has to be because he doesn't particularly have any discernible martial art that he does. He's just a dude
Correct.
who's big and he smacks the heavy bag around. So, yeah, you're right. I guess it is just for the fuck of it, for the love of the game, people, and that's why I love that line because it's like it sums up. It's like all these guys doing that. I mean, this is a life or death tournament. We're going to come to find out here in a little while, and these guys just do it to be the best. Which hats off to them, I suppose.
And then obviously because this is a mix, a martial arts film, we have to get our classic cockfighting line. Yeah.
Human cockfighting for the win.
Yeah, no, so that one is absolutely great bar that she drops, and then, he finally says, "All right, fine, I'll tell you about the Kumite, but we gotta have dinner tomorrow." And I'm like, "All right, good for him, get her back the next day. That's what you gotta do."
True, absolutely. Yes. John Claude Van Damme agrees to spill the beans on the condition that she has dinner with him. If he'd lost that gamble earlier, she might have been sexually assaulted.
True, yeah, that's great by multiple men, but either way, so, listen, we get this next scene, and Jean-Claude is meditating, Frank is looking to showcase that he can do the splits another time, another one on the track, he's showcasing that he can meditate, and he can do his Tai Chi while also being in a full spread eagle kinda deal.
Brother,
Go ahead.
his resume, you see John Claude Van Damme's resume, it literally is his name, and I can do the full splits.
Yeah. No, it's multiple instances of the split. So it's like splits, but like on chairs, splits on ground, splits while catching things, like so love it.
Tie my arms and legs up, I'm good to go. So yes, he's on chairs, he's in front of like the radiator in the hotel room, he's meditating. Jackson enters and we have this little comedic scene where he's like trying to get his attention while he's doing these full splits. I said he's really trying to talk to him, but he's too deep in meditation. He keeps talking and Frank just keeps meditating. So that just kind of goes on for a little minute there. And then we see the chancellor or whatever, I call him Mr. Kumite. He's flanked by Wispy Beard and Mustache, and dudes are doing the dancing and the torches are burning. So it's Kumite time. I mean, we had the he had said, yeah, are you ready and all that stuff, and that's
Yes.
about it for that.
Well, no, there's actually a really funny line that he drops here. He's
Ah.
like, "Dude, you got to stop doing that. You might want to have kids one day." When he's doing his
True.
the Van Damme stretch, of course. He's like, "Dude, that hurts me just looking at it, man." What also is another funny thing about that scene is he walks in, right? So he's already on the ground, right? He walks in and then he puts both of his shoes on the bed just to get down low enough to look him in the face. It's like, what are you accomplishing? Like, why would you put both of your dirty shoes on his bed? Obviously it's a hotel, but like, people got clean this, bro. Like, damn.
He's just, it's just, it goes to the rough and tumble, I'm kind he really is kind of like an ugly American stereotype in a lot of ways in this film. And I guess, it just kind of reinforces that he's rough around the edges, but he's lovable at the core.
And then yeah, and so we do get into the next scene, but I think it's important that he's like, dude, are you ready? God, are you ready? We have 5 minutes. They leave, and then he, okay, I'm ready.
Exactly.
And then he puts a goofy smile on his face. I love it. So yes, then
Indeed.
we get to the next scene, and the ceremonial stuff has commenced. Kumite is about to begin. The gong plays, of course. You obviously can't do anything without a gong. So
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, look, like I said, flags are waving, torches are burning. It is Kuma time here. I mean, like we're ready to get into this thing. Walking in, building is packed. We've got Jackson now. This is just a very weird little exchange. Jackson says they're gonna love me over here, and then Lynn, for some reason, interjects. He says everybody loves Asians because we're good looking. No, I just that's all. That's literally the end of that. That's a line that's in the film, and then we move on from that. The fire guys with the burning sticks, they run off, kind of scattered, didn't really practice their routine very much, and then the flag guys also run off after them, and now we've got the chancellor who is explaining the Kumate's origin story.
yes, absolutely. So the kumite gets explained to you, and then the camera shows all the contestants basically that all they're showing them in the crowd. Everybody's giving each other the looks, while they're hearing the story about how sacred this is. They got all their best warriors to come in and showcase their mind and spirit and blah 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 blah, all that stuff.
Sure.
And then so we get the first match that's about to begin.
Well,
And
actually, let me
oh, go
just
ahead.
real quick because these are again only things that if you care enough to know these things. But the part of the origin is that the Kokorokai or the Black Dragon Society used to measure the fighting prowess of this, and fighting spirit. That's what the Kumite is about. Now it's co-sponsored by the International Fighting Arts Association, and after 3 days, one of you will be proven to be the best. May the mightiest warrior prevail. So that's your little backstory here. That's why you have this is the biggest kumite of all time. This one that's taking place, and you have Westerners as well involved in this. You've got the entire world represented because it's a co-production with this other organization.
Absolutely. So the first match is about to begin. We're getting bets placed all around. Lynn is reminding Jackson and Frank of the rules here. Go ahead.
Oh, you also get the first shot of the big wooden board. And I'm telling you, dude, if there's any iconic thing about this film that I love possibly the most, it is that fucking wooden board, the board that has to be hand changed by the people in the back. We'll talk about that scene a little bit later on, but it just that clank of the board going up when the next fight comes up, that's one of those moments that like sets this movie apart from a lesser movie to me. Like that's it's a detail that like in the big picture is just very, very iconic. And like I really got to give the movie a lot of credit for that one because it sticks to me.
Yes, absolutely. And then so Lynn is reminding them how you win. You have to, finish your opponent, make them say mate. Is that what it was?
Yes, yeah. Right. You can. It's a little hard to understand here, so I actually kind of had to like parse this a little bit. But there's one way is to knock your opponent out. The second way is, your opponent quits and shouts "Mate." It's kind of like saying "Uncle" is what he says.
Yes.
It's basically a verbal tap. I thought he actually said it's like slicing his ankle at first, and I was like, I don't see anybody actually slicing the ankle. No, it's like saying uncle. That's what he had. That's what I say. It was a little hard to understand. And then the third is you throw the fucker right off the runway.
Yes.
But okay, so those are your three ways. You either knock them out, you make them verbally tap, or you ring out them basically.
Yeah, so the first fight is about to begin, and what we get, I originally thought, and this is what I had here, because I was believing that everybody that we're going to see is going to be representative of some style, which again, we
Right.
already talked about. Not everybody does, but some of them are loosely based that you can make assumptions. So we
Correct.
talked about the guy who was fighting at the bonfire, and you said, is it maybe Capoeira? I did not think so. I thought originally this was the Muay Thai guy, but I quickly realized there was a different one for that. This
Right.
guy maybe is probably just a kickboxer. I thought, did kicks and did the boxing looked a little more elite than some of the other characters who weren't.
Sure.
striking base kind of deal. But so we get a kickboxer versus kung fu kind of deal, just random guy with fighting style. And the
Yeah,
fight.
you well,
Go
the guy
ahead.
in the blue, because the name, I mean, like, you're not gonna know the names all, like, if you really are
Correct.
paying attention, you can kinda see sometimes this is Sen Ling versus Suan Paredes is the name of these 2, just because you happen to see them, but don't think we're gonna name every single fighter because it's just you have to really be, like, trying to pick it out for all of them, and sometimes you just don't get it, but, Paredes is the dude in the blue, and, yeah, he kinda has, like, this fluid, sort of bouncy style, high kicks, like taekwondo or kickboxing is what I said. And then the gray guy is Ling, and he's kind of like a more traditional kung fu. So they kind of trade kicks to start this thing off. And yeah, and you go ahead, Jason.
And well, the fighting is very choreographed. It's more of a dance for some of them. Like sometimes you get ones that are slow motion and you're supposed to, feel like impact, but a lot of them it feels like they're doing a dance routine kind of deal. And it's not bad. I mean, it's a good representation of the moves, but there's just no real impact when it comes to them. And it looks like they've, planned this out very, very considerably.
For sure. Yeah, that is a very good note overarching for the actual combat in this film is that and we'll talk about like how we judge it as an MMA film later on, but like the idea that like you're actually going to be seeing like the actual styles fully represented, it kind of you have to sort of put that out of your head because it's like you get a cursory representation of these styles without actually digging too deep into it, which in a way is kind of unfortunate. But when you know that this is the type of movie that you're getting, and it's kind of like based in the like more traditional Hong Kong kung fu style of filmmaking, it kind of tracks and it's a little bit okay. But like, I guess if there was any criticism that as a mixed martial arts fan that I would have of this film, it would be nicer to have seen like actual like a little bit more representation there, but you get enough of it. I think it's fine. I'd like it's definitely not a criticism where I'm like, oh, it takes me completely out of it or anything like that.
Yeah, 100%. I thought it was actually very fun. It's kind of a breath of fresh air compared to what you would see for action films now. To see them actually have to act it out, in a way that's not only believable but showcasing martial arts. I think it's very key that this could have looked way worse kind of deal. This look could have looked bad.
Yeah, and like you said, it's choreographed for sure, but there's its own beauty in the
Mm.
choreography of that. That's why martial arts films of the traditional style were as popular as they were. It wasn't actually combat. It's its own version of things.
Absolutely. So we got the guy who's the kickboxer kind of deal, and he's obliterating the guy who's in the gi, of course. He's spamming kicks. When I say spamming, of course, the movie is trying to show you what these styles would do, but obviously you can't just see one strike and then assume like, oh, that's what he, is majorly good at kind of deal. So what they do is they showcase them doing the same thing multiple times for you to get hammered home. Like that's what they're prevalent in. Like that's their dominance right there. So he spams kicks. He spams kicks initially and then rocks him up top, and then you get to see the classic blood squirt kind of deal out the mouth, slow motion, and then Jackson drops the iconic line or something like that. This is why they call it Bloodsport or something like that.
That's why they call it Bloodsport, kid. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So I mean, this continues on. Gray side ends up landing a couple. They trade a few. Then Blue combos into a fucking Street Fighter 2 Tiger spinning uppercut for the KO. I thought that was kind of a cool move to throw in there. He really does the full on spin with the uppercut and pulls it off. I mean, it actually looks pretty good.
I agree, and this is one of the funnier finishes that we get. So he knocks him unconscious. The dude falls flat, spread eagle, and the comedic moments of this are pretty fun because all you get to see is just some guy just slam money on him, like you
Bro,
motherfucker, like.
dude.
And I love that idea to slam the unconscious body with a stack of money, like.
I
Wow.
loved it too. I said not only that. So yes, the gray he's out on the sand. Bunch of people just throw money at him. Some dude kicks sand on his lifeless body. I said the only thing worse would have been if somebody had literally just stood over him booing in his dead face. Like it was like such disrespect to this guy in round 1. I mean, this is round 1 of the tournament and already this is the level that you're getting from the bystanders and the onlookers here.
Yeah, and then so this next part is actually pretty funny too because Jackson gets up and he's all excited. Oh, it's my turn. I'm ready to go. It's his turn to. He's gonna show Frank how it's done. Show Frank Frankie how it's done. I'm pretty sure is that exactly how he
True.
drops it. And then so you see him walk up to the kumite, and then you see across from him is this tiny guy. You know, it's a very small guy compared to him. When you see the shots of them together, they don't look that terribly size difference, but when you see him initially, you're supposed to get the point like, oh, he's ginormous versus a small little guy, right? And so the guy comes up and he starts, punching Jackson. He gets a couple little shots off. Let me see exactly. Yeah, Jackson's clearly not taking it serious, kind of deal up front. He's having a fun time, and that money's getting played. Of course,
Well,
I forgot to mention that. Go
well,
ahead.
that and also that it was very funny at the very start of this because he is fighting this like NPC white dude, basically this young guy, and he for some reason just looks at him before the fight starts and calls him an asshole for no reason. Is like,
Yeah.
why, bro? I mean, he didn't do anything. But yeah, so yeah, that was funny. But you're right. He's the NPC guy has nice karate. He's laying on some strikes early. Jackson gets his nose bloodied a little bit, but then he starts with the hammer fists. And he hammer fists his head, except it smashes his nose. Is like the cut, it's one of those ones that's does not line up exactly because like he goes for like the axe hammer fists, and it like lands on the top of his head, but it ends up the next cut is like his nose is all bloodied going down his face. He got hit heavy, and then that's like a one shot knockout basically.
No, but this next part is absolutely hilarious because Jackson realizes, oh, I'm bleeding now, like, and then he just like, gets like his moment of like whatever, and he runs at the dude, grabs him with one hand, and chops him in the head, and the
Oh
guy
right, he
falls
doesn't do
over
the
and dies.
yeah, he doesn't do the double in this one. This is a single to the top, but
Yes,
yes, you
yeah.
are correct there. Yeah.
So he grabs him, drops the little guy, of course, and then kills him. He runs around cheering, and looks up at the Korean guy, and he says, "You're next, pal." And the Korean guy just kind of chuckles at him, just
That was fun. Yeah, he randomly points to Bolo Young to what we'll find out is Chong Li, but yeah, so he points to him and tells him he's going to kill him, and his facial expression is great. Bolo Young has some really good facial expressions in this movie, but at this point he just kind of looks at him like,
yeah,
like, oh, okay, I guess. But yeah, I said the reactions are great. After that, after he's like, what? He's like, what? And then he sort of like smiles, then immediately goes into this death stare. Like it's kind of like, yeah, like he just like instantly changes himself. I was like, this is what I knew. I was like, this movie fucking rules, dude. Like this,
yeah.
it's just fun. It's just the way that they're reacting is fun. It's great. So yeah, Jackson calls out to Frank. He's so happy. He has to remember to bow. He has to like, okay, got it. Yeah, got to get the bow in there. And then he runs off. Referee tells the custodian guy to clean up the little blood splatter there. And I was like, why else would the custodian have been standing right next to him? Because if you knew that if you see the shot in the framing of this, it's the referee and the guy is standing directly next to him. And then the ref has to turn to him and be like, hey, clean that. It's like, well, yeah, why else would he be standing there?
We'll definitely talk about that in here in a second. We'll talk about
Sure.
him more. But yeah, so it's pretty funny. Jackson is super hype. And I love the idea that it's like he just walks off the mat, grabs his shirt, goes back to his seat, and sits down next to Frank. And he's like, man, that was a good one. He saw that. And Frank's like, it was good. But what took you so long? Love to see it. And then Jackson's like thinking to himself, like,
Well, and that's one of the ones where it's like that the joke is kind of cute or whatever, but the timing is weird and stilted because the dubbing in this movie makes everything weird and stilted. So like it still lands, it's still funny, whatever. It's a nice little comedic moment, but you do have to like sit through the oddness of the timing with everything.
absolutely. And so, of course, the third fight is about to start, and we get the Korean man. We get Chong Li, right? That is his
Yes,
name.
indeed. There's no
And
time
he's
for jokes, I said, because Frank asks, like he asks what it's like, what the chanting is all about, and then we do get a little bit of an exposition dump as Chong Li is coming onto the platform here. We find out that he's the former champion, that he'd never been defeated, he holds all the records, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. And he killed his last guy with a throat kick. They just left him there lifeless on the mat. They didn't even say anything. And it's the Korean guy, of course. He looks crazy is a thing that I noted on here. Like this dude's pecs are ginormous. Like I have no idea what he was on.
Yeah,
But then go
sorry,
ahead.
so what I was going to say about that, I said, it was a smart move for Bolo Young at whatever age that he realized that he was naturally big to just get jacked because he is the most massive Asian dude that you have ever seen in your life. And it is no more evident than in this film. Like he is ridiculously built and, it works to his character.
But what I would like to also point out is, like, a lot of the NPC, karate and kung fu guys, they are also in, like, the shapes of their life. Like, the dude that goes up against, Chung Lee here in this first fight for him is crazy looking. I mean, he comes out there and he's like, "Ah!" It's crazy. But either way,
True.
so again, I keep making the note that I don't know the martial arts that they're supposed to be replicating, because at this point, it doesn't even matter. These are just all mixed martial artists, which I think proves our point that we are doing MMA on film well, guys. This is a mixed martial arts film, it looks like. But either way, so the guy comes in here and he tries kicking Chung Li, and nothing's happening, and then he grabs him into a sleeper hold just instantly. I believe that's how the first fight went, right?
Hold please. Yeah, so yeah, he kicks. Bolo hits him with the palm strike to the solar plexus. He gives him
Well, yes, that's after he puts him in the sleeper hold, and then he drops him down. Then he grabs him by the head and then does the strike. Which is what I find pretty funny, is because he set a new world record, but it took like kind of very long for him to finish it. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, it holds for a weird kind of like the whole pacing is a little strange. Yeah, 'cause the way that I have it written out is that Bro kicks, Bolo hits him with the palm strike to the solar plexus. Bro tries to punch, Bolo kicks him in the stomach right into the standing rear naked. Yeah, that's what you say. Standing rear naked choke here. He doesn't lock the arms up, but guy just sort of flutters down lifeless anyway, and that's when Bolo Young, aka Chong Li, smiles and waves to the crowd while standing holding him by his neck. I said, "What a showman!" But oh shit, then he snaps his neck and just tosses him off the platform. So it's like, damn, shit just got real at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And then he set a new world record, of course. So that was
Right.
the big thing that
The
happened
big the
there.
big board changes. Yeah, and again, like this is the earlier was when you saw the first instance of the board snapping up with the names on it. Again, very iconic. This is another time that happens. The board changes, new world record, 14.8 seconds, even though it felt like a lot longer.
All right, and then now Frank is up to fight, and he's just gonna
Yes.
fight another NPC, Asian, and he's gonna show him a trick or two. So this is
Well,
gonna be a good one.
not an NPC though. Wouldn't you know it? He's fighting the same guy who he gambled the girl with.
Oh, is that okay? I
Yeah.
did not catch that one. Okay,
Well,
two
because
two watches and I didn't catch that.
he
Sorry.
doesn't have the thing on anymore, so you might not have recognized him without the headpiece.
Correct. So that'll be, yeah, that's a good one. Oh, and then yeah, because after this fight, that definitely adds up. So either way, so Frank grabs his arm and then just chops him like Steven Seagal. Which unfortunately, with this film, this was back in the era where showcasing martial arts on film was mostly just chops and shit. I don't know, but it's fine. It actually isn't that crazy of a thing, because you just got to imagine, like, oh, if he just closed his fist, he'd really hurt him. But he's more negating him. He's either way.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess like I also noticed the chopping a lot in this and other films as well. I guess it was either just that it was of the time that was the style that they used for these types of films, and also like exactly what you're doing, kind of that it just like maybe visually sort of looks a little bit more kind of visually appealing is what I would surmise. But you're right, yeah, he's chopping. It's a yeah, he comes in very slow. This other guy, he comes in with a very slow punch to start this thing off, and then that's when the chopping to the face starts. Grabs the leg, drops him down with that, and then Frank stands over him with the kill shot. Bro obviously does not want it, so he fakes being knocked out, or Frank uses the force on him. This was a little unclear to me because Frank is over him, he's looking up at him, and then he just kind of either way just sort of goes out.
Yeah, but it's actually a really good setup for the scene. I think, obviously what happens after, he obviously was
Right.
playing possum, of course. And
Exactly.
and I think it's just a very good setup for it, because when you're watching it, you're like, "Oh, damn." Like, maybe people in this are throwing their fights kind of deal. Like, that's kind of what you read it as at first. It's like, "Oh, well, they're going to let Frank win," kind of deal. I don't know.
Sure. And then but that's when I said, oh, but not so fast. He's not done yet. He gets up and pushes the referee and goes after Frank while his back is turned. But this is where superhuman instincts Frank elbows him in the face, chops him down. Bro is done for real this time.
Listen, and you wanted the "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" reference.
Yes.
This is something this has been early on in the "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" lore. Mac from "It's Always Sunny," his move, right, when he gets snuck up on, he does the elbow. This move right here, when I saw him do the slow motion back elbow, I said, "Holy shit." Mac really is about his kung fu life, because that's exactly what he would have hit. And what's also funny, again, is he breaks the world record, and this was like the longest world record of short fight time ever, you know. So whatever.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, that's the crazy part about all again, superhuman Frank Dukes over here. 14.8 seconds was just set by the guy who held the record for the longest time. And then the next fight, it's now 12.2 seconds because he just beat the record that had just been beaten.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty funny. So yes, he knocks him out with the elbow. Of course, he knocks a tooth out of his mouth actually, and it's if would you know it's a gold tooth. And this is where we get to see the janitor guy again. He slides in there and he's looking at the tooth. Excuse me, and he's trying to clean it up a little bit, but he grabs the tooth first. He bites it. What I want to know is this guy Mongolian? Can anybody confirm if this guy, if the janitor guy who grabbed the gold tooth, if he's Mongolian? Because when I saw him, I was like, this is a hidden fighter. This guy is going to be at the end. You know, he's going to be the guy that takes off the suit at the end. And they were like, oh, he's a real fighter too. But like, no, they didn't do anything more with him. He's just got rich. You know, he just picked up the gold tooth and quit his day job probably.
Yeah, I mean, that would yeah. There are no plot twists. Spoiler alert: there are no plot twists in this film. We've been coming up with some pretty good potential plot twists. None of those happen. But so yes, janitor man does sneaks up. He very like conspicuously sneaks up. So it's like one of those like it's intentional that he's sneaking around to the point where you would notice him if like you were looking. But he sneaks up. He snatches the gold tooth, does the bite it to see if it's real thing, even though this was literally just inside of another man's head, then pockets it and cleans the blood up. Like I said, yeah, tee on that one. The other thing that I did notice too before this, Jackson is very happy that Frank just beat the world record. Oh man, it's his first fight in the Kumite and he beat the fucking world record. I said, Jackson does know that they potentially are going to have to fight each other at some point, right? Like, I mean, like this relationship as a friendship, obviously we'll go through why it does not happen or whatever. But like at this point, it's like, they're getting very chummy for two people that might potentially have to fight. This is Marab and Aljo potentially. And that's not going to happen. So
Yeah, I actually agree that that's an interesting dynamic that I don't think that they really there was no plan for it, unfortunately. Like they gotta be friends, you know. He's got to have a friend character, but
right.
it's just funny that yes, they would definitely have to see each other to win it, kind of deal, and that means potentially killing each other, you know, whatever you want to say. But
Exactly. Yes. But so, we got more betting, we got more fighting. Again, I'd say that a good 10% of this film is just shots of people betting money. I said, gotta move this tournament along. As always, it's another staple of MMA on film. Anytime that you have a tournament, you have to, creatively go through ways of getting the tournament moved towards the end of it. This film, I would say, actually does a really good job of doing it. You get very quick, as quickly as we are talking about some of these fights, that's how they move this thing along, which I think is very satisfying because you've got a lot of fights to go through. So do it, just push it along. Get it. This one that we're coming into right here is just two random dudes going at it. Like they're kind of going back and forth. A couple backhands, hits the high kick. These are like that type of fighting. You just get it, go, and then move on to the next thing.
yeah, absolutely. And this is where you get just like NPCs doing just more of like a dance choreography kind of deal, but it's
Right.
showcasing that everybody has skills here. Anybody that you don't even know is going to be able to perform these kind of techniques kind of deal. So yes,
Sure.
this is good. And this is where we get back to the monkey guy, you know.
Well,
We get
before that,
oh, go ahead.
I did have to say in this random NPC fight here, this is another instance where one dude hits the high kick and the guy that he hits with the kick goes
Goes the
flying
other way.
goes in the wrong direction. I said, Come on, you got to be doing this on purpose at this point, like just so that we notice it. I would think, but maybe not. It was just very funny that the guy gets hit and then goes the exact opposite direction as you would.
Yeah, it is an interesting one, and that's something that my dad picked up on. He was like, "That guy, go back, go back. That guy went the other way," you know. So
True. That and also again right before the jungle dude, the song that is playing in this portion here is an absolute 80s cheeseball action banger. There's a man named, I believe Stan Bush is this guy's name. If you probably don't know him by name, but you've definitely heard some of his songs because he is the man for this exact type of song. It's he says, "My body's ready, my heart's on fire, gonna push it over the wire," and then the word kumite just gets chanted a whole bunch. I like this is a legendary cut right here.
yeah, no, this song I actually have in the music is sick. The kumite, 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 you
Fuck
know,
yeah.
whatever.
This and then a couple like one other song that gets played is like a legitimate banger as well too. So we'll talk about that
Yes.
soon.
But either way, so we get the monkey guy, he
Yep.
was climbing trees in the montage, and now he's just rolling around, he's having a style that he rolls around, he jumps and kicks and goes between people's legs, and he does like a little leg sweep kind of deal. And this one, I thought this was potentially the closest to what I would say they tried to go for capoeira, I guess, but
That is the interesting like kind of rub with that, because you're right. This probably is about as close as you would get to capoeira based on what he does, but he never actually does like capoeira. So it's sort of just really what I say about this is the most impractical fighting style ever presented. Like there is never an instance where the way that this dude is conducting himself would be effective in an actual fight. Again, he is mimicking the mannerisms of a primate. He's on all fours. He's bouncing around as one would. He's kind of doing these weird motions with his arms, and he's all over. The motions are very much like an animal would be. It starts off with him landing a knee, so you know that he has some actual martial arts base to what he is doing, but really what it is an excuse for acrobatics, even though they are very ridiculous and far from anything that would be effective in competition. Luckily, he's fighting the worst fighter to ever fight, who basically hurts his leg, goes down, and gets slapped by Jungle Boy for the win.
yeah. But did you see the double leg takedown the Jungle Boy had?
Through the legs.
Yeah, no, he was crawling around, and then he did like a double leg takedown, but the other guy, went to his belly because that's what you would do, you got, and he just got on top of him and grabbed his head and did like a strike or something. It was really interesting, but of course, I have in the notes. I won't even try to explain what he did, but he won. So there was your best explanation.
You got to see it to believe it, but again, and it is certainly, I take no great joy in having to describe a black person portraying things this way, but he is moving like a monkey would.
Yeah, no,
So
Jungle Boy is definitely Tarzan, whatever you want to say.
right.
Jordan Levi, the Monkey King, whatever you want to say. He doesn't fight like this though.
True.
Yeah, but either way, so we get another Asian NPC fight, and it looks fun and it looks decently good, but it's choreographed a little too much. It looks too clean, is what I would say that some of these look. But at the end of the day, it's not a problem. It's just adding to the atmosphere that like there's just so many fights. There's so many people here. There's people all over the place. Most of them are Asian, but there are people from all over the world.
Yeah, for sure. And this is Asian versus Asian with tattoos. So at
There
least you
you
have
go.
one a differentiator there. I said one of the more, yeah, exactly, one of the more straight kung fu matches in the film. Just a few cool filler moves on both sides. Tattoo Asian dude gets knocked down by a hammer fist to the back. Ref doesn't say anything about it, before we cut. So I was like, what the point? What is the point of a referee in the kumite if people can die? I guess it is just so that they can signal that they are dead.
That question is going to be asked a little later. Of course, why is the referee there if there is no enforcement of any type of, policies anyway? But either way, so the next fight, we get the actual Muay Thai guy. This is the true Muay Thai embodiment here, and the guy doesn't necessarily look like a Thai guy. I don't know where he's from, but ma- he does fine enough. Like he actually sells the idea enough that I think is very plausible for him to be there. He actually looks really funny when he's there because he's just kind of
Yeah, yeah. He has that like it's kind of interesting. He like does the hands out with that,
yeah.
So yeah, I said that it's white guy versus white guy, but it seems like maybe ethnic of some sort on.
Middle Eastern of
Yeah,
something.
perhaps, a shade off of white, perhaps. But yeah, this fight starts out with a backflip. So I was like, okay, one of those guys is flip guy now. So flip guy kicks high, shirtless dude just shrugs it off and spams low kicks till he drops to his knees, then smashes
Yes.
him in the face with multiple knees to the downed opponent. I said one championship sees this and they think hell yeah.
No, and well, actually, we'll get into that specifically. So when he wins this fight, he's happy, he just won, but he goes back over to the guy, he picks him up and slams him down one more time. And my point is, I'm like, damn, it's so dishonorable. And the Muay Thai guys specifically, like they're so honorable when it comes to combat sports. It felt so out of place. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. Absolutely. I said that I was like, why did he do that exactly? I said, I guess you just got to show how bad of dudes these bad dudes are. But like, you're very right about that being specifically the Muay Thai guy, because like of all of the martial arts where respect is like highly, highly coveted and praised, I mean, that certainly is one that would fit that bill. So yeah, I don't get that one either exactly. But again, these are the toughest, roughest, most rumble tumble guys in the world. So even in Muay Thai, I guess they just have to be bad.
But then, so in this montage, you get a very funny part where Jackson is throwing this Asian man out of the little pit, which is
He,
really funny.
he just straight Uncle Phil's this guy right into the sand off of the platform, then hits the do one of those, the rub the dirt off the palms motion. The guy he throws looks like Zhao Long, actually.
Really? Oh, he might have had a Zhao Long might be older than he appears, guys. You don't
that,
know.
that was a second viewing that I picked up on that one, but yes. So yeah, that happens. And then yeah, now we're back with Chong Li, who hits another palm strike to the solar plexus, dropping a dude with Chase Parton's mustache, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And he kills him. He kills everybody, by the way. It's not like he saves somebody. He's like, oh, that guy was nice to me on the street. No, anybody who goes up against Chung Li, he's just gonna palm strike you right in the nose or the neck or the chest. He's gonna, Kalima, he's gonna do that move to you. Whatever it is, he's got it. But then this is great.
Yeah,
The giant Asian guy is back. And he
he's
just snaps a dude in half like he's fucking Bane for versus Batman.
very much so. Yeah, I said this guy is one of my favorites of the film. This dude. What I said about him is that I don't know if they were trying to have like a sumo representation because he's not sumo build. Like he's just a very
He's
large.
Andre the Giant. Like,
Bingo, exactly. You're absolutely right. Like that's the version of the body type. He's not like short and squat big. He's tall and big. So yeah, so it's like I don't know if that's really what they were going for, but he is just a very large Asian dude who was not Bolo Young, and he hits the tiny white guy with the WWE backbreaker move, a la Bane. Exactly.
yeah, no, it's absolutely crazy. And this is where I had the note where the music is sick, the kumate, kumate. It was great. But anyway, so then we
Yeah.
go back to the Muay Thai guy. He catches the guy with an elbow. We get a kung fu backhand. I always love just a backhand strike because like why are you limiting yourself to this movement, brother? Your arm can bend the other way inside,
Yeah,
whatever.
I had a note here, and I guess this is as apropos a point to say this as any time, but I just said, based on what we have seen in this film so far, I said, you walk into the action movie store, and the clerk says, what would you like in your action movie? And you say, I want explosions, I want titties, and I want fight scenes. And the clerk says, well, I can't do explosions, and I can also not do titties, but how about this? Triple the action scenes. That's
Yes.
that's this movie. It is just you are so chock full, jam packed with action scenes as far as the fighting goes that like you're transfixed on it because you really are immersed. Like it gets to the point where you're like, okay, I'm so in the repetition of this now. I'm following the tournament. Like like it's almost to the point where like the other parts of the movie sort of just break it up to give you a break from it so that you are ready to come back to it later.
Yeah, I love a lot of the stuff that goes on, a lot of quick stuff in these montages, but you get a lot going on. You see a lot of fights that you like. It's building the Korean King, of course, is what I call him throughout the notes here. But like you're building Chong Li as this merciless guy who's just going to continue to be around. And while Frank and Jackson are fighting these guys that are like decent, Chung Lee is just mopping people and killing them. Not only, by the way, he's just getting them out the way. They are never going to be seen again. So if they came back next year somehow, some way, they're going to be 15 people short because Chung Lee just done mopped the whole first round.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, like it's amazing that they can find anybody to continue to keep these tournaments going with the amount of deaths that happen here. But
That's how they keep the birth rate down.
bingo. Yeah. So yeah, you were right though. A couple more shots of Asian dudes hitting each other. I said nice up and over elbow from one, and then it's Frank is holding a high kick. He's kicking a dude in the face with it repeatedly before hitting him with a crescent kick to finish him off. So you got Frank really spamming these kicks up high, which he is very, very good at.
And the Korean King, he comes in and does a punch. It's like a one hitter quitter that he drops some dude with. I didn't have much more notes about it, so it must have been pretty crazy. And then money is obviously flying around still. This is another note. if you thought there was ads for gambling now, they had them back in the movies back in the day. This is what you would watch, and you'd be like, "I gotta do that. That looks fun." Like,
I literally at some point in here I said, "Man, they're just like us," like betting lines open and they are right there spamming the cash. But yeah, so you're right. I mean, finally, this was another montage that we were in with all of these scenes here, but finally the montage ends and we get another little comedic relief scene here to break things up. We cut to an eating scene, so we were looking at food on the table, and I said, I cannot tell if this food looks amazingly delicious or absolutely disgusting, but we'll
this
find out soon that that's it. It's one of the two.
This is hilarious because the scene opened up, and the note that I have is now the detectives are eating a dirty meal. And I love the point that I made there because, the general from the Chinese army or whatever walks up and he's like, "Hey guys, I wanted to tell you that I was investigating Frank." And they're like, "Oh yeah, come sit down, join us." And he's like, "No, I don't eat here." And it's like, "Oh my God. Even he don't even eat at this fucking place. Jesus
Exactly.
Christ."
Yeah, I mean, and they're trying. I mean, again, like the food, I guess looked bad, but I don't know if it was supposed to look bad or not at first. Then we find out, of course, it is supposed to look bad, and then it is bad. But yeah, so you're right. Forrest Whitaker and his old buddy are, they're trying to catch up with Frank, and they're still on the hunt out here, but they're having a little lunch, and the inspector tells them, "Oh, we know where to find him at this point." So they're like, "Hey, no time to eat. We need to get our Duke's brother." So Forrest ends up tossing a little bit of food to a dog, and the dog will not touch it. So bad food, lol.
Yeah, and I'm sure there could be plenty of jokes made out there, but the dog he didn't wanna eat it, so we'll just go ahead and leave it there.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I'm sure you draw your own conclusions as to the likely jokes you can make off of that one.
But yeah, so they roll up to the hotel, Frank
Yes.
and Jackson are just sitting here, sitting in the lobby of a hotel was obviously the thing to do back in the day because what were you to do in the hotel room, you know?
Well, I mean, I know what Jackson was doing in the hotel lobby, and that was drinking 3 beers at once. He had various stages of tall boy beers, not tall boys like our, but like a long skinny bottles of beer, and three of them on the table. This dude is he's a big drinker in this film, and yeah, he was getting down in the lobby as you do.
And then so the investigators walk up and they're like, "All right, Frank, the jig's up. You're coming with us. Let's go." And this is where Jackson snaps back, like, "Yo, who the hell are you guys?" And he's like, Forrest, hits him with the "Cool it, pal. Just stay out of it." And he's like, "First off, I ain't your pal, dick face." So that's a good line. Great line
Yes.
for him to drop there.
Absolutely. Yeah, he said you're right. I like they're in the hotel, they're wanting to bring Frank home. He's like, I'm only after I finish kumateing am I going to be going anywhere. I don't care how badly national security is depending on me. I mean, like I'm not going. So yeah, they have that little exchange with Jackson and Forrest Whitaker. And then Frank says, "I'll see you in 2 days." They say no. Then well, go ahead, Chase.
What I was gonna say is they drop a line here that is even more it goes back to what you've been asking. They say, "The government has invested a lot of money into you, Frank. Why? What investing in what? His nutrition? Is he Ilia Like,
Right.
Jesus Christ, guys."
We will never find out the answer to this, but he is the most important man to the vital survival of our great nation. Any time that Frank Dukes is not protecting America, America is at risk.
Yeah, no, I
So,
absolutely agree, and I love the idea that because it's kind of a callback, but it's really just a steady point to the narrative. He says, "I'll be there in 2 days, guys. I got shit to do. 2 days, I'll be at that airport," and obviously, as time goes on, it changes, but, like, 2 days, I'll be at that airport kinda
well,
deal.
no dice on that one though, and they mean business this time. These two federal agents because they pull out the stun guns. I said, "Really? Okay, this guy with Frank Dukes is so fucking important. They're going to incapacitate him to get him back to serving his country."
I find it funny that I've never seen a movie this old, I guess, that has used a taser in film because I did not know that's what they used to look like. Again, I was watching it with my dad, and when they pull it out, he goes, "Oh, they got the old tasers in this one." I was like, "Damn, that was old for you, brother." Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
They are massive. These things. They're like big and boxy. It's like
how did they even pull it out of their suit jacket, you know? Like, it is
Yeah.
ridiculously large.
It's hard to think that that there was like a holster for those, you know, because just how bulky they are. But yes, both of them simultaneously pulling out these very massive stun guns here. So yeah, I mean they're willing to use these. They're ready to go with these things.
Yeah, well, I actually think it's funny because going back to the point again, I have in the notes, they pull out some random weapon. Like, that's the point that I have is like, man, times have really changed. And also, like, until later you find out that it's a stun gun. At this point, I was like, damn, they just pulled out some fucking alien tech on him. Like, bro, he must really be the shit if they pulled out the shrink ray on him. Like, Jesus
Well,
Christ.
and you know, again, it will come up a little bit later on, but in my mind at this point too, I was like, what are like they can't hurt the guy because they're trying to get him back for national security purposes. So this is kind of an odd game they're playing in general. You know what I
The,
mean?
the freeze ray, like,
For real, exactly. They need the Star Trek one that just like it shoots out the laser handcuffs. You know.
yeah, but either way, so Jackson is definitely tired of listening to this. He sees that they have a fucking magical item pointed at his boy Frank. So what he does, he tackles both of them. He grabs both guys and tackles them. And as a signal to like Frank, go run as fast as you can. Frank hops over the couch. It's kind of a very action movie story. Now this montage
Well,
is
no.
absolute. Oh wait, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. The line that Forrest Whitaker says before this next part was baffling to me. He says, and I quote, "You want to shit in a box? Stay put." He's talking to Jackson. Jackson just tackled him, and yeah, that's the line. You want to shit in a box? Stay put. And I was like, you want to? Is that a reference to prison? Is that what that is, or what? Why would he be shitting inside of a box? Chase, enlighten me.
I did not catch this one. I don't know why he would say that, but I know that Jackson did not move, so maybe he did want to shit in a box.
I did not. I guess he knew better than to shit in a box. I suppose. I just said fucking what, but again, no time to dwell on these things because yes, Chase, literal foot chase scene. The great thing I love about this too, and I'll let you go after this, but just the fact that Frank is wearing this bright yellow jacket, so you always know where he is. So it's very important so you can keep eyes on him. But you've got this beacon of Frank in this very yellow jacket with these two goobers running behind him. And then the song is the best part about this. But you go ahead, Chase.
It's not the song that's the best part. It's the idea that he's so good. He's so good at everything that he does. He can evade the investigators, not to just outrun them and get away. No, he could get away, but you know what's even more, I could just get exercise by just running around with you guys for a little bit. He knows he has nothing to do in the city. There's nothing for him to do. He's got a date later, but he's like, I got 2 hours to kill. I mean, I might as well get my exercise, run through the city, run through the market, hop on some boats a little bit. And it's funny that he is toying with them. When he jumps over the guardrail and he posts up and then he waits for the bus to run by and then he starts running away laughing. I'm like, this is something that you don't see in movies anymore. Like, he genuinely having a good time just wasting their time.
You're nailing every point so perfectly. Yes, he is literally toying with them. What I said is that he is so happy-go-lucky in this. It's like it really is just he is making his own fun, as you said. It's like I time to kill. I will run through the city, and these two goons will follow me, and I'll run around the car. I said it's comical as fuck. He's just toying with them, really. Just romping through Hong Kong is really what it is. But again, I must reiterate that the song that is playing here throughout all of this is a song called "Steal the Night." This song is, and I'm not even memeing on this one. This is just a legitimately good song. So if you have a chance, look up "Steal the Night" from Bloodsport. It is a really quality song. But anyway, it's almost incongruous to what's happening because of how goofy all of this chasing is. Like you said, he's running in front of the bus, he's over the fence, he's running around the car, now he's running past fruit carts, he's running across the boats on the canal, just anywhere that you can imagine. He's running these until finally the grand culmination of this thing is the feds can't keep their balance on the boats. They get caught up with some guys who are eating lunch on a boat or something like that. They trip up, they both fall in the water. Frank is on a rickshaw, he waves to them, and there you have it.
Yep, and then that scene ends. That's all you gotta know about him running through the city. That's how he gets his exercise, guys. He just goes on a little foot chase, you know?
He's over here, he's over there, he's everywhere. Is there anything that Frank Dukes can't do, Chase?
No, because you'll soon find out that he makes his date with his reporter lady, and if you wanna know what he can't do, I mean, listen, he toasts the wine and he's just like Ilya is what I actually had in the thing with the wine, he might as well be. He's actually telling her a lot about the Kumite, he spills the beans, she knows everything at this point, we don't get to hear it from him. Thankfully, that's a good that's a good choice by the director not to have him, elaborate one more time on screen because we already got a lot of exposition, but just presumably she knows everything now. He caught her up to speed. They had a glass of wine, they talked about it. So,
Well,
love
yeah,
it.
there is a couple of little pieces of information that she reveals in this because yeah, they clink the glasses. They're kind of sitting there in silence for a little moment, I guess, just to establish that they're starting to have a chemistry here. And then she's like, all of those fighters in one event sounds kind of wild, and Frank gets like oddly defensive about that, and he's like, you have to see it to believe it. And then so she's like, she still wants to see the Kumite, and Frank is like, there's a strict no press rules. She wants Frank to break those rules, and then she's like, "Oh, your feds have been like running all over the place looking for you, this kind of thing. They really want to, she really wants to get into the Kumite. I'd really like to get to know you as well." And she's like, "After all, we've got all night." So it's like this chick is so dead set on getting into the Kumite, she is willing to sleep her way into it. This is a level of dedication to journalism that you just don't see anymore.
Journalistic integrity, where is it gone? Reporters used to be different. Sleeping your way to the top used to be the method. Now people are acting so above the game, like, geez, have some shame, really. But either way, no, I have that point as well. She asked about the agents, and then she wants to get to know him, and I have in quotations, she wants to get in the Kumite. Like, that's all she wants, brother. She don't want to get to know you. No, she wants in the Kumite. But
Well, I mean, it obviously she's willing to go that extra mile because we cut to the next morning and Blondie is waking up and we get some Jean Claude Van Ass in our faces. That's not necessarily necessary, but he's getting ready to go. Goes back to pillow talk her a little bit here.
what is funny about this scene, of course, yes, you get to see him pull his underwear up, is that he has like the traditional tidy whitey cut of the trunks on, but also when he pulls them on, he like adjusts them so they're not like giving him a wedgie kind of deal, which is kind of funny. Like, he went through the extra effort to make sure they fit properly. Of course, they weren't
Sure.
going to bug him through the day. So love to see that. And then I also pointed, he's got to gay it all up. Like, why'd you have to do the butt shot, dude? Like, what was going on here?
Well, I mean, one thing that I think the producers, in my research for the trivia, one thing the producer said is that Jean Claude Van Damme appeals to the men and to the women. So, I mean, I guess something for everybody in this film in that regard. But my favorite part here is so it goes back to this little pillow talking, and he says basically, "I gotta go," and she's like, I know you gotta go," and he's like, "As far as the Kumite goes, though, I can't help you." And she's like, "Oh well, I'll get over it." And I'm like, "Wait a second, what?" She gave he gave her the Jean Claude Van Dyck and a whole lot of nothing. That's basically what she got out of this.
This is a really good point in the story, though. This is really good for character development. In any other sense, she manipulates him. They sleep together. He gives her what she wants. He doesn't give her shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You just can't come. But and then another sense, like, as it shows that, like, oh, she's not just a reporter who will sleep with anybody for the story. When he says no, she's like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
Whatever. It's not really about that kind of deal. That's what I got from it.
definitely that, but then very subtle, which I actually kind of liked. Right as he's leaving the room, she kind of springs out of bed like she's up to something. Like, it didn't necessarily connect to what we are going to see next from her, but you do get the impression it's like she's not giving up without a fight. She's gonna make it into this fucking Kumite one way or another. Sleeping with Jean Claude Van Damme, I guess, just a happy accident in the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, whatever. But anyway, so we cut to the Kumite. We're back at the tournament. Lynn is asking where Frank was. Like, dude, like, where you can't just leave. You're disrupting the operation here. You're making people question where things are going wrong. And Jackson didn't tell him anything. Is what I have in the note here. I forget what he didn't tell him. Go ahead. Maybe
Oh,
maybe you might be able to
he
refresh me.
was Lynn was just saying, it's like you can't disappear like that. Jackson's not telling me anything. I don't know where you are. It's just like you can't be doing this to me. And what I just said is, pussy called, Mr. Lynn. It is what it is. What are you supposed to do?
And then Jackson is gonna attempt the Denmark, the Denmark. What was it called one more
Yeah,
time?
well, right,
The death touch.
the dim mock, yes, indeed. So yeah, this was an odd little inclusion here, kind of for no reason, but it is sort of cute, I guess. Lynn tells Frank to go change, because he's now coming back into the tournament or whatever. And then yeah, Jackson wants to try to break a brick himself. Two are stacked. He breaks the top brick instead of the bottom one. He's like, oh, yeah, obviously the bottom one, right? And then, he doesn't do that. He breaks the top brick. And then Beardy Man and Mustache are here again, those two guys, and they're not impressed by this. They say something, but I couldn't understand what he said. Um,
So
yeah.
what's funny is like so he smashes the top brick, and obviously the one that he hits is the one that smashes. So he picks up the one underneath, and he's like, "See, not a scratch on it," you know.
Right.
And it's like, "Oh, you fucking idiot!" Like goofball.
Yeah.
And then he looks at the commissions people, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that you don't like that," and he smashes it on his head, and he hands. He's like, "Here you go. There's your Denmark or
Oh,
whatever."
for
So
sure. Yeah, absolutely a Chad move, but I didn't understand what the beardy man had, or I think it was a mustache that said something to him. But either way, that was the response. Was yes, smashing the second brick in his skull, giving the guy the rubble. Like I said, absolute Chad move. Frank's like, I hope that we don't end up butting heads. I was like, lol. Okay, yes, another little blood sport humor joke in there for you. But yeah, so then some dude, this is a betting man, I guess, comes over and tells Frank, he says, "Oh, how you feeling? You feeling strong today?" And Frank's like, "Yeah, I feel fine." And he's like, "Oh, you're a good fighter." And then he walks away, and who should be with that guy but Blondie? And she is dressed like she is going to a gala affair. She is dressed to the nines to watch the Kumite. I guess they're implying that she's supposed to be an escort, is what I was kind of getting from that.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, she's hanging around with the guy. She's got her pimp for the night, whatever you would say.
I said the mad lad, the mad lass, I guess in this case, did it. She made it into the Kumite, and then she says, "This isn't the first time I've had to go undercover for a story." And I said, "I guess after long last, she found a dude who was going to the Kumite and seduced him too. I've never seen a woman so interested in watching fights before, fighter or otherwise."
True. She's locked in though. She looked good. I'll give it to her. Not the worst person for this role because obviously she's in we talk about the acting level. She's in the middle of being able to act her ass off, but also like she's just kind of the whiny, annoying woman in the thing.
Well,
So
and really, I mean, like the overarching note at the end of this film for this character is that she basically is a Kumite Karen at the end of the day. She really inserts herself into this story any way that she can and will only continue to do that as we continue on in the story. So yes, we end up going to the next fight here. This is Toon Wing Sum versus Paco is the fight that we cut to, and
Paco's the
Paco
Muay Thai guy.
Paco is the Muay Thai guy. Exactly. He's got a loose Muay Thai style. He's got an open stance, while Sum is in the wide karate stance. Paco crushing with low kicks to overhand, which somehow cuts Sum's cheek? Question mark. I thought that was an interesting thing there. But Blondie is watching in amazement, and this is the beginning, people. When I tell you that 10% of this film is reaction shots from her, this is the beginning and it does not stop. Anytime that anything big, any big action of any kind happens, you cut to her and she's either going, "Oh," or "Ooh," or she's emoting in some way, and there's probably, I'd say, a good 25 to 30 of these reactions.
Well, what's good to note about this is they don't only show her reaction, they also occasionally, not as much, but they'll show Lynn's reaction as well. So he
True.
often gets in there and you'll see him go, "Yeah." You
Oh
know.
yeah, yeah, and it's like this is the thing is it's like if you have think about the setting that we're in. We're in a very small arena, if you want to call it an arena, but more like just like a rec center is the size of it. It's a temple basically. So you only have so many things that you really can show for reactions anyway. So I think if you have the people chanting and betting and gambling, you have her, you've got Lynn, and the other fighters, there's your variety. So it kind of makes sense. I'm not even really trying to meme on it all that hard. It's just funny because she's like kind of an outlier as the one woman that you see of all of this. And so like, when she's emoting, it's just like, okay, we know that she's watching. Let's, we go to something else, I guess, but it's always just kind of keeps it moving along and gives you that avatar to be like, oh, this is how I should feel reacting to what's going on.
No, absolutely. So yes, we're back to our Muay Thai guy Paco, is I think is what it was, right?
Right.
And so he's low kicking our guy, drops him with a punch, and then they kick each other in like the midsection or something like that. But then Paco gets the clinch and just knees this dude to death, is what it seems. Just elbows him over the top, and yeah, that was about the it for Paco's entrance right there. We're back to Frank after that.
Yeah, Paco, nice knees and elbows in the tie clinch. I was like, at least they showed a tie clinch. I thought that was
True.
nice. Finishes some with elbows and he splats out. So you're right. Right back to Frank next, and he's against a karate guy. Limber legged kickboxing is back. High kicks on deck. Bro catches a kick and Frank does a jump off switch kick to knock him out. Bolo Young is impressed.
No, absolutely. This is great. He's definitely feeling himself. If you noticed in his style, he keeps like bending his legs like backwards. It's kind of, I don't know. It's just a
Yeah.
little goofy. It looks like, but he does a lot of different styles. And obviously it's not one specific style that you'd be like, oh, he's doing Muay Thai or he's doing this. But like he definitely makes it look like he's attempting to fight differently for a lot of the people in the matchups, kind of deal. He doesn't have the same style for every opponent.
Oh yeah, and that's just a kind of a note that I would have as to why the martial arts in this film are effective in general is that for like in your traditional kung fu movies there is a level of sameness at times, but I really think that with the variety of the types of styles that they do show and the nature of the tournament in this environment and in this story, they actually like really squeeze a lot of juice out of these berries basically. You know what I mean? Like you've got like exactly what you said, you get a lot out of Frank, you get a lot out of all these other characters. They give a good amount of visual variety to these action scenes, which keeps you engaged. So good high mark.
And so we get back to the kickboxer from the beginning, the one that was dancing around the bonfire fighting.
Well,
Um,
yeah, just to
but
wrap up Frank's though, this is the time when they both go for high
throw for the
kicks.
spin kick. Yeah, they
Yeah, well,
jump. Yeah.
right, exactly. They both do these like overlapping kicks. They both continue to miss. Then they both jump in the air, and only Frank lands. I said that Dukes is Dutch for plot armor.
True. I mean, yeah, I did have that in the notes, but yeah, they just kept throwing the same kick over and over again, spinning with each other, and then they jumped in the air, and it just looked like Frank's legs were longer. I guess is how that works. But other way, he won the fight, so that's just all you have
Yeah,
out there. But so the kickboxer is back against our Korean king, of course. He tees off on him for a little bit, and Chong Li shakes it off. And then what does he do? He locks in, of course, and then he low kicks the what did I have here? Inside low kick or something. Then he lifts his leg over him and then punches him kind of deal. And this is actually a callback later that we get to with Frank, but we'll talk about that later. But this move right here, hard to explain.
yeah. So basically, the way that I interpreted it, it was that Paredes is the guy that Chong Li is fighting here. The dude from earlier that was in blue that did the spinning uppercut. He goes for a punch. Lee catches the punch, then he puts his leg over his arm, over Paredes's arm, and then knocks him down with that. Like it's like an upward inside short range kick over the arm. And exactly as complicated or as confusing as that sounds to describe is as like you have to kind of see it. And obviously I'll put a screen grab of it in the edit, but like it is an odd move and very much a move that could only be effective in an action movie.
Yeah, I said, wow, genius for whatever move that was that he just did. But anyway, so the kickboxer is done for, obviously. He's on the ground and he gets another finishing blow via a leg break, bone sticking out, of course. And the crowd is just chanting his name loudly. Crowd is going crazy, for Chong Li. They love his viciousness around here.
Yeah.
And yeah, so and then it cuts to Frank coming back. He's just out here jumping over a kick, is how that one kind of spawns out, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and like you said, palm strike from Chong Li as the dude struggles to stay in the fight. He picks him up, and then that oblique kick basically is what it is. That ends up being a compound fracture. Blondie is horrified, and this is where you start to see Chong Li really like playing to the crowd a little bit more. Like he's really you can that's a if you want to talk about the minor character development that you do have in this film over the course of the tournament. I think like you can see Chong Li sort of like come into his own as a villain. Like again, it's subtle, and maybe I'm reading a little bit more into it than is there. But like I felt at least that like it ramped up where he's like, he really is starting to get more maniacal, more like vicious throughout all of this. And obviously, when you see him compound fracture a dude's leg, that's certainly an escalation.
Yeah, and then so we go back to Frank. He jumps over a kick, he steps back, and then he spins and then hook kicks the back of his opponent's head with his heel. It was pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
Sure.
obviously, showcasing it on film is different than actually pulling it off in competition, but, I mean, dude, he threw a really good looking hook kick on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there was one other note is that in between there, the blonde lady tries to subtly pull her voice recorder out to take notes with it. Like, that's an old school thing, the voice recorder. And I was like, great undercover work, lady. Yeah, you're really being very subtle with that. But yes, you are correct. Frank is fighting again, hits Bro with the wraparound kick, finishes him off with a few punches thereafter, and it was very solid looking. So again, these are things that if you're judging it by actual competition standards, yeah, this is all kind of goofy, but you go with it for the sake of the film, and it's kind of awesome.
And then so this next part, I feel like it goes kind of quick because Korean King, he faces a guy that I don't remember from the first round. I know obviously it's not set up from round one, two, and then finals or whatever, but he faces a guy that I have not been seeing yet. And then just like that, he throws him on the ground and palm strikes him in the back of the head. It's very quick. So
Yeah, definitely. It's a black dude who is not the jungle guy in a gi, and yeah, he hits him in the face with the palm strike. Bolo Chong Li likes to do the palm strike a lot. That's one of his signature moves, I guess I would say. And then yeah, he flips him and palm strikes him again to the back of the head, and that finishes him. And I said he likes the palm strike more than Boss Rutan. I mean, this boss would be proud of this guy.
true. And then so we get more Asian guys doing the dance stuff, but again,
Yep.
it works for filler. It's just in here to showcase that while you're not watching Frank Jackson, Chong Li, any of the other named guys, there are fights going on. You just don't happen to know who they are. And then we get short guy. He gets this is just how Asian guy is just doing their NPC stuff. The short guy gets dropped or whatever, and then has a good little comeback. But then
Yeah, and like exactly as you said, I mean, filler is the exact right way to say it, but like it's fine filler. Like it's not like you never. I at least had never felt that it was like, wow, this is enough of like the rant. No, it's like you go with it because it's so quick. I mean, it's not like we're not talking about like massive amounts of time to where it
mhm.
like feels dragged out. This is only an hour and a half film anyway, so I mean, like it's like yeah, this is all just it's fine. Like these guys doing their thing, cool moves, lots of kicks. I said the smaller Asian dude of the two of them looks like Wanda Sykes in the face. Go back and freeze frame, you'll see what I mean.
Good deal. So anyway, so after this, Frank lines up against this crazy guy, and Frank is obviously not phased at all. This guy's emoting, he's flexing as hard as he can. He does you're going down, and then the ref starts it, and then he gets kicked in the face and immediately falls over. And my dad actually chuckled at this one. He thought this was really funny. It was goofy, but it was also whatever. And then you see Frank do a somersault into a flying kick that sends the guy flying off screen. I love this part because they have the camera set up to where like the pit is at level where you can't see below it. So when he falls way off screen. It's like he just fell into a pit of darkness. Like it was great.
True. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, this is another. This is João Gomez is the name of the guy that he's fighting in this. Yeah, tall, muscular black dude, possibly Brazilian by name, question mark, whatever. But yeah, another dude who we hadn't seen before, I don't think. But yeah, bro is just slowly and deliberately doing sign language at him. Basically, he's doing the slit throat, he's doing the break sign, he's flexing on him menacingly, and then yeah, Frank just slaps him with a kick to the face, sends him flying, and then somersaults forward into the jump kick off the platform. Very nice. Blonde girl is very happy with this one.
And then we go back to my favorite character. We get the giant Asian man, and he's facing our Monkey King, of course. And this is the matchup of the century. You have the bumbling fucking giant, the Jolly Green Giant, versus the Curious George or whatever you would have to say.
Pretty
And
much.
so we get a swift nut kick, and then we have him leap over top of the giant man. In very acrobatic fashion. Of course, this is interesting enough because you're not, you're thinking that he's possibly going to do it. He's got all the tools, he's got the monkey like skill. Can he beat this man? And while you think he does, no, he attempts a drop kick. Oh my God, this was so funny. He jumps and kicks the giant and just falls straight like nothing happens. And then the
Yeah.
giant man laughs it off. It was great.
For sure, yeah. This was definitely, like you said, fight of the century here. What I asked though at the start of this thing, based on that nut shot, I was like, why is everyone not just kicking each other in the dick if that is just a legal move that you can do? Because I mean, I understand you're trying to like be out there and showcase your skills and whatnot, but if you really are just trying to win, like I would think that everybody would just be straight up nut shotting each other. We will see one very important one later on in the film, but like it's one of those ones that's I guess again a small criticism that I might have is just like if you are allowed to do that and that's such as men we know an incapacitating move, like, why is everybody not using it? Whatever. I get reading too much into
Honor.
it. Yeah, honor for some though, selective honor.
Not Thai guys, apparently.
Yeah, right, exactly. But so yeah, the dude runs up, the Jungle Boy kind of runs up Asian dude's back, jumps off of him. This is tiny guy speed versus powering, lumbering power through this fight. Tags the behemoth guy, then rolls away. The amount that this dude is making himself act like a monkey feels very racist right now, is what I said in the notes. But this is what it is. So yeah, he jumps off the dude trying to knock him down, bounces right off, as you said. He jumps at him again, and then Asian dude catches him and bear hugs him until he breaks his back, I guess, question mark.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to believe from it. He just hugs him so hard. He's nonchalantly able to kill people. That's how big he is and how
True.
strong he is. And so he jumps in his arms, obviously snaps him in half, and then you cut to the Korean king killing another NPC. I mean, it was a flying knee this time, by the way. I don't know if you caught that. So he
Sure.
mixed it up, no palm strike, and then quickly back to the giant. He's now going against Frank. So this
Right.
is interesting. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, no, I was just going to say that for Chong Li at this point, he's gotten to the round of the tournament where he has to make the kills interesting for himself. So, like, he does get this. I think it was a white dude that he was fighting in this one. He grabs the dude's arm and like gestures to the crowd, holds it up, and I've got something up my sleeve, and then he jump knees him, and I was like, yeah, cool. I mean, it's a cool move, and so if your goal was to make it interesting for yourself and the crowd, then you certainly achieved that. But you're right. Back to Frank, huge Asian guy. They're going at it now. The guy who just killed Jungle Boy over here. This is Pumola is the large Asian man's name. We finally find out if you're paying attention to the large board. Frank kicks him in the chest, then whips a kick to his face. Asian dude catches it and drags Frank, sending him into the signature splits one more time. Asian dude dips into a hammer fist, but Frank catches him with a side punch, I guess, is the note that I had.
The crucial point that you have to note here, of course, because this is what sex appeal is about. So in the fight, he gets yanked by his shirt across the pit, and then he takes off the top of the gi. This is where you see him go full shirtless for the end of the movie here, kind of deal. And then yes, he gets drugged by the kick into the splits position, which I'm glad they did this because I would have never understood how that was applicable or what you were training for. But if they wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have understood. But I saw that and I was like, that's what the training was for. And even
Sure.
and what's funny too, if you actually watch, you might have to go back and rewatch this. As soon as he's done with that, he kind of like gestures like, my groin hurts a little bit, kind of
Sure.
deal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most definitely. There's that, and then there's also going to be one later on, like in the finale, that like makes it also apparent why the splits are important. But yes, this is definitely a first introduction to that in actual competition. So good deal there. Yeah. So Frank kicks both of his arms. The large Asian dude, he like kicks one arm, then the other arm, then gets both of his arms caught, and he gets pulled into his own bear hug.
Yes.
Frank is in the bear hug now. So Frank goes pride rules and headbutts him twice. Then he focuses his energy, puts on the craziest face. Jean-Claude Van Damme pulls off some of the most exaggerated facial expressions in the world in this film. This is one of the more exaggerated ones. Then this is a crazy moment in this film to me, though, because he hits bro with what appears to be the dim mock, right? That's what we were supposed to believe. So what I said at this point, he focuses his energy, he hits him with the dim mock. Was this not supposed to be the thing that broke the bricks earlier? Because dude just tanks it. Like he does, you can see he is affected by it. I will say that. But with the dim mock, this is supposed to be the death touch here. So I mean, like what would have been appropriate was the death touch, and then he falls and dies. I mean, that what you would think would happen, but he tanks all of that. So Frank goes back into the splits one more time and uppercuts his nuts.
So what I think is funny about this is like, yes, so it stops, he slows down and he hits him with the strike right in the belly. And you can see the guy, he's kind of like, and he's like walking forward. And like, I thought we were going to get the, like, he walks up and then he falls over as he walks
Right.
up kind of deal. But no, you're right, dude. We get the Johnny Cage move. If anybody out there is a Mortal Kombat fan, I swear to you guys, I didn't know this was a real thing that was based off of something. I thought that they just made that for the video game. I didn't know that Jean-Claude Van Damme had in his arsenal the drop splits uppercut to the dick move, and it's absolutely it's genius. I mean, there's one more that we'll talk about that's a little more genius, but when it comes to combat, I mean, talk about misdirection. Just instantly just dropping down. Elevator esque. Wow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and then, obviously it is the most effective move on the planet because dick uppercut knockout right here.
And then yeah, he was done after that. He was hitting him with the oh, and then he just pushes him over kind of deal. And then I have this note right here. Unironically, a lot of cliches done right before they were done wrong so much in this film.
And again, one of the reasons why it is understandable, no matter what you think of the quality of this film, it is very, very understandable why this is an iconic film.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
things like this for sure. I also did have a funny little note just to say that Cody Garbrandt saw that scene and thought never could be me.
Oh God, yes.
Anyway, but yeah, so we get another little cut after that to Chong Li, who sees all of that and then looks concerned for his own nuts. It was
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
a little foreshadowing, perhaps. But next up is Jackson, and he is going against Chong Li. So the stakes are getting pretty high now here. I mean, we're kind of rounding the bend. We're getting deeper into this tournament. Yeah.
So yeah, after the fight, Jackson cheers and Frank bows, of course. Jackson says, "All right, it's go time." And Lynn stops to remind him, "Don't let him kill you." I love this part. He's like, don't let him kill you. Just don't fuck up.
Right.
And then, Frank tells him, you got to go for the gut. He's soft there. Go for the gut. He's soft there. And Jackson obviously just blows him off. He's like, dude, I have this point. He's an idiot because he says, "What are you talking about? Mate, what? He just said, punch him in the stomach. He's soft. What are you asking? What are you talking about?
Oh
You're a,
yeah. Yeah, no,
what?
absolutely. No, I agree. I mean, like this is Jackson is, he doesn't want any help here, even though Frank is giving him the best cornering advice that you're going to get in this tournament. He's like, I got it under control. You sound like my mother, he says. And I was like, well, mom must have been Trevor Whitman then, because I mean, this is good cornering that you're getting in that you're just, blowing off right now. So do it your way, I guess, Jackson.
Yes, and stay away from the right leg is another thing that he said, of course.
Correct. Yeah.
So we got Chung Lee walks up and Jackson's ready to go. Jackson runs at him, hands up, and gets kicked right in the stomach. Like it was the dumbest thing ever. He hit him with the DDP meme with Alexa Grasso, you know, that shit, that's exactly what Jackson did. Ran over, got kicked in the stomach. And then, to be fair, he throws a spinning back fist that lands. Like it was actually a pretty decent move. I mean, he got a pretty decent strike, but the overhand club move that didn't land this time, brother. You got to try a little harder. It's not just some twink. So the Korean king. He throws some kicks and those get caught. Some elbows, he gets he gets a couple punches off on Jackson, and then Jackson drops the Korean and walks away. He cheering, Jackson,
That
Jackson,
and
having a
that's
great
when
time.
he hits the axe handle strikes that I was
Boom.
talking about there. He's got both hands kind of pressed together and then drops it down like that. And he does that like 2 times to the top of the head there. So yeah, you're right. Jackson is now celebrating like he thought he won the fight essentially. But this is somewhat interesting here because he showboats for a while. Cut to Frank saying, keep going, keep going. You would think that this would have been the time that he would have the jump got on him by Chong Li. Like, oh, he's celebrating so much that the showboating ends up coming back to bite him, but it really doesn't actually work that way because this is one of the funnier moments in the film to me. Chong Li is, he's kind of recovering from the shots. He's on the ground. He's on a knee. He wipes the blood from his mouth. He tastes it. And I swear to you, Chase, if you go back and freeze frame this, I'll put it up on the screen in the edit. He hits a Bill Cosby impression in this moment. I look at his face, go back and check this out. He's doing it. He hits it and he does the like one of those, like
The pudding pops.
pudding pops. He really does it right there. But so, I guess it's more to signal that he's about to come back and shit's about to really go down. But so, like I said, you would think that he would like get the jump on him, but that's not really how it goes down. Lee just kind of gets up, he jump kicks at that point, but Jackson's ready for it. So it's like, it's not like he like overtook him, but like the fight just restarts is what I'm trying
Mhm.
to say.
Yeah, yeah. Chung Lee gets up and just kicks Jackson to death, basically. He kicks him down to the mat, kicks him while he's trying to get up, and then obviously delivers one last stomp to the back of his head, which it looked pretty brutal. And what's funny is a lot of people that I talked to this movie about, they all remember that, oh yeah, that's the movie where the guy, his buddy dies, right? They all thought. They all thought. But hey, Jackson gets stomped to death here, and that's just how it is for right now. Even
I
though the
mean,
next scene will obviously figure out that that's different, but
of course, yeah, I got a Mandela effect perhaps off of that, but yeah, so you're right. I mean, what you get the impression of based on the sound effects is that he got kicked in the throat, is what it sounds like. He's kind of gurgling at that point. He sort of grabs his throat, like if you're really looking close, but the kick looks like it lands on the body. So I mean, like it was a little another one of those weird kind of not exactly matching up things. But yeah, so he's down. Frank goes to intervene. He realizes that Jackson is, he's getting hurt badly here, but Lynn is like, holding him back. You can't do that, bro. It's the fucking Kumite. You should know better, basically. So Lynn holds him back. Frank's like, stop, and Lee curb stomps Jackson basically at that point for the knockout. So Lee is playing to the crowd. Jackson. He takes Jackson's bandana and then he's dangling it over Frank, who is at the side of the platform. This is obviously a taunting kind of situation here. You see how bad of a guy Chong Lee is. Frank gets up onto the platform to check on Jackson, and Lee keeps gesturing with the bandana menacingly. He kind of does one of these where he like grabs it and goes, like that.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, no, and then so obviously the next scene we're in a hospital. Nurse is walking up. Lynn and the doctor are here to check on Jackson. Lucky you have a head like a rock was dropped into this one. I love it that just like being a dumb person with nothing in your head that benefits you. When you get your head stomped in. So shout out
For
to
sure.
Jackson.
Definitely that. Also, shout out to the doctor in this scene, who is literally, if you watch, like, because you're not supposed to be paying attention to him, but if you watch, the doctor is just sort of patting Ray with his stethoscope at random places. He's just kind of like, oh, here, here, here. It's like, I mean, I'm sure that you probably heard his heartbeat at some point with the stethoscope by now, but whatever. So yeah, Frank says he'll be okay. Lucky has the head like a rock. Lynn says he'll be out of the hospital in a week. I was like, good thing this isn't America. They would have given him an aspirin and kicked him to the curb.
Well, I was gonna say he'll be out in a week. May he's like dead. Like he's on his deathbed. Like what are you talking about? A week? Like brother, he has like skull fractures apparently. Like Jesus Christ.
I mean, how long was Cyborg Santos in the hospital after the MVP skull crush? I don't
Who
know.
who's to say? But yeah, so Dukes is now he's locked in. He has seen his buddy go through the trials and tribulations. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, he's not only is he, but for some reason, reporter chick is here, and she is still in her formal wear. I thought that was funny. I said, shouldn't she be with the dude she tricked into getting her into the Kumite? Also, her name is Johnny, if I'm not mistaken. I have to look at the end of the film or the IMDb to like double check that, but I did have in the notes because we never really. I don't think we got her name, or we might have in a. It's just in the course of the mangled dialogue in this film. Maybe it never stuck with me, but like I thought he said her name was Johnny. Either way. Anyway, Frank says he'll avenge Ray. He'll get Chong Lee. Chick doesn't want to see Frank get hurt. And Frank's like, well, don't watch. And then the doctor and the nurse both look at him and they're like, take the arguments outside, you fucking morons. It's a hospital. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
No, it's absolutely hilarious because she's throwing a full-on hissy. You want to know why I'm here? I'm here to be the best. Love lines like this. She's just worried about him, but Frank's got to do this. And then Lynn, he's telling him like, you got to stop with this girl. You got to, dude. You're here to be the best ever. You got to lock into what you are. He gives him this pep talk that I'm telling you guys. Lynn is an awesome character.
Lynn saves that element of things for sure, because this scene before that between Frank and the reporter lady is possibly the worst dialogue in this
Dude,
movie.
the worst acting of the movie is right here with Dukes and that girl, dude. They are horrible right here.
I said that, so they go outside of the room to have the most contrived argument ever painstakingly written to explain why Frank is continuing to fight. Why did you become a writer? What does that have to do with anything? Well, tell me why. Just answer the question. My dad was the writer. I was a good writer. I thought it was the thing to do. Do you want to be the best writer you can be for yourself and for your dad? Well, yes, of course I do. Well, now you get it. That's what I'm trying to do too. And then the blondie delivers a really, really funny version of this take again because of the dubbing. She says, I don't want to see you end up like Jackson or worse. And again, just like that, like if you hear it, you got to hear it to really do it justice. Me saying it back is not doing it. Listen to the way that it's delivered. It's very funny. I said, she says she's not going to stand by and watch. And I'm like, okay, lady, nobody fucking cares. Why are you even, you are Kumite carrying right now. Get out of here. But
Well,
then Lynn, brings it all back around. So.
Well, the Kumite Karen, yes, absolutely, because the very next scene, she's going right to the police. She's like, "I'm here to stop the Kumite," because once again, everybody knows about the fucking Kumite. Dude, the people like that official, he's probably thinking like, "God damn, we gotta fucking figure some shit out." I've had 3 people this week tell me about the Kumite.
My job here is to keep the Kumite going for the mob, and I am having a whole lot of problems when the fucking federal government of the United States is here, and now this reporter chick.
And then, he's obviously blowing her off just like he did everybody else. He's like, "Yeah, Kumite, yeah, sure, absolutely." And she's like, "Well, the person that I need you to figure, the Frank Dukes is in this shit." And he's like, "All right, fuck it. God damn it, I gotta go do my job now."
Frank Dukes is the most popular Westerner in Hong Kong for these 3 days. I swear to God, everybody knows him now. He's, it's like you hear the name Dukes and you're instantly recognizing that you are now getting thrust into a world that you really would rather not be in based on you being an inspector.
Absolutely. And this next scene that we're gonna get is awesome because you gotta cue the 80s, late night music, of course, because we're on a bus. Frank is he's just out here having an emotional moment. He's having flashbacks, he's looking in the mirror, he's seeing Chong Lee's reflection. Holy shit, this dude, I don't know how quickly PTSD sets in. But brother, he's having flashbacks early on after traumatic incidents.
Well, and also, like you referenced that earlier in the movie that there was the scene where he kind of had like the Luke Skywalker Obi-Wan kind of thing going there. This is like Empire Strikes Back with the cave where it's like the Darth Vader helmet for a second there, and then it flashes. It's not actually that. Yeah, because he sees Chong Li in the reflection of the window, but he's not actually there. Frank is in turmoil. This is a very introspective bus ride that he is on. He's looking out the window. He's contemplating all of the stuff that's happened so far. And the funniest thing to me, and the reason that I really laugh at this scene, is that this song is telling the story in the song. This song, it sounds like a South Park parody of a song from a movie like this, if that makes sense to you. It's like, actually, really what it reminds me the most of is one of my all-time favorite films, Basketball, has a song in the movie that is very literally explaining what is happening during the scene. That's basically this, because the lyrics of the song are like, I was your friend and I let you down and said I would always be there for you, kind of thing. It was like one of those. It's like he's literally like saying, raised in the hospital, basically. So yeah, this song has a lot to like do with how funny this all is, but it's very emotional. Frank is very conflicted in all of this. This introspection goes on for a while.
And then yeah, it ends with him on the top of a skyscraper doing the splits meditation move. And you question, why is he up there? Why is he doing the splits? But you have no questions. That's just the movie. He's just there.
What I will say about because it goes from him and it's the side of the face shot, it's the profile shot, and he's looking off into the distance, very like he's really deep in thought, and then you get hit with what you just described. What I will say though is that this is a very beautiful aerial view of Hong Kong to start off with. But then you slowly pan over and it's Frank on the pedestal in the full split yet again, overlooking the city, doing his kata. And I said, the director must have thought, we need to make sure that we get a shot of every muscle on this man's body flexing at some point in the movie. Here is 28% of those shots.
Yes, absolutely. But anyway, so Frank, he's now traversing back through the tunnels. We talked about how long and deep and dark, pause, the tunnels are when it came to Frank walking down them, and the agents stop him. They're at the end of the hallway and they're like, "Frank, you're not competing in the Kumite, buddy. We got the police chief in on it now. You're fine. The jig is up." And this is where you get a hilarious scene where Frank moseys on down this hallway, no pep in his step at all, but he's combating people with his duffel bag is the first one.
Yeah.
And which is really funny. And then the second one is even funnier because he kicks this guy into a doorway, but he kicks him, and then with his ability to pull his foot back and then do another kick, he closes the door on him.
Very nice. Yes, absolutely. Because yeah, because the inspector has this is one of those like in a traditional kung fu movie. This would be like when the guys one by one try to like attack, but it's not in a circular pattern. It's in a corridor. So what you get is guys coming out of random doorways
Two
through
guys,
two
two
guys
guys, mind you.
specifically. Yeah. So it's like we don't know the construction of the walled city besides this corridor here, but were the guards just waiting in those whatever those hallways were? It's like they're waiting for the inspector to give the signal and then one by one come out and then get hit by Frank to not actually apprehend him.
Yeah, so obviously he dismantles these guy by walking slowly as possible, doing the combat as precise as possible, and he walks right up to the police chief and the FBI agents or whatever you want to say, and they pull out their tasers again on him, and they're like, "Dude, you're coming with us. It is time to go." And they toss him some handcuffs, and he's almost surrounded. But the problem is there's only three of them, and then two extra guys, so four total armed people, I guess, have come to the aid to the situation. So two guys come to his left. He's about surrounded, not really. And then as they shoot the tasers at Dukes, he, with the swiftness of catching a fish and taking coins out of people's hands, he pulls a trash can lid and deflects the tasers to the left of the two guards that had just shown up. So now they have tased their own guys. And I love this point here because it's kind of funny that she just randomly pops up, but the reporter lady is just in the background here. She just comes out when they get tased and she's like, "What's going on?" It's like, where did you even come from? Like,
Oh,
what are you
dude,
even on right now?
That's what I'm saying. She as I said earlier, this woman has found a way not only to get into the Kumite, but to insert herself into every point in the story at this point. So yes, Forrest Whitaker goes to tase Frank. Frank pulls the trash can lid, deflects the tasers into the oncoming officers. I'm like, that's an interesting note there. Inspector goes to pull his gun, an actual gun this time, but he's like, of course he can't shoot Frank. Frank is too high of a value to the U.S. government. So the older federal agent guy is like, you can't shoot him. So it's like, all right. So now we're kind of at a little bit of a stalemate. So the feds just basically give up. They're just like, all right, Frank, you win. We'll see you tomorrow at the airport. And I was like, what in the actual fuck? But A, for realism, I guess, ineffectual government wasting money and accomplishing nothing.
Yeah, I like he takes the taser from him and he's standing there, and then you have the Chinese officer who has apparently no control over the military because this is a dude who's just running rampant. He just tased and beat up two officers. Like this is a problem. But he's just like standing there and he's just like, "All right, I'm gonna go check on those guys." And then the officers, like you said, they just do nothing. They just let him walk away, which you're supposed to symbolize that like in their mind is like, well, there's nothing we can do. Like even if we wanted to like try to grab him, it's like he just took out all these officers on his way here kind of deal, you know?
It's an immovable object, brother. The unstoppable force kind of thing. You're going to be at a stalemate if you keep trying to play this game. So Forrest Whitaker just asks, and again, yeah, you're right. The reporter girl is with the feds now, just kind of hanging out there. Forrest Whitaker asks his buddies, like, now what? What are we going to do? Well, obviously, what we're going to do is go watch some fights. We're gonna hang out in the Kumite. I mean, Jesus, if you can't beat them, join them, I suppose.
I love again, this goes back to the first call out where he says, I'll be at the airport in 2 days. I love how he just tells them like, I'm gonna go to the Kumite. I'll be at the airport tomorrow, and they're like, what are we gonna do now? And it's like, yeah, I guess we're just gonna go watch fights. I guess that's just really what it comes down to. And this next scene that comes up is one of the funnier moments in the movie. So
Yeah.
Lynn opens up stalling the commissions. He's like, "No, he's on his way, guys. Why can't we wait anymore? Like, what are you talking about? Why are we not able to wait for Frank Dukes? He's the main event guy. Like, what are you talking about?" And then so the bookie guy, the guy who's keeping all the bets, he walks up and he's like, "Wow, no Frank Dukes? Well, we can wait. Come on." And he slides him some money in his jacket. And then as that happens, Frank Dukes walks right in the door and he looks at him and he takes his money right back out of the dude's shirt. And it's just such a great, funny moment, dude.
Yeah, that was the one that I had in the notes. I was like, that was a genuine laugh out of me. Like, some of the comedy is corny in the movie. Obviously, it's not it's more chuckle than laugh. That actually got a legitimate laugh out of me. I thought that was really funny.
No, yeah, absolutely. I love it. And then Dukes, my man, I love he's just so happy. I love it,
I mean, Frank is like you said, he's the main event. He's the guy. This is about to be the culmination of everything. You can't have the Kumite complete without Frank Dukes. If he is in the building right now, we are good to go.
And then so the reporter walks in. She walks in with the agents. She thinks she's so slick that she's like sneaking in here, whatever. The point is, every time she has come in here when she's not supposed to be, she sits right in the front fucking row. That isn't
I,
that the craziest part? The FBI agents, all of these American people now are just in the front row watching the Kumite, but nobody's supposed to know about it.
I just was that was my note. It was just, it's like the feds and the reporter girl show up at the Kumite. Reporters are not allowed in, but apparently federal agents can get in no problem. So
True.
all the cat's out of the bag at this point. People, the secret of the Kumite is out. It's yeah, you just why not open the doors to the temple at this point? Just let the public in.
Absolutely. So we get a new bout is about to begin. We got Frank versus the Muay Thai guy.
Yeah,
Paco. Yep.
Paco, indeed, yeah.
And so the crowd is ready. You obviously, this is a fun time. Money is flying, and this is maybe by far one of the dumbest things that Frank Dukes could be credited to when it comes to martial arts, because you have your Muay Thai guy, and he just walks up and he's like, hmm,
Yeah,
hmm.
yeah, puts the fists out like I guess as if for a fist bump, and Frank is kind of
I
like,
think that's what I read it as on the second one. Oh, Thinker just disappeared
well,
on
there he is.
these. We
Sorry,
disappeared. Oh, yeah.
yeah, we lost you for just a quick second. You're back. Go ahead.
In the second watch, that's what I read it as. It's like, oh yeah, come on, like we're cool. Fist bump, and then he low kicks him and then elbows him over top. It was definitely a fun little moment, of course. Dukes is dazed, but he's getting up. Muay Thai guy yells something, but we can't hear it because post editing, you're supposed to believe that the crowd is just so loud, but like you can see his mouth moving and he's like yelling kind of deal. So the fact they cut all that out is like maybe it was a choice and maybe it just didn't work with the story. Maybe they had some underlying story that they were trying to go with. I don't know.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, either way, I think the impression that you kind of get out of this is that it was a fake glove touch, essentially, with that little bit, kind of a dirty, dirty move, but winning by any means necessary is still winning, I guess, is the impression that you're supposed to get from that. But yeah, the overhand really messes Frank up. He stays down for a minute. His eyes are wide. He's trying to get his wits back. Paco tries to advance. Frank scissor trips him to
Yes.
get back to his feet. Frank evades with some very slow striking. Frank evades some very slow striking, and does a sideways inside leg kick on Bro, sending him down again. They start to trade low kicks. Frank eggs him on at this point, beckoning him to kick him in the side. He's like, "Hey, kick me over here," kind of thing, which he does, and Frank tanks it. Frank kicks him back, and now they're trading body kicks back and forth. Frank turns up the kicks, hits two, and then the high kick, then a roundhouse kick to drop Paco for the win.
Yeah, I wrote he was, Dukes is just spamming the X button on this one. He's just spamming kicks. You'll hear that a couple different times. He just throws the same kick like 7 different times. And there's one point specifically where I don't know if they were just you were supposed to just understand the impact of it, so they played it 3 different times, but I'm pretty sure they showed the same kick 4 times in a row, and it was just the same angle, just like maybe zoomed in a little more. I don't know. But either way.
Yeah,
So
sure,
yes,
sure.
the brutal body kicks, of course, Jean-Claude Van Damme being able to just, spam these kicks in a way that he was able to get the better one. Spin kick to finish it off. And the agents, they're in the front row and they're in awe. They're like, this is why he's the American treasure. Of course, obviously, we're seeing him right now. And then the crowd and the reporter lady go crazy. I think we see Lan another time in this shot, of course. And then the Korean King looks at Dukes and just smiles.
Oh,
So
they're staring each other down at this point too. Frank has maxed out revenge brain, but then he trades looks with the reporter girl and everything's okay. So I was like, obviously that, I mean, must have been good. I mean, like, she cast a little bit of a spell on him, good cut'll do it.
yeah, and then so the next fight we get the Chong Li back Korean King versus another NPC who I guess has been winning this entire time that we
Yeah,
haven't been able to see.
Chuan Ip Mung is the name of this dude fighting Chong Li. This is a pretty even matchup to start, even though, like you said, it's I guess just somebody that maybe we hadn't seen as much of, or maybe his scenes got cut. But either way, they start off pretty even. They're both throwing kicks and punches. I said, at this point in the competition, it should be somewhat even if, Chong Li is obviously going to overtake. But like, yeah, you want to have the competition not just be completely just annihilating people if they're this far into it. So appropriate, I said, for this. But they're both throwing kicks and punches back and forth. Chong Li is confident as ever, smacking Bro around and taking shots. He gets his ears clapped at one point. You know, the
Boxed his
palm
ears. That's the
boxes
I have
ears.
that in the note, man. That's great. I love that one.
Absolutely. But so yeah, I mean, Chong Li overtakes him, punches and whips him to the ground, then hits him with the people's elbow. Oh, wait, it's that. And it's also simultaneous elbow to face and to balls and one final direct headshot.
This is absolutely awesome. I love this one. Yes, so he grabs the hair, unfair, yanks his head back, and throat punches him. Now the guy's on the ground, and then yeah, he does a whole elbow drop kind of deal, and then hits him with the.
Yeah, hell
I
yeah.
love it. I love this one. Very, very original, to be honest. You don't get to see anything like this in the UFC these days. We need to go back to the Pride rules. But either way,
Hell yeah.
finishes him with one strike to the face after that, and then grabs him, and then it looks very playful the way that he snaps his neck, like the crowd goes, oh my god, but it really didn't look like enough force to snap somebody's neck, of course, but you're supposed to believe that Chong Li can just snap anybody's neck with the
Sure.
willpower.
But yeah, that's, I mean, that happens. And then the ref is checking for his breathing. There is none. Chong Li by murder, literally.
Well, and then you see the commissions guys get up and they turn around and they start praying to the statue. They don't like this at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that that's more of what it was, is that they get up and it's the three council guys, the commission guys, and they're watching over the competition throughout the entirety of it from an elevated position. They all stand up and turn their backs to Chong Li for this. He acts surprised by this in that moment for some reason. I said it's a poignant moment, except if he already killed a guy last year, shouldn't they have expected this to happen?
Yeah, it
Or
wasn't.
did they do the same thing last year? You know?
Yeah, maybe it was symbol. Maybe they pray every time they lose. So I
I
read it as like
Yeah,
they're upset at him kind of deal. Like they would turn their back to Chong Li kind of deal.
that's what I mean. But yeah, I don't think that they were necessarily, because I know that there is a shrine behind them. So yeah, you could maybe interpret it as them praying to the statue. But yeah, I think it was them showing their displeasure with what he did by turning his back to them, or turning their backs to him rather. But yeah, Chong Li is like, yeah, fooey to those guys, whatever. He walks over and points to Frank. He says, "You are next." And another iconic version of that. So yeah, he hops off the platform and people are chanting as we get a great side shot of the back of the big sign. This is my other second favorite shot in this film, by the way.
I'm glad you noticed that. Interesting shot here where the first person POV is walking through the upper deck where everybody's betting and having a good time, and then you see the scorekeepers and where they're keeping the names on the boards, and it's a really cool shot. I'm glad that you also noticed that, of course.
Yeah, like I said, my second favorite, only second to the initial shot of the hallway, the alleyway that you go down to enter the tournament. But yeah, we're on the platform. The big sign. We're getting the new names coming up, of course. The names snap up, and it's Frank Dukes and Chong Li. Prepare the platform for the final match, they said, and so we're getting ready to go.
And yeah, it's final match time, of course. And this is a very funny moment too, because Lynn is just awesome, right? So you have Frank locked in, doing a little meditation. He's looking off in the distance, and Lynn is just pestering the fuck out of him. He's like, "Hey, you good? Hey, man, are you ready? Come on, are you locked in?" And then he snaps out of it, and he's like, "Come on, man, you got to do this. Big money laid on you, kind of deal." Like he just annoying as hell. Like, bro, just let him fucking focus on the fights,
Yeah,
kind of deal.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. This is it, Frank. You can make history today. And it's like, I said, betting, motherfucking betting, so much betting, of course. You get a lot more of that as well. But it's establishing. We're building up to obviously what's coming here. So for some reason, for this fight, the platform is lowered in the middle so that the middle is in line with the sand and it ramps on both ends. This is actually, and I only got this on the rewatch. This is actually a nice callback to the beginning of the film, because if you looked closely, when Frank was training in the backyard with
It was shaped
Tanaka,
that way.
exactly. See, I did not catch that, so good eye on you, Chase. But yeah, so I thought that was a nice little callback. But my question was, why is this the final platform configuration at all?
Because you're forced into fighting each other, man.
Oh, yeah,
It's
fair.
harder to
Okay, yeah.
shove each other off the runway.
True, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess I wonder why they wouldn't
It's
have
a
just
movie
done
thinker.
exactly that. There you go. I mean, that is the answer, but you know, we're nitpicking, so I nitpick. But yes, no, it definitely looks cool, and it is a nice touch for this as well. So, yeah, we're good to go. I mean, as Chong Li is getting ready for his, for this final fight, you see his corner man slip a big, what looks like a pill into his pants, and what I said is, what kind of pill is this? Is bro going to be juicing mid fight?
Yeah, I was very confused on what I was seeing here too. I didn't know that we had somebody to go ahead and like take off or fondle with your fucking shorts. Like, I mean, tying your shorts, you could do that yourself in most cases, but like in this scenario, why was bro down there fiddling with his fucking belt? Like, why was this okay kind of deal? He also had like a fucking cape on. Like, it was kind of an interesting look. He thought he was like Shao Kahn or something, but he, yeah, slipped a giant fucking horse pill, like, tablet into his, it was like a vitamin kinda deal, like, in his
Sure.
pants, and then, he's got the camera pans down, and you see that the bandana that was around Jackson's head is tied around Chong Li's kneecap kinda deal.
That's right. Zero respect given. He is on demon time right now. He's putting it right front and center in Frank's face. Like, this is what I did to your buddy. This is what I'm doing for you. So, this is it. This is the final showdown. They stare in silence at each other, or just they kind of just stare in silence in general before turning to the Chancellor. I said it'd be great if they all still had their backs to them now, still. It's the final fight, and I mean, Bolo Young is in the final fight. Chong Li's in this fight. So, I mean, how badly did you feel about that murder? I guess.
Yeah, I guess that is the case, but no, they were definitely turned around and everybody bowed. Chung Li didn't actually bow to Dukes, as he just gave him like a little head nod or whatever. But yeah, so they bow, and then he hits him with this line, and this line was actually confusing to me. So, he says, "You break my record, and now I break you." So he was talking about the fastest finish record, correct? That's
Correct.
okay. I thought he was some other record. I thought he had beaten for some reason, and I was sitting here thinking like his undefeated record. Like, yeah, if he beats you, then you lose. You don't get to break him. So I
Oh
was
yeah,
like, that's
yeah. No, no, no. The fastest finish, I believe, is what he was talking about there. You break my record, now I break you like I broke your friend. And I said, shut up and fight, bitch.
yeah. Well, I actually, and then he points down to the bandana, right? He says, "I'm going to break you and your friend," and then points down to the bandana. And I will actually point out it was at this point that I had forgotten that he actually did take the bandana off of him and do that. So I was like, good immediate callback. I kind of needed that because I was like, that's just a random bandana. But no, it's a Harley Davidson bandana that Jackson had been wearing. Yes.
So yeah, to
And
match his Harley Davidson shirt.
and then so I didn't mention this earlier, but I'm glad that I have it on here. So Chong Li, his ready to fight the thing is that he blows a snot rocket. Anytime he's ready to fight, he looks across and blows a snot rocket, and then he's ready to fight. I'm
Yeah,
glad that you picked up on it.
because he did two the first time, and then he did one this time. As this
Yeah,
was a single snot rocket from Chung Lee this time. But yeah, the ref starts it. Frank kicks Chong.
right
Then
in the
Chong
face.
kicks him in the face. Then Chong throws the ref in front of Frank. Then Frank jumps off the ref's back and hits Chong Lee with Mortal Kombat flying kick. This is the iconic. This is also the poster. If you have seen the poster of this film, it's the leg extended, the one leg crooked underneath, the arms out, kind of in that position there. When the ref says, "Don't bring me into this fight," I doubt this is what they are expecting.
Yeah, no, this was definitely crazy. I really love the idea that Frank Dukes for the remainder of this fight is trying to protect the referee at all costs. But in
True.
this moment here, he's going to jump directly off of his spine. So
He does not get paid enough for this type of abuse, this referee. And shout out to him, because this referee has been the referee for like this entire film, by the way.
yeah,
So yeah, guy's really working for the cash here. But so yeah, he the good guy Frank helps the ref up, but yeah, yeah.
well, this next part is actually really funny because so he helps the ref up, okay, and then he kicks the Korean Chung Lee in the face again. He side kicks him right in the face, and Chung Lee does like a little like shake it off. And again, this movie is made for people who watch mixed martial arts, so I wanted to put in the notes that we know what that means. If he's shaking it off, that means it hurt, brother. So
Sure.
Chung Lee cannot hide it from me.
Absolutely. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, you're right. Frank hits the high kicks. Chong hits a front kick of his own, spinning side kick for Frank on this one. Frank does a comedic back and forth face kicking slash slapping gag, but he's serious with it though. The only thing missing from this would be him reading the newspaper while he's doing it. It's like very cartoony in that moment, but it's that bop 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 bop, bop one of those kind of deal. But yeah, I mean, Chong hits him with he hits him heavy and sends him back. So I mean, like this is it's kind of cartoonish, but it works for the film, so you go with it. And this is now getting intense.
Yeah, absolutely. The Korean king, of course, is grabbing Frank and he's throwing him all over. He keeps grabbing the kicks, he throws him across the pit, whatever you want to say. Lee is in the crowd. He's sitting there like, I need you to pull through. Come on, Dukes. Come on, Dukes. And then, of course, we get thrown across the fucking pit. The crowd is chanting Chong Lee. Everybody's going crazy for Chong Lee. Frank switches stances a few different times, throws flying kicks, and then the Korean king charges at him and Frank does a front flip over him. Now, this is key because you have to imagine how tall humans are. So for Frank to flip over a human, his torso at least has to get over the height of a grown man kind of deal.
I mean, well, he not only achieves that, but he achieves it in spades. This dude Frank jumps 12 feet into the air like an acrobat and somersaults over Bolo, over Chong Li, then kicks him in the face at close range. So
No, no, the kick is the most crazy part that you have to talk about. He didn't just kick at close range. He had his back to Chong Li, and Chong Li is running behind him. So then he whips his leg up to the side of his head, which kicks Chong Li behind him.
yeah, true.
Impressive enough.
Absolutely. And this is all after though a second, like you said, a second flying kick there, and another jump kick where he heavily emotes after that one. That was a big reaction from Frank. Frank is really getting into this fight at this point. So yeah, he hits all of what we just said there, and this is the point where Chong Li really crosses the line. We find out what that pill was. So Chong takes the pill out. He doesn't swallow it. Instead, he crushes it in his hands and he tosses it at Frank because what is this pill? This was no pill, people. This was pocket sand. He hit him with the pocket sand for real, for real. Tony would be loving this.
No, absolutely. You're right. He throws it right in Duke's eyes, and it didn't it didn't have the effect instantly because Frank Dukes grabs the kick right after and like throws him away, but then he starts to like lose his fucking mind in the moment, like he's hitting all of the craziest expressions ever. It's like he was hit with a pound of cocaine or something.
Oh, dude, I mean this is really where Jean-Claude Van Damme shines as an actor if you want to consider it that, because I said that Jean-Claude Van Damme really needed you to know how blind he is by playing it as broadly as possible. His hands are out, his eyes are wide, he's got this bewildered look. Van Damme walked so Tom could run.
Yeah, no, this one is absolutely hilarious too because right after you notice like he's losing his vision because he's so overplaying it, he throws like one final strike and then he gets kicked in the stomach or something. And like it's pretty funny that like the comedic value is there. Like, man, he really is blind now. He threw the punch straight ahead, but he's literally not even close to him.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. Yeah, for sure. It really sells it that he cannot see. And also, you're getting like point of view shots throughout all of this too, with like blurry vision and whatnot. What I said to all of this is like I mean, was that just was it some kind of like laced sand or something? I mean, what the hell was this pill that like blinded him this much? We've all had sand in our eyes at some point in the past. I mean, like, it sucks and it hurts and all of that. But like to this extent, it seems a little excessive, but whatever is in that pill is incapacitating him. So, Bolo is, Chong Li is touching him up right now. Strike. He hits him with the palm strike to the head, sends Frank flopping like a fish off of that one. Chong Li's happy about this. The crowd's chanting his name. I said, did nobody see him use the pocket sand? If they did, then what the fuck? And if not, then what the fuck? And if so, then aren't foreign objects not supposed to be allowed in this full contact fight to the death? Because if people can bring fucking foreign objects in, then why are people not using knives?
just bring a gun in,
I
just
mean,
literally.
yeah, I mean, you just mow down the entire place, walk away with a katana at the end of
But
this thing.
But yeah, so Dukes goes rolling down to the middle of the pit as we described. There is a middle to it. So he's in the middle, right? And he's there and he's looking at his hands and he can't see. He's Daredevil 2002 and he's just rubbing his face and he screams as loud as he can. Obviously, mouth is wide open. And now this is the point where I noticed this. And again, I'm not a person about teeth, but I just wanted to make the note. Jean Claude Van Damme had a lot of teeth that were dead and rotting. And the scene that you could see, like when he was yelling and his mouth was wide open, like top and bottom, they were just black. And like it was, I was like, it's just like makeup or something for the character. Like, I don't know. Hopefully he got this fixed, but it was very glaring to me that I was like watching a man yell and I was like,
Uh,
yikes.
wow, I'll have to go back and double check that one. I did not see that, but no, that is you were one step ahead of me, Chase. But I had in the notes a little bit later on down here. But yes, fighting blind now, Daredevil 2003. So yeah, of course, I knew it was coming. If Chase Parton's on the stream, people, you know that the Daredevil movie is getting referenced somewhere. But yeah, no, I mean this is really where we're starting to get into Frank really going at this blind. I mean, he like you said, he gets kicked once more. It sends him rolling back. He's on his knees, and this is like you said, the craziest facial expression of all time. The hands over here, the eyes going. It's emoting almost to a bizarre extent, but it's like he's really really selling you on this. He's trying to like use his hands to or just to see his hands in front of his face almost to just to see if he can see anything. He cannot. Most intense scream of all time, looking at the sky. He's flashing back to Mr. Tanaka at this point, torturing the fuck out of him in his training. He must harness the wisdom and energy and his psychic ability now. So this is where all of the training, everything from before, is culminating right here, right now.
Yes, I have down in the notes, he remembers that he brought the tea to him one day and blindfolded. That's everything that's culminating here right now is that I remember I could deliver tea blindfolded. So,
Yep.
and as we're thinking about this, a kick comes and he grabs it, or it's maybe a punch. I think it was a punch he grabs, and
Yeah.
then he grabs the punch and then he kicks him in the stomach,
Yep.
and then now we are in the flow state is what they would call it, of course. And our Korean king falls down. Dukes is getting up. He still can't see. And the Korean pushes the ref one more time at Frank. And what I think is interesting, this is actually a really good part, I think, by the production and not the production, but the director and the choreography group kind of deal. So Frank grabs the ref like, oh, I know that this is not. He's got his hand up and he's like, I know this is a good guy. But then he like backs him up all the way to the opposite side of the thing. So like he knows he's over there kind of deal.
Right.
I know where he's at now. He's not. I thought that was interesting because like how, to explain that he's a smart martial artist or whatever. Like yes, he obviously can use the fucking force and know that that's the good guy in silk. But to push him to one side, I thought was interesting enough to explain the story right
Oh
there.
yeah, well, and also to show that Frank himself is the good guy. Obviously, he's
Yes.
not here to hurt the referee, who's already gone through enough. I said this poor ref at this point. This guy needs to get a job in Inca FC so that he does not have to do another day's work in his life. He can just stand there in the cage. But this guy went through the ringer. But yeah, like you said, Frank is good guying over here. Make sure that the ref is out of harm's way. And then this dude Frank Dukes is blind maneuvering, hands out still. I'm like, bro, we get it at this point, but you're still selling. He's almost like doing a little bit of like an interpretive dance with this one. He's kind of like side walking, whatever. Really, again, actually, kind of a decent point though. Like to your credit about like the production elements of this. He's blind maneuvering, but also has to make sure that he stays on the platform. So like to not out himself, to ring out himself. So like I guess it kind of tracks, even though it is a little bit goofy to look at. But either way, Frank catches Chong with a kick, then hits a series of missed kicks forward, just repeating the same motion, hopping on one, or hoping one lands rather. This is funny to the blonde, which I thought was pretty hilarious
Yeah,
watching
no,
her.
I even said that too. It's like on my second watch, I was like, she was even laughing at how goofy this is, right? Like
Yeah, yeah. This is the same woman that he nearly gambled away to a guy that was going to assault her. By the way, just want to bring that
for a
well
quarter.
for a quarter. Just one more time just to mention that. But yes, she's laughing and having a good time watching her boyfriend blindly fight in a life or death competition right now. So yeah, so this is all going on, but Frank is finding his rhythm and his distance at this point. So he starts hitting some really acrobatic split kicks that end up putting Chong out. This is, you talk about the versatility here. This was the one that like I thought was kind of if they, because of what we've seen out of Frank at this point and what he's already done, you have to have some kind of culmination shot that's going to be impressive. I thought that this effectively stuck the landing on that. I mean, you know, to see him go full splits to actually accomplish the kick at the, I was like, it tracks to me.
I have in the notes is like all of these shots are literally just to show you that yeah he can do that, like yeah he can do it all, like anything that you can think of, like yeah he can do that kick. It's like, oh but what about that, no he can do that, but what about that, no yeah he can do that, he can do that one 7 times in a row perfectly flawless, like
Yeah,
and I think that's really just like the point of it, like you're just supposed to see that like, oh every kick that you would see on screen right now is like perfection, kind of
that's,
crazy.
you know, if you've got a dude who does one thing very well, then you have him do it as many times as you can get him to do it, and that is certainly what happened in this film. So, yeah, so you know, this puts Chong Li down. He gets into the neck snapping position, but he doesn't. He's not going. Yeah, obviously, good guy Frank Dukes is not going to snap Chong Li's neck,
With his
but
eyes going crazy.
yeah, he was definitely like, you know, he was in that zone of like, you know, I mean, he was, the intensity was certainly there, but you know, he's not going to allow himself to get to that point. He's got too much discipline, but he does want the sub. So I said, how many times do fighters go to the sub when the striking was winning them the fight? SMH a little bit on that, low fight IQ for Frank Dukes on this one, but to put it to the side, Chong Li does in fact say it. You know, he's got to, he says, say it. He does, in fact, finally end up saying it. He says Mate. The ref stops the fight before he goes full, or before he fully gets the word out, though. This is actually an important note. You know, he's starting to say it's Mate, and the ref already is stopping the fight. So technically an early stoppage here.
Oh my goodness. No, I did not catch the early stoppage on this one, but I agree this was absolutely hilarious. You know, he's yelling at him to say it. He's got his crazy eyes going, you know, because he can't see. He's still blind. Because
True.
being blind back then means you would look in every other direction other than the one that you're supposed to be focused on, rather than your eyes just completely don't fucking work, you know?
Correct.
But
Absolutely. But, you know, much like the UFC, there are no rules. So it does not matter that the stoppage was a little bit early or that Frank is blind right now because Frank has won the Kumite, people. Frank Dukes is your winner. Kumite is complete. He takes Ray's bandana and holds it up to the audience. What a
he
beautiful moment.
Yes, he holds it high, and it's funny because the point that I wanted to make after this, so he holds the bandana high, and then the ceremony that we get after this, it's kind of interesting because I had the note that oh he finally gets the sword. No, he got a sword earlier. He now has two fucking swords. People, think about that.
Well, you think that he actually like Tanaka gave him that katana himself to like gave it to him, or was that just a ceremonial like here I'm handing this over, but like it's still kind of mine?
I think it was more or less like I'm getting old and dying. You're gonna have this because I'll be tucked in really well for the rest of my life.
That, well, that's definitely true. So yeah, you know, fair enough. So I mean, double katana Frank Dukes. Then fair enough. I mean, this he certainly earned it. So you know, Frank is like you say, you know, he's dressed up in his black gi. He receives his award, which is his very own katana or katana part two, and he says, "This is for you, Shidoshi." You know, obviously he did it for the old man Tanaka. Would have been great if he'd asked for a performance bonus.
Yeah, true. 25 grand, 300 bots, 300K bots, whatever it is. But yeah, so we skip back to the hospital and they have already told Jackson everything. You know what? You really did it. You kicked his butt, huh? That's awesome,
Well,
man.
yeah, I
Love
mean,
it.
Ray's awake and he's drinking beer again. Beer in the hospital. He is so back, and Frank is there yet again with Yappy Reporter Girl. So yeah, you're right. Not only did Frank win, he made him say Mate. The girl says, and it's like, oh wow, what? You really did it? Yes, he really did it. I said, you know, this is why you always go out, people, even to the death if you have to, because it's gonna haunt you forever.
The idea that we are so back. He's got his beer and he's in the hospital, dude. He's good. We are fucking true to life. But no, it's absolutely awesome. And then we get probably and I know there's a lot of cringe. You could call a lot of things cringe. This next scene probably is the worst of the cringe things in this movie, and it's endearing, but it's also really fucking corny. So he tells him, he's like, "Hey, next time you fight, make sure to keep your clothes on." And then he hands him the bandana.
Right.
Jackson grabs his hand and he's like, "Anything you need, anytime, anywhere, any place." Which those last two are the same thing.
That is great.
He's like, "Well, I love you, man." It's crazy. Like, Jesus fuck.
Yeah, I mean, what I said is that really, Jackson is somehow the lovable, sexually harassing sidekick we always needed, and it shows here. But yeah, Frank, gives him back the bandana. Don't lose your clothes, whatever. They lock in for the epic handshake. So they do the locking of the hands. Yes, anytime, any place, anywhere. If you need me, I'll be there for you. I said, super bro move, but I really thought he was about to challenge him in that moment. I said, anytime, anywhere, any place, I will fight you. And I was like, that kind of would have been hilarious too. But either way, he says, I love you, my friend. And then goes and kisses him on the side of the head here. I said, bro, you've known each other for 3 days. And I guess you kind of got close just by chilling. I mean, I guess he did help him escape from the feds. So it's like, you can at least put that in there, but it's like they certainly formed a very, very long lasting bond over these 3 days of just sort of being boys.
And what's actually interesting is, like, for the rest of their lives, the potential that they would have to murder each other in the Kumite is still on the table. That's what brings them together. It's the trust that at any moment they could kill each other.
For sure. Well, and starting off the earlier in the scene, Jackson did say, "Don't get too cocky. You might have to go up against me next time." It's just like, you guys are crazy. The girl says, "Yeah, well, that's that. This is the level that you get to with the Kumite, of course." But speaking of the feds are outside now. We cut to the tarmac at the plane, flying commercial, by the way. We're waiting for I think it was a United Airlines flight, so they couldn't have cheap government bastards. I said they made the feds fly commercial, but they're waiting for Frank. They're saying, Frank's not going to show up. We're duped again by the immovable, the implacable Frank Dukes. This guy, you can never get a read on him. But of course, somehow Frank is already on the plane. Hardy har. He's, hey guys, what are you gonna come on the plane or what here? I said, what did he like climb up the boarding stairs? Like, how did he get? I don't, whatever.
Yeah, but no, and then yeah, it's actually really funny. So they walk up the stairs and they're like, "Ah, man, you're such an asshole." But they give like the thing like, "I wouldn't want to have done it with anybody but you," kind of deal,
For
that kind of
sure.
look. And
And
then, oh god,
well, and I was going to say the great line again, just to hammer home the point that we had been making throughout this entire thing about how important Frank is to the cause. The older guy says, "I'm just glad you're on our side, kid." It's like, he really is Captain America
yeah,
with the Belgian accent.
and then you see the reporter lady, and I don't know if this was just a missed opportunity, but they did not ever establish that she drives a van that looks like like one of those like hippie vans kind of deal. So
Yeah, like a
she pops out of
minibus.
there. Yeah, she pops out of that, of course, and Frank gives her the salute off. Thanks for the poon, and then she hits him with the
Clasp the palm. They bow
yeah.
to each other. Yeah, I kind of got the impression that that wasn't her car, that somebody was driving or whatever. But it was kind of like an interesting way to end that relationship. Like they had this big connection, and now it's just Frank is off to the
Big
next.
connection. They knew 2 days.
But he loved Jackson more than the chick that he banged.
True.
I
You're
mean,
right.
well, look, and hey, I'm certainly one to say bros before hoes. I mean, I'm okay with that, but I'm just saying. I mean, like if that connection was there, you'd think that maybe she would come with him, maybe there'd be something else. But no, they're just gesture to each other, and then we free. I kind of like I was really what I said is like before you have time to think. So Frank wins the Kumite, and that's just it. Then you freeze frame, and you get the post credit or the post information here, and this we have to talk about.
We definitely have to talk about this because I didn't catch it until the second time around what the screen actually said.
Oh, brother. Okay. Well, I will tell you what the screen actually says then because
Go
I
ahead.
have it because it's important for the trivia section here. So
Okay.
it freeze frames on, Jean-Claude Van Damme on Frank Dukes here. It says this film is based on true events of Frank Duke's life. Between 1975 and 1980, he fought 329 matches and retired undefeated as the world heavyweight full contact Kumite champion. Mr. Dukes still holds 4 world records: fastest knockout, 3.2 seconds; fastest punch with a knockout, 0.12 seconds, 0.12 seconds; fastest kick with a knockout, 72 miles per hour. Said, how the fuck did they measure that? Whatever. Most consecutive knockouts in a tournament, 56. Subsequently, Dukes founded the first American ninjutsu system, Dukes Ryu. All of these facts are entirely bullshit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured that when I read the thing and it said these are based on the events of the, Frank Dukes, I'm like, there's no fucking way this is a real fucking person. First off, if Jean-Claude if if him portraying it to that perfection, mate, you was not doing anything close to that, and I obviously know it was a depiction, but like Frank Dukes did not know, we was not no fucking Kumite legend, I would say. But if I'm wrong, hey, whatever.
Well, so that was going to be my question. See, I put that in there that, this is definitely bullshit. More of me like being like, come on, this couldn't be real, right? So, but I was curious, Chase, do you know anything about Frank Dukes?
I have no idea. It's funny because when I was typing the paper, I was like, I was thinking to myself, I gotta look up Frank Dukes because I was like, that's his name, right? I was at a certain point. I was like, it is Frank Dukes. So I typed in Frank, and I would type in Dukes, like Dukes of Hazard.
Right.
But no, it's Frank Dukes with an X. And
Correct.
when I came up, it's like this. I was like, this is not the dude in the movie. Like, who is this guy? Like, this is a real person. Like, what is going on? So I was like, I quickly closed out of it because this is why researching is so hard for me. I was like, it was a real person. I'm looking for the movie. I'm looking for the fucking Jean-Claude, not some old person. Like,
Well, all right. Well, see, this is where we have to get into the trivia stuff. So basically, I mean, that concludes the film. That's Bloodsport for you. That is, all
it
of
ends
the
abruptly.
it ends up, yeah, well, right. I mean, you got the story is man goes to Kumite, wins Kumite. That's the story. So you don't really, you don't get anything else. There's a lot of unanswered questions with did the reporter ever write the story? What did Frank do for the military? You got what you needed out of it. That's the end of everything, right? So normally this would be the point in the review where I'd be like, what would you rate the film and all that? I would like to save that until at least a little bit of the trivia. We can kind of bounce back and forth, but I got to at least go to the trivia now because it's very important for this story in general here. So let me read at least these facts and then we can go into our opinions and I'll read the rest after this. Frank Dukes is a notorious liar from this era when fact checking was difficult and the internet did not exist. He is one of these people, much like in the video game world, there are people like Billy Mitchell and Todd Rogers are two very notorious liars in that space, allegedly. Like Derek Moneyberg could be a comparison for this one to an extent, a little bit different with this, but these are people in this capacity where before there was the internet, you kind of could just make up whatever you wanted. And if you told it convincingly enough and got enough people to believe it, it became fact just by the nature of the game. So somewhere between 90% and 100% of this story is entirely fabricated. Shout out to friend of the channel and amazing YouTuber Napoleon Blown Apart. He has a great set of videos on this subject. So Chase, I will link those to you. Put them in the description of the edited version of this video as well if you want to check these out. But it goes into entire detail about Frank Dukes and other notorious liars in the martial arts space, but no one has ever corroborated the Kumite story at all. No one has a unique Kumite story of their own. Frank Dukes is the only person who has ever referenced the Kumite. Basically, it seems like made the Kumite up straight from thin air, potentially lied his way into Hollywood to get this movie made, and is known as a godfather of Bullshido. So same, sadly, also the same with the Dim Mak, which is also a fictional creation of Frank Dukes. To illustrate this, even the screenwriter of this very film, this is Lettich, I believe was his name. What was his first name? Sheldon Lettich is the screenwriter who is quoted here. He says that essentially corroborating the fabrication here. He said, quote, "I had known Frank Dukes for a number of months before I came up with the idea for Bloodsport. Frank told me a lot of tall tales, most of which turned out to be bullshit. But his stories about participating in this so-called Kumite event sounded like a great idea for a movie. There was one guy he introduced me to named Richard Bender, who claimed to have actually been at the Kumite event and swore everything Frank told me was true. A few years later, this guy had a falling out with Frank and confessed to me that everything he told me about the Kumite was a lie. Frank had coached him into what to say." So anyway, go. Yeah, give me your thoughts on that then, Chase.
This is, I mean, I'm not surprised, honestly. I mean, I think it is interesting, that it is all fabricated, a big old con man. But what I will say is maybe it really is just the world's greatest kept secret. Maybe we don't believe him because they genuinely do have a secret underground organization out there. I don't know.
I mean, so secret that no other human being ever has talked about it except for
Or
Frank.
yeah, or has talked about it. Yeah, I mean, it's a secret for a reason. You can't just go out here spilling all the secrets. Frank Dukes, he obviously is the only person that was able to translate it over to us for us to understand the situation. But the Kumite, I would say China knows what's up.
And I want to believe, so I'm okay with it either way. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. Like I said, my thing with it, at least how I feel about that element of the story, with all this being bullshit. I did not need it to be sold to me as a based on a true story thing. You know what I mean? This is a fine story without that. I think it's great. It's awesome. It's cool as fuck. Don't need that element of it. And B, if we got this film out of this bullshit lie, it sucks because he did deceive a lot of people, but at least we still got Bloodsport out of it.
I think it's kind of funny. So he just created the word Kumite, like,
I guess so. I
and
guess it's
created a meaning for it being a tournament kind of deal. I mean,
either that or Kumite has a meaning in either Japanese or Chinese or whatever, and he applied it to this.
okay, yeah. So that is pretty interesting. I do like the idea, but hey, he got away with it. You know what? What can you say?
Indeed. He, ultimately got found out much later, but for the fact that he got this movie made. And what I also wanted to say is, regardless of the fabrications, Dukes was the fight coordinator on this film. He was involved in the making of this film. When Jean-Claude Van Damme was cast, Dukes announced that Van Damme wasn't nearly in good enough shape. Apparently, he's a bit of an asshole on top of all these fabrications. He put him through a 3-month training program that Van Damme, who is a world champion martial artist himself, called the hardest training of his life. So at least Frank Dukes had some value to this production in that regard.
Yeah, I like the idea that he cast somebody to be him, and he's like, "Nah, not good enough, brother. You think I look like that? No, come on. I'm gonna put you through the worst workout you've ever seen in your life."
That's why I really would have liked to have seen what he looked like under those circumstances. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause it's interesting in that regard. But anyway, so we'll get to the rest of the trivia in just a moment, Chase. Let's talk about our feelings on this thing. So after talking it all through, I mean, you could put the knowledge of the bullshit aside. As a film, all of these, elements of it that we just talked through. What do you think about Bloodsport? What's your thoughts here?
I really, really like this film. I like this film so much that I hope people out there, I hope Bloomis and I hope you aren't going to hold me hostage to not watch any more Jean-Claude Van Damme movies until we come across watching them on the channel. Because I would really like to watch, what is it, Kickboxer, I think is
Kickboxer,
another.
yeah.
So I might have to dive into it. I really enjoyed Jean-Claude Van Damme. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, this film hits all of the right notes in the right way, and that is why, because I'm going to, I always do. I'm going to ask you what you would rate this film, and in previous episodes, you had said, very astutely, I would say, like, what are you rating it on? Like, how, are you rating it as a film that I'm supposed to take as like high art? Are you rating it for fun? That's up to your personal discretion. But to me, this film does not need to be high art. It does not need to be taken any more seriously or whatever. Like, for what this film is and what you get out of it, I quite enjoy it. I think it's got great replayability. It's very simple in a good way. Not every film needs to be a fucking complex, Ocean's 11 style setup here, a big Rube Goldberg machine. This is a very straightforward story with, great action sequences as far as fighting goes, and a very basic plot that you don't really need to get overly invested in. Just let it hang out, have fun with it. It's awesome.
Okay, so what are you rating it, Thinker?
Well, what I would rate this film based on the fact that it is so goofy but awesome at the same time, I would give this film a solid 7. I think that a 7 is exactly what 7 is what I give good films. You know what I mean? Like, your film has to have other elements that like either set it apart to be higher than a 7 or make it worse than a 7. This to me, 7 is, I could rewatch this film at any time, put it on in the background, key into it whenever I want, laugh at a few moments, enjoy a few fights. that's a solid ranking for me. That's how I
I
look at it.
I was gonna exactly give it the same thing. Think 7 is perfect because, like I said, there's so many things wrong with it, you know? They don't set up everything, they don't pay off everything, I guess, you know? They throw random things in there like the family in Hiroshima, shit like that, you know? The acting is not as good, you know? It could be a lot better, but I think 7 is good because, man, I would rather replay this and watch it a couple different times rather than a very elaborate story that feels very taxing by the time it's over. It's like, you can just jump in here, not give a shit, you can just watch these dudes have a good time.
Exactly, absolutely, and, there's a beauty and simplicity of filmmaking with a film like this of the era that I think is lost on modern filmmaking, and I'm not saying that every film needs to be this way, of course, you see all of my film collection here, obviously, I have a very wide range of things that I enjoy, but there is a place for this, and I think a 7 is exactly why I resonate with that, so
Yeah.
good on that, okay, so that's as a film. As a mixed martial arts film, Chase, what would you rate this film?
Ooh, honestly, I would say, for what they try to represent, and they definitely try to showcase that there's different styles of martial arts. I honestly think as a martial arts film, this is a pioneer. You know, fighting was different back in the day too, so you have to take into account that it's not going to look like what we know it is now. I think as a martial arts film, I think there's a very good reason that this is a classic, and that hopefully with what we're doing, it's going to give more light on it because bring it back, guys. This is a good movie. This is fun. We need more stuff like this, I would say.
Well, I mean, you might want to careful what you wish for when I get back into the trivia. But what's your rating? What's your number?
I'm gonna go 7 as well. I think 7 is very valid here.
Then we are in absolute lockstep, Chase. I mean, that I did not anticipate that, but that is to a T exactly how I feel about it. I would say that from a modern lens, as a mixed martial arts fan who is very well acquainted with the space now and has seen many different iterations, all the things that we know in 2026, there are certainly things that are left to desire from a film like this, but this is 1988. This is before the UFC. This is all of what the formative era of the sport, or what the sport would eventually become, is still taking shape. This is like Valley Tudo era. So, I mean, for what it does, what it exposes, even if it is in a limited capacity, I'd say that there is certainly valid criticisms in saying it would have been nice to see a little bit more actual representation of some of the styles. But for a cursory glance, this is a great introduction for people who may not have even known that there were multiple styles of martial arts. People might have just thought it was all Hollywood kung fu kind of stuff, or Hong Kong kung fu. It's like that you just see karate. It's all just karate. Everything's karate. Like this actually shows there are disciplines to it. There's differences. Like, you got to look at it through the lens a little bit in that regard, and for what it did, what it accomplished, what it influenced, because we're going to talk about that in the trivia. I think a solid 7 is exactly correct. So really, I mean, you might say, oh well, why not higher, whatever, on either of those scores. Trust, those are very good scores for this film, I would say.
Absolutely. I like this one a lot. I think giving very fair scores to it is good.
And so, I mean, that takes me to the final question: would you recommend Bloodsport?
I would recommend this to a lot of people. I'm glad Bloomis recommended this to me. I'm glad he recommended that we talk about this on stream because it was well worth watching multiple times, I would say. And I even want to kind of watch it again. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, really, and that's, I think, the biggest endorsement that you can give right there. And so, yes, obviously, I also would recommend Bloodsport. I mean, I think that really, if you are a martial arts fan, it's almost required viewing. And even honestly, just as a casual viewer, I think it's certainly a fine, serviceable film that you can enjoy. I don't think you have to necessarily be like as dedicated to being a fan of the sports as we are. Like, you can get into blood. There is a reason that this resonates with men in general, not just MMA fans. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
100%.
yeah, guys, if you haven't seen Bloodsport, if you haven't seen Bloodsport and you've watched this video as long as we've been talking about it, do yourself a favor and see Bloodsport.
100%. Yeah.
All right, so let me get through the last little couple bits of trivia here, and we will close this thing out, Chase. So going down the line here. Okay, so one other note, going back to Frank Dukes' fabrications here. The Kumite that Dukes claims to have won in 1975, which was the primary example that was used for this version of things, was actually supposedly held in the Bahamas. So this was set in Hong Kong, obviously. No record of anything in the Bahamas, a place that's a little bit closer to the States that might have a little bit better records. No records there either. But so that's just one little small note there. I said it earlier, but this is Jean-Claude Van Damme's first leading role in a film. What'd you think of Van Damme in his first leading role?
I again, Stallone and Arnold are people that I grew up on. If he never really dove into being more than just a martial arts kind of star, that would be unfortunate, I would say, because I could totally see him being in those stupid action movies that are like The Sixth Day or something, like just some stupid sci-fi action film. Dude, come on, like Total Recall or something. Jean Claude could totally have filled in those exact roles.
For sure. Yeah. And I mean, like, he did kind of do some of that kind of stuff, but not nearly as much. Like, he did have a different career navigation than those other guys, they like the ones you mentioned. So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting case with Jean-Claude Van Damme. But either way, still an icon. So, yeah, I mean, I thought that, obviously it's very exaggerated. I wouldn't call him an Oscar worthy actor, but for what he does, I think he's kind of awesome, you know?
Yeah, I like
Uh,
him.
yeah. So next up, and I mean, pick your poison here, Chase, but I will tell you that there are currently three sequels to Bloodsport. There are, there two and three and four, and a remake was announced and scrapped in 2011. But a new one has been announced by A24. A24, of course, the film company that brought us the Smashing Machine. So take that for what it is. But the other note to this, A24, to be written and directed by a woman named Michaela Cole. And I looked into Michaela Cole. I did not think that anything that I saw from this woman's current repertoire lent itself to being the person to helm this project. I look, man, I'm not trying to be an anti woke red pill blah 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 blah, but it does not seem like the fit that I would have chosen for something as iconic as Bloodsport.
Well, I mean, it's not even about, who's direct. Obviously, it is with the director and the production company and what they're trying to do with a reboot kind of deal. But there's no Jean Claude Van Damme, dude. I mean, if you know Bloodsport as what I've just seen, you're not gonna be able to replicate what I just saw. Like it's just not how movies are made anymore, unfortunately.
Definitely that. The only thing that I could say is based on what we had said as criticisms, where it's like show the actual martial arts a little bit more true to what they are. There is, to me, maybe a path forward for a remake of it, but it's big fucking shoes to fill,
They
guys.
would
Like
they would fuck it up.
there,
Like, I
yeah,
mean, this
yeah.
is as close to like even we could realize like what we just saw in this movie, not the greatest representations of like Muay Thai. You could tell like, okay, he gets the gist of it. Like he can look like he knows what he's doing, kind of, but like it was still a raw example of it because it's so timed and so aged. But like now, for you to go ahead and showcase somebody who's a striker, okay, easy, a grappler, easy, but like an actual person who mixes in that type of stuff, like fucking Mary Heckler or whatever you just named her, she's not going to be able to do all that stuff. So,
Yeah, Mary Heckler. I like that name. Yeah, no, look, if it comes out, I'm sure we'll do it. But yeah, I don't really have high hopes based on what I saw. Anyway, that's so take it for what it is. On a better note here, Bloodsport was the inspiration for Mortal Kombat, the video game series. The character of Johnny Cage is based on Van Damme, so everything that you said was completely tracking. I held that off from tipping the hand on that, but you were 100% correct. So as I said, the iconic jump kick that you see in the game is absolutely based on this film, as is the entire video game in general. So, Bloodsport, in addition to being as influential culturally as it would have already been, also spawned one of the greatest video game series of all times too. So very cool.
yeah, I actually love that one. That's a pretty good trivia bit. Johnny Cage, obviously, pretty fun character, but seeing the stuff seeing what inspired Johnny Cage, of course, was pretty cool in this movie. I didn't know, like, I thought it was an over exaggeration, like, oh, he did a splits and then did the punch, but like, no, he actually did the splits and did the punch. So,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, it is of course played up for the game a little bit, as all characters are going to be caricatures, but yeah, this was a primary inspiration for it. So definitely awesome.
hell yeah.
It also helped to repopularize martial arts films in general in the West, because at the time in '88 they had waned in popularity pretty significantly. So, that kind of the wave had subsided, and this sort of brought it back into the fold. So that's pretty awesome. This was, Bolo Young, who played Chong Li in this film. A lot of his dialogue is based on similar dialogue to Bruce Lee's from Enter the Dragon, which Young was also in. So that's kind of a little nod to another film that's an iconic martial arts film in and of itself, and sort of an homage in a way. And then I said that, or we had mixed martial arts writers have noted that Bloodsport is influential on the earliest iterations of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, which featured a similarly laissez faire approach to weight classes and style against style matchups before the establishment of more formalized rule sets. So, I mean, however much you want to put the influence of UFC or the influence of Bloodsport on UFC, I guess is depends on who you talk to, maybe, but it walked so UFC could run to an extent, a little bit at least, right?
This dude made up some crazy fucking stories that evidently created the greatest mixed martial arts promotion. That's just how life is.
And it goes back to my point before. It's like all of that bullshit. For all of it being complete bullshit, if this is what we got out of it, then look, lie away, brother. I hate to say it. I'm not a big fan of lying like that, but lying for the greater good, I guess.
It's unfortunate because like I get it, if he would have came out and said he's some up and coming writer and he's got this crazy story that you guys gotta read, nobody would have gave a shit. But for him to tell a story like, oh yeah, I was this crazy mixed martial artist, we gotta make a movie about me, eh, I get it, man. The struggle's hard. You gotta sell an idea.
Indeed. And some of the greatest fabricators did just that, just like Frank Duke. So he's one of them. This film was also inspirational to mixed martial artists. Particularly Mirko Krokop said that he was inspired by Van Damme's performance in this film, and it inspired him to start training in his parents' garage, picking up his father's boxing equipment and lifting weights. So this film made us Mirko Krokop.
Yeah, you don't think he picked up big old bags of sand and threw them at his like friends or something, because he would probably be the giant guy in this story.
True. Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's got to be footage out there of Mirko Krokop breaking blocks of ice with his elbows.
What I would say is I would love to know like who are the characters based about, like who obviously because like there has to be some crazy Muay Thai guy that like, oh yeah, like we know of that style because of this guy kind of deal. So who's the giant guy that lives in the mountains that they based that guy on, that I'm just curious.
It's a good point. Well, I don't know the answer to that one, but what I do know is Paulo Tocha, who played Paco in this film, is a real life Muay Thai champion. So
There
there
you
you go, a
go.
little bit there. His character shorts bear the words Sor Thankul. They're printed in Thai on there. This is the name of the gym that Tocha trained at as a legitimate kickboxing competitor. In the future, Tocha used his connections to the gym to make it a filming location for the filmmaker's subsequent project, Kickboxer, the one that we referenced, also starring Van Damme. So this film bridges the gap to Kickboxer, which I'm sure at some point we'll get into.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Love it.
Yeah. And then the last thing that I had is Jean Claude Van Damme said that this film helped give martial arts a genre boost, but also foretold things like the Ultimate Fighting Championship and the idea of pitting different styles against each other. So even Jean Claude Van Damme recognizes what this film did for mixed martial arts. So for that, we say thank you, Jean Claude. We say thank you to everyone who worked on this film. Thank you for Bloodsport. It really is as advertised, as important and culturally relevant as it is. It is holds a very special place in the hearts of mixed martial arts fans and the sport itself. So I am very grateful for this film.
No, me too. I mean, now that I've actually seen it, I can understand what the craze would be. I can understand how people would see something like this and feel inspired, kind of deal, because it is a pretty fun story. It's really straight to the point. You get a lot of information. And like I said, rewatchability is key when it comes to a movie like this. If you could just turn it on again, you could always just turn it on in the background. I mean, it's a win.
Absolutely. It certainly is a win. And, I mean, I guess with that, that takes us to the end of another 4-hour review of MMA on film here for Bloodsport. Guys, if you enjoyed what we talked about here, if you enjoy MMA on film, please make sure that you like, comment, subscribe, do all of the YouTube stuff. Let us know what you would like us to review next on the series. If, it's something that we will put on the list, maybe we get to it first, maybe we get to it later, but we will get to it. So let us know what you want us to do here. I'm losing my voice, so I guess we should close this thing out. Chase, final words?
Love Bloodsport. Can't wait to do your next recommendation. So make sure you put down in the comments what movies we are doing next, and or TV shows or docuseries or documentaries and or any other things that you would love to think about. So make sure you guys are just staying active and keep supporting us, of course.
Absolutely. Most definitely. Yamashow.com for all of your merch needs as well. We will see you in the next episode. Thank you so much for watching MMA on Film. All right. And now the actual ending. Guys, if you are in the chat still, shout out to you. For these MMA on Film, I don't even bring the chat up, so I don't see what's going on in the chat often. But if you guys were here for any of this, thank you very much for hanging with us. I saw the numbers were pretty consistent for most of this, so you guys rule. Thank you for being here for this. We really appreciate it, man. I mean, obviously, Chase and I are talkers. We love to talk, but you guys make it so that we have we know that people are listening, and that really means a lot.
Absolutely. So appreciate you guys one more time. Bleeding Edge, Hydra, Jeremy, James. Saw a couple of you guys. Appreciate you guys for
Yeah,
stopping by.
Sanjay,
TJF,
absolutely.
I saw you as well.
Yeah, Nate Bolin was here too. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for that. We will be back. I think based on the fact that I think I've been on stream for 5 days straight now, I'm probably going to take tomorrow off. But we'll be back with something coming up. Chase has got the Street Word show and maybe doing some card breaks and stuff like that coming up. And I'm sure I'll definitely be here for Karate Combat and of course UFC coming up. So we got plenty as always coming up. This is going to take me a little bit of time to get the edit of this out, so give me some time for that. But live streams, all the other stuff that you always like will be live, and of course last week's fights on Monday nights. So until then, any last words, Chase? You good?
No, I'm good. I think we've said our piece, about 4 hours of peace.
Exactly. So guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We really appreciate you. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week, and as always, fight on.
Game.